lain diselenggarakan dengan cara yang sama dan dalam tempo yang sesingkat-singkatnya. Jakarta, 17 Agustus 1945, atas nama bangsa Indonesia, Soekarno, Hatta.
Towards Unity for Health 2021. Warisan Budaya. Yogyakarta termasuk Network Towards Unity for Health 2021. Warisan Budaya. Yogyakarta termasyhur dengan keindahan ragam seni budayanya. Seni dan budaya yang diwariskan turun-temurun membuat kagum tiap wisatawan yang menginjakan kaki di kota yang dijuluki kota budaya ini. Mulai dari wayang kulit, tari klasik, gamelan, lagu, atau tembang Jawa, semua mempunyai filosofi dan pesona tersendiri. Pertama, kita akan melihat pertunjukan wayang kulit. Istilah wayang berasal dari kata mahyang, yang berarti menuju spiritualitas sang kuasa. Tapi ada juga yang mengatakan wayang berarti bayangan, karena penonton dapat menyaksikan wayang dari belakang layar dan melihat bayangannya saja. Wayang kulit terbuat dari kulit kerbau dan dimainkan oleh seorang dalang, diiringi musik gamelan yang dimainkan sekelompok nayaga dan tembang yang dinyanyikan para sinden. Wayang kulit banyak menampilkan cerita dari naskah Mahabharata dan Ramayana. Kali ini kita akan menyaksikan wayang kulit episode Ramayana. Berkisah tentang perjalanan cinta Rama dan Sinta, sepasang suami istri yang terpisah karena sang istri, Sinta, diculik oleh Rahwana, hendak direbut untuk dijadikan istri. Dibantu oleh Laksmana dan Hanuman kawanan kera, Rama pergi mencari dan menjemput Sinta kembali ke pelukannya. Bagaimana nasib Sinta? Apakah ia bisa lepas dari cengkraman Rahwana? Ingin tahu bagaimana kelanjutan kisahnya? Yuk datang ke Yogya dan saksikan kisahnya. Selanjutnya, kita akan menyaksikan wayang topeng Panji gaya Yogyakarta. Apakah ia bisa lepas Berbeda dengan wayang kulit, cerita dalam wayang topeng diperankan oleh para penari tradisional yang menggunakan topeng dari kayu. Bentuk dan warna topeng berbeda-beda, tergantung dari karakter dan sifat dari peran yang dimainkan. Wayang topeng Panji yang ditampilkan pada episode ini berjudul Ande Ande Lumut. Alkisah, ada seorang janda yang mempunyai 3 anak kandung perempuan, kelenting abang, kelenting biru, kelenting ungu, dan 1 anak tiri perempuan, kelenting kuning. Kelenting abang, biru, dan ungu akan diserahkan oleh sang ibu untuk menjadi istri Ande-Ande Lumut. Sementara kelenting kuning tidak. Berangkatlah mereka menemui Ande-Ande Lumut. Namun, justru Ande-Ande Lumut menolak ketiganya dan meminta kelenting kuning menjadi istrinya. Mengapa demikian? Apakah Ande-Ande Lumut telah mengenal kelenting kuning sebelumnya? Siapakah sebenarnya kelenting kuning? Penasaran? Ayo ke Yogyakarta dan saksikan selengkapnya. Justru masih banyak kesenian yang bisa kita saksikan. Kesenian rakyat lainnya seperti jatilan, tayub, badui, reok, ketek ogleng, dan angguk. Kali ini kita disuguhkan dengan penampilan kesenian angguk. Angguk adalah kesenian rakyat khas Kulon Progo. Kesenian angguk yang dimainkan oleh remaja putri ini menggambarkan para pemuda yang sedang bergembira menyambut musim panen tiba. Mereka disuguhkan dengan penampilan kesenian angguk. Angguk adalah kesenian rakyat khas The Network Towards Unity for Health 2021. Warisan Budaya. Yogyakarta termasyhur dengan keindahan ragam seni budayanya. Seni dan budaya yang diwariskan turun-temurun membuat kagum tiap wisatawan yang menginjakan kaki di kota yang dijuluki kota budaya ini. Mulai dari wayang kulit, tari klasik, gamelan, lagu, atau tembang Jawa, semua mempunyai filosofi dan pesona tersendiri. Yang diwariskan turun-temurun membuat kagum tiap wisatawan yang menginjakan kaki di kota yang dijuluki kota budaya ini. Mulai dari wayang kulit, pertama, kita akan melihat pertunjukan wayang kulit. Istilah wayang berasal dari kata mahyang, yang berarti menuju spiritualitas sang kuasa. Tapi ada juga yang mengatakan wayang berarti bayangan, karena penonton dapat menyaksikan wayang dari belakang layar dan melihat bayangannya saja. Wayang kulit terbuat dari kulit kerbau dan dimainkan oleh seorang dalang. Diiringi musik gamelan yang dimainkan sekelompok nayaga dan tembang yang dinyanyikan para sinden. Wayang kulit banyak menampilkan cerita dari naskah Mahabharata dan Ramayana. Kali ini kita akan menyaksikan wayang kulit episode Ramayana. Berkisah tentang perjalanan cinta Rama dan Sinta, sepasang suami istri yang terpisah karena sang istri, Sinta, diculik oleh Rahwana, hendak direbut untuk dijadikan istri. Dibantu oleh Laksmana dan Hanuman kawanan kera, Rama pergi mencari dan menjemput Sinta kembali ke pelukannya. Bagaimana nasib Sinta? Apakah ia bisa lepas dari cengkraman Rahwana? Ingin tahu bagaimana kelanjutan kisahnya? Yuk datang ke Yogyakarta dan saksikan kisahnya. Selanjutnya, kita akan menyaksikan wayang topeng Panji gaya Yogyakarta. Apakah ia bisa lepas dari berbeda dengan wayang kulit? Cerita dalam wayang topeng diperankan oleh para penari tradisional yang menggunakan topeng dari kayu. Bentuk dan warna topeng berbeda-beda, tergantung dari karakter dan sifat dari peran yang dimainkan. Wayang topeng Panji yang ditampilkan pada episode ini berjudul Ande Ande Lumut. Oleh para penari tradisional, Alkisah, ada seorang janda yang mempunyai 3 anak kandung perempuan, kelenting abang, kelenting biru, kelenting ungu, dan 1 anak tiri perempuan, kelenting kuning. Kelenting abang, biru, dan ungu akan diserahkan oleh sang ibu untuk menjadi istri Ande-Ande Lumut. Sementara kelenting kuning tidak. Berangkatlah mereka menemui Ande-Ande Lumut. Namun, justru Ande-Ande Lumut menolak ketiganya dan meminta kelenting kuning menjadi istrinya. Mengapa demikian? Apakah Ande-Ande Lumut telah mengenal kelenting kuning sebelumnya? Siapakah sebenarnya kelenting kuning? Penasaran? Ayo ke Yogyakarta dan saksikan selengkapnya. Justru masih banyak kesenian yang bisa kita saksikan. Kesenian rakyat lainnya seperti jatilan, tayub, badui, reok, ketek ogleng, dan angguk. Kali ini kita disuguhkan dengan penampilan kesenian angguk. Angguk adalah kesenian rakyat khas Kulon Progo. Kesenian angguk yang dimainkan oleh remaja putri ini menggambarkan para pemuda yang sedang bergembira menyambut musim panen tiba. Mereka bersama-sama mengucap syukur pada Tuhan Yang Maha Kuasa sambil memainkan alat musik, menabuh kendang, beduk, rebana, kecer, dan menyanyi. Gerakan penari yang banyak menganggukkan kepala sebagai tanda hormat membuat tarian ini diberi nama angguk. Yang tidak kalah asik adalah tari klasik. Kali ini kita berlatih menari di dalam Pujo Kusuman yang terletak di Jalan Brigjen Katamso. Dalam Pujo Kusuman ini didirikan oleh Sultan Hamengkubuwono II. Saat ini, dalam Pujo Kusuman merupakan pusat seni tari gaya Yogyakarta di bawah pengelolaan Yayasan Pamulangan Beksa Sosminta Mardawa. Disinilah para penari tari klasik tradisional berlatih menari, mengadakan pementasan tari, dan berkreasi membuat tarian baru. Seru sekali bukan? Itulah Yogyakarta. Tiap ragam budaya dan seninya selalu istimewa, membuat jatuh hati tiap jiwa yang singgah padanya. Tradisional berlatih menari, mengadakan pementasan tari, dan berkreasi membuat tarian baru. Seru sekali bukan? Itulah Yogyakarta. Tiap ragam budaya dan seninya selalu istimewa, membuat jatuh hati tiap jiwa yang singgah padanya.
Can you hear it? The song of the universe. The voice is calling me. It's echoes of our past in a place before this time. They hold answers to who we are. They know where we come from. But why are they calling and asking me to feel this sacred land, Java? This land has so many secrets, Java, and stories to tell us. Its everlasting beauty, connecting us with our past and future. And stories to tell us. Mother Earth and Father of the universe. Can you hear us? These are offerings from our heart. Our love shines in every creature. It lives in every being. These are offerings from our heart. I'm ready for this magical journey of my life to look for something in every being beyond. This journey is to remind us of ourselves. Now, I'm ready to rediscover our myth, our heritage, our DNA. And our history. And here we are, standing on the top of the cosmic mind. And I'm here to witness the greatest moments of our memory. And hello, we meet again. I see you, and I see me. Now, I want to meet my true self. I see you. Can you feel me? And I see me. Mother, hold my hand. Father, breathe with me. I am discovering myself.
Gusti Tunggal lan Manunggal, anak-anakku jagat Nuswantara, eling karo sejatine urip bangsamu. Sejatine urip iku ana ing asu. Mamau hayuning bawa Nuswantara, eling karo sejatine urip bangsamu. Sejatine urip iku ana ing asu. Mamau hayuning
Where am I? I found myself here in the dark. With all of our pain, our ignorance, our never-ending mystery. All the suffering only be my strength. Our never-ending mystery. And I see true lights within us. They're shining in every being. Our love remains for an infinite time. love. It is always within all of us.
Anak-anakku jagat iswando tetep eling lan usu kaluhurane bumi jagat iswando tumepeng anak turun madya nisoni bisa indukku jiwa jagat jauh jagat iswando tumepeng anak turun madya nisoni bisa indukku jiwa
Candi Borobudur yang merupakan salah satu warisan budaya dunia yang terdaftar di UNESCO berlokasi di dekat kota Yogyakarta, kota yang dijuluki kota pelajar di Indonesia. Disitulah Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta didirikan tahun 1981. Program studi hubungan internasional adalah salah satu program unggulan di lingkungan Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta yang telah terakreditasi A sejak tahun 1999 dan masih dipertahankan hingga saat ini. Saat ini, program studi hubungan internasional senantiasa terus melakukan pengembangan untuk semakin mendapatkan pengakuan internasional khususnya di bidang akademik. Sejak tahun 2004, program studi hubungan internasional membuka program kelas internasional atau International Program of International Relations atau IPIREL. Program ini diperuntukkan bagi mahasiswa dari berbagai bangsa di dunia dengan menggunakan bahasa pengantarnya adalah bahasa Inggris. Sejak tahun 2004, program studi hubungan internasional membuka
International Program for International Relations sebagai salah satu program yang telah dijalankan sejak tahun 2004 memberikan fasilitas International Teaching Learning Environment yang memungkinkan mahasiswa untuk belajar dan berinteraksi langsung dengan masyarakat internasional melalui kegiatan di kelas, magang, KKN, maupun program-program student exchange. IPIREL Prodi HIUMY siap mengantarkan generasi muda untuk berkiprah secara global.
Untuk proses pembelajaran, IPIREL juga mengundang visiting lecturer dari Singapura, Malaysia, Australia, Korea Selatan, maupun Filipina. Dalam menapaki tradisi akademik, IPIREL menawarkan 3 klaster konsentrasi studi bidang diplomasi, bisnis internasional, dan masyarakat transnasional. Mereka yang mengambil konsentrasi diplomasi diharapkan memiliki bekal dan kemampuan yang cukup untuk mengembangkan diri di sektor penentu kebijakan di berbagai jenjang pemerintahan maupun swasta. Mereka yang ingin mendalami dunia korporasi dan perdagangan bisa mengambil klaster bisnis internasional. Sementara, mereka yang ingin mendalami gerakan sosial dan aktivisme lintas negara bisa mengambil konsentrasi masyarakat transnasional. IPIREL menyediakan banyak kesempatan bagi mahasiswa untuk memperoleh pengalaman akademis internasional seperti program double degree, program pertukaran mahasiswa atau student exchange, program magang, program summer school, atau juga program pemberdayaan masyarakat melalui kuliah kerja nyata pada tingkat internasional.
The quality and standard of any educational institution, its program is a function of a number of imperatives. The history associated with the institution, the quality of the institution itself, and the standard and recognition of the staff, student, and particular program and curricula. As well as the role and perception of public at home and abroad of this particular program, which is the key reason why the Department of International Relations in University Muhammadiyah Jogja is regarded as one of the best in this country. And that momentum has kept going because they have continued to fuel the best and the brightest as far as the program is concerned.
Untuk itulah, IPIREL mempunyai beberapa universitas mitra di banyak negara seperti Malaysia, Thailand, Filipina, Taiwan, Australia, dan Spanyol. Atau juga partner dari kalangan pemerintah, misalnya kantor-kantor kedutaan besar Republik Indonesia maupun kantor-kantor konsulat yang lain. Universitas mitra tersebut antara lain Thammasat University, Konkan University di Thailand, University Utara Malaysia, University Sains Malaysia, University Islam Antarbangsa di Malaysia, Sun Moon University di Korea Selatan, Tamkang University, Asia University, Sute University, National Cheng Kung University di Taiwan, Flinders University di Australia, serta Autonoma dan Jaume University di Spanyol.
Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta dan program studi hubungan internasional merupakan salah satu program studi yang terbaik yang ada di Indonesia. Perkembangannya sangat luar biasa dan hasil dari mahasiswa lulusannya juga. Ada beberapa diplomat yang merupakan lulusan dari Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta menjadi diplomat yang tangguh dan sangat baik di Kementerian Luar Negeri. Oleh karena itu kami dukung Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta dan program studi hubungan internasional menjadi terus terdepan dan terus bekerja sama dengan pemerintah.
Semua aktivitas akademik tetap dibangun berdasarkan prinsip-prinsip moral, etika, dan spirit pembaharuan gerakan Islam modern, terbuka pada pembaharuan sebagaimana karakteristik gerakan Muhammadiyah. Lulusan kami saat ini banyak yang melanjutkan studi master atau S2 dan doktoral atau S3 di berbagai negara. Banyak juga yang telah menyebar ke berbagai arena kerja seperti staf pengajar di berbagai universitas baik negeri maupun swasta di tanah air, diplomat di Kementerian Luar Negeri, jurnalis media massa ternama, NGO internasional, serta multinational corporations. Ada juga yang menggeluti dunia penelitian dan birokrasi di berbagai level pemerintahan.
Saya kira HIWD saat ini sudah melampaui
The Network Towards Unity for Health 2021. Warisan Budaya. Yogyakarta, Candi Borobudur, Candi Borobudur,
Cek. Distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon you. Good morning. We are delighted to welcome you to the opening ceremony of the International Course on Conflict Transformation and Peace Building, the ICCTP 2022, Department of International Relations, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Director of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Dr. Gunawan Budianto, the Dean of Faculty of Social and Political Science, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Dr. Takdir Ali Mukti, the Head of International Relations Department, Dr. Sugito, who is now represented by the Secretary of Department, Dr. Siddiq Ahmadi, Professor Emeritus Alberto Gomez, Global Director of Deep Network, Professor Saroja Dorereju of Yunnan University in China, Dr. Ari Paksi, Dr. Idam Bardrusaman of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, and also presenters and participants of the ICCTP 2022. My name is Jasmine Safitri, and I'm your MC for today's ceremony. The explorations on approaches to conflict and peace building through dialogue, empathic relationships, and nonviolent means of communication, engagement, and interaction will begin today and continue until the next 5 days. Here with us, a team of international and interdisciplinary scholars, researchers, practitioners, who will work with more than 60 participants on cultivating new approaches to conflict transformation, dialogue, reconciliation, and peace building. As a start of our opening ceremony today, we will sing the national anthem of the Republic of Indonesia, which will be followed by the hymns of Muhammadiyah and Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. We'd like to request you to all rise. ladies and gentlemen. To formally begin the ICCTP 2022, I would like to invite the Rector of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Professor Gunawan Budianto, to deliver his opening remarks and officiate the program. Please welcome Professor Gunawan Budianto.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The reduction of conflict between nations and the achievement of peace is actually the desire of all mankind on this earth. The control of natural resources by big countries and the conflict of interest and influence between big countries is beginning the emergence of conflict and disruption of peace between humans. Basically, every human being on this earth always hopes that peace between nations can be realized so that they can live side by side, respect each other, and like to work together. In the perspective of the government and the ruling regimes, the control of natural resources and the hegemony of foreign policy influence of big countries can be the cause of the emergence of conflict and the destruction of peace between countries. The International Course on Conflict Transformation and Peace Building, ICCTP, head by the Department of International Relations, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, is the right forum to understand and seek a common perspective on issues of conflict and world peace. Finally, as the rector, I would like to congratulate the implementation of this second year of ICCTP, which gives awards to the founder of this forum, Professor Dr. Alberto Gomez, Professor Dr. Saroja Dorairejo, and Ari Paksi Kusuma, PSD. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Professor Gunawan, for the thoughtful remarks. The International Course on Conflict Transformation and Peace Building 2022 is now officially opened. And now we will hold a photo session. All attendees are welcome to take position. To those attending online, you may turn your camera on and wait for our staff to take the screenshot. I'm sorry. And now we will do the screenshot. All right. I will count from 1 to 3. Everyone is ready, I believe. All right. So good to see all bright faces this morning.
Thank you.
All right. Are ready? 1, 2, 3. All right, another one. The next 1, 2, 3. Should we wait for another to turn on their camera? All right. Okay, that was it. Thank you so much, everyone. We'll now pass the baton to the ICCTP coordinators, Professor Alberto Gomez, Professor Saroja Dr. Ari Paksi and Dr. Idam Badruzaman. The floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon us. Dear presenters, participants, welcome from Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. We organize this summer school program, ICCTP, as a forum of discussion among scholars, academics, activists, to discuss about situation of our world today. We know that our world today is experiencing a pandemic that affects many things around the world, and also war and uncertainty in many parts of the world. As Pak Rector said, we should do working together side by side, life in peace and harmony. That's the aim that we want to achieve through this program. And we will discuss it later within the next 6 days. And to organize, I am Ari Paksi, by the way, the coordinators of this program. I coordinate all the design of or the activities or the preparation of this program. And also I am a lecturer in International Relations Department at Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. And to organize this program, I also work with 3 academics, scholars, Pak Idam, Idam Badruzaman, the coordinator as well, and the lecturer at International Relations Department at Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Professor Saroja, from Yunnan University of China, and also the Emeritus Professor Alberto Gomez, from DIF Network. So we have already shared information about the program, about the schedule and activities, where you can find it about the program. And also to organize this program, I would like to introduce all of you to the secretariat team. Can you come to the front so that I can introduce you one by one? First of all, Jasmine. So we are, to organize this program, we are helped by 6 volunteers actually working for free to help, just to support the program so that it can be successful like last year, the first program. The first one is Jasmine, that helped me to coordinate all the activities, and also Hanif and Yafi. Jasmine has just graduated from University of Cincinnati.
University of Cincinnati in Ohio.
Okay, and then we have here Hanif and Yafi working on the media. So all these things, Zooms, and promotion of the program are prepared by these 2 persons. They are undergraduate students at International Relations Department. And we have also Ifa, and Achi or April. They are working in the secretariat, yeah, helping all with, maybe some of you have communicated with them through emails or WhatsApp. So always they try to give as much as possible information so that, all maybe some issues that regarding the course, they will help, in the next 6 days. So again, thank you. Okay. So later on we will communicate a lot, yeah, through media, through WhatsApp, through Zoom, yeah. And thanks to them that are keen to help us to support this ICCTP activities. So the next, I'll give a chance to Prof. Gomez to explain a bit about the program. Yeah, time is yours, Prof.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me all?
Yes, very clear.
Okay, wonderful. So I'm going to start off by saying Selamat Datang, which in Indonesian is the Indonesian word for welcome. So Selamat Datang to all of you. I'm going to perhaps also say that where I am in Australia at the moment, it is already Selamat Siang, which is midday. And for many of you, it will be Selamat Pagi, that is good morning. I should also stress, perhaps I should begin by saying greetings from Nam. Now, for those of you who are not familiar with Australia, Nam is the indigenous name for Melbourne. So I want to begin by acknowledging the indigenous people upon whose land that I'm residing at the moment. Now, what we're going to do too is break away from the formality and then start to become a bit more informal, because this course is not just about it's also a course that we are going to try to bring people together. So as you will see, that one of the things that we're going to do in this, the way we designed it, is to make all of you work with one another, collaborate, cooperate. And so this is, but the important thing too is that when we are going to try to work together, I think it's also important to have fun. So while this course might come across as being very serious, but we believe very strongly that we need a bit of laughter. As you will find that a number of the presenters will talk about speaking from one's heart. And these are going to be the ways that we're going to operate in this course. Now, I should also point out that we're going to start off by adopting some of the Indonesian way of addressing one another. So in this course, we want to try as much as possible for it to be a course among equals. So there are several of us here as the presenters who have got fancy titles. I mean, like my title is, Emeritus Professor. You can't get fancier than that. But for this course, for the purpose of this course, I shall dispense all the titles that I have. So from now onwards, you can call me either Pa Albert or Pa Alberto, which is the Indonesian way of referring to someone who is older. Now, many of my Indonesian friends also call me Dato, which across the straits in Malaysia, Dato is an honorific title. It is similar to the word sir. But in the case, Dato actually means grandfather. So as you can see from the color of my hair, I am indeed a grandfather, and I've got 4 grandkids. But many of my Indonesian friends call me Pa, which is a shortened version of Bapa, which actually means father. Now, the wonderful thing about Indonesian address forms of address is that what Indonesians try to do is to bring you into their family, and they use addresses or terms of addresses that in fact refer to kin relations. So for an older woman, so Saroja, who is a very close friend of mine, I would usually refer to her as Saroja, but in this context, she's going to be Bu Saroja. And Bu is a shortened version for Ibu, which actually means mother. Now, this does not mean, irrespective of whether you've got children, if you're an older woman, the reference is Bu. So my good friend across there, who you can see on the screen, Ari, and Ari is Dr. Ari officially, but I call him Mas because he's younger, so I call him Mas Ari, but you can refer to him as Pa Ari. All right, now the Secretariat, you'll find that I refer to Jasmine as Mba Jasmine, which is the younger female version. So can someone help me to type all these addresses so that the participants will be able to adopt them? So Bapa becomes Pa, so I'm Pa Albert, Pa Alberto. Saroja, who would usually be referred to as Professor, will now be Bu. And Ari, who I would refer to as Mas, but because he's an older male, we usually use the word Pa Ari. Then we have Pa Idam or Mas Idam. Now, Mas is it's a nice way to address someone who is usually younger, but it is a respectful way of addressing. So anyway, so we're going to start in this course. So all of you are going to be either Pa, Mas, Mba for female, and Bu. Got that? So you can put your titles aside for the time being and just refer to us and each other through these Indonesian way of greeting. So is that okay?
Yeah, Pa.
Okay. Now, just a bit of history of this course. When Pa Ari first contacted me quite some time ago, I had the, I would say, the fortune of meeting both, Pa Ari and Pa Idam in my course that I used to teach in Spain. And they were my, students quite some time ago. When was it, Mas Ari? When did I teach you in my course?
2013, 2012,
Okay.
2012, Prof, I think, yeah.
Quite some time ago. And then I think Mas Idam was 2014, right?
Correct, Prof, yeah, correct.
Yeah, okay. So when, when Pa Ari contacted me several years ago, and he said, the thing about Pa Ari is that he still refuses to call me by my name. So he still calls me Prof. And I've given up because I have tried so many times, please, for goodness sake, call me, Pa Albert or Pa Alberto, as all my other Indonesian friends, but it is still Prof. And that's one person that I just can't get him to change. So he contacted me several years ago, and he said to me, he asked whether it would be possible for me to design a course to be offered. And so we got onto I got on the drawing board and I came up with this course. And I said, how about running this course in Yogyakarta? And so we got everything organized and we were ready to start the course in Jogja. In fact, early 2020, I was on my way to Yogyakarta. I was in Kuala Lumpur and about to catch my flights. And then the pandemic broke out. And so we had to shelve our initial plans. And after the end of 2020, we got back again. We, brought the various sort of plans that we had. out of our shelf and started to think of how we can do it online. So we did that for the first time last year, and it was a huge success. So this year we changed it a little bit, and I'm going to explain the course structure to you, and then later on we'll have the first speaker, Gloria, who is a very close friend of mine from Mexico, to do her first presentation. So in this course, the pedagogical principles, what you can refer to as the participants' pledge, is guided by 7 different words that all begin with the letter C. So the first, and I'd like to go through this with you, and in a sense with a hope that you will agree with us, because this is going to be very much like the way we're going to run this course, okay? So the first C word is cooperation. So we would like to urge all of this course is a team effort. It's collaborative. It is out of cooperation. Each one of us bringing whatever ideas that we have, our talents we have, and the various sorts of expertise. We brought it all together in order to run this course. So the first C is cooperation, and we want to urge you to be cooperative. So this course is going to be successful only if every one of us cooperate with one another. So irrespective of your own talents, your expertise, we're going to bring all that together. And it's important to bear in mind that we are all different. We have got different sorts of experiences, we've got different sorts of expertise, we have got different sorts of interests and different kinds of talents and skills. So it is important to put all this together to work as closely as possible together. So that's the first. And cooperation means no competition. So we are totally against any form of competition. Now, we live in a world where, especially in a neoliberal capitalist system, where people are encouraged to be competitive with one another, to be individuals and to be individualistic. So in this course, we want to try as much as possible to build a kind of a community of all of us and treat each one of us as equals, but also we work together and be cooperative. So keep this in mind, that if any one of you is having difficulty with some of the material in the course, then, and if you aren't, then it would be great if you can help each other. So maybe help is not the right word, but to assist and to work together collaboratively. So do I get an affirmation of this? Are you all okay with the first C? Yep, you can speak,
Yes.
Okay. All right. The second C word is conciliatory. So conciliatory is where you might have certain opinions and certain views, certain sorts of ways of looking at the world, your own way. But conciliatory is to make concessions. So keep this in mind, that we are all different. And while we are different, we have to try as much as possible to accept other ways of seeing the world, other ways of doing things, and other ways of thinking. So being conciliatory here is being consensual, and you try as much as possible to make concessions. Don't think that the views and the ideas or the positions that you hold, the theoretical, the philosophical ideas that you have are the only ones. And so it's really important for us to listen and to make concessions wherever possible. And this entails being considerate. And considerate here, which is the third C word, is having to show regard, show regard for the needs or the feelings of others. So try to be compassionate and caring to one another. help each other, assist each other, try to be involved in each other's learning or unlearning, because some of the things that we're going to present in this course will entail you challenging the conventional wisdom or challenging the kinds of ideas that you may have held for a very long time. The fourth word, C word, is civil. And being civil here is to be polite, to be, if you had a chance to go and live in Java, you will find that how polite the Javanese people are. And it's, one of my favorite places to visit, largely because people are always polite and always diplomatic to one another. And then the next C word is congenial. So at the moment, I might come across as being kind of very formal, but to be congenial here is to be friendly, to be sociable, to be convivial. And in fact, we want to try as much as possible to be in a festive, mood. Now, what we're going to present in this course is what I would consider to be a festival of ideas. So there will be a number of different presenters presenting to you different points of view. And at the end of the day, or at the end of the course, you will find that it will be a marvelous combination, a marvelous sort of way of bringing so many different sorts of ideas together. Then we also have to be committed, and I think this is very important. So to be committed to the course, in the sense be punctual for the various sessions, and I do understand that for many of you, I think for our Cameroonian brothers and sisters, the time is what, 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. in the morning. So I do understand, and we are as much as possible considerate. But at the same time, it's very unfortunate that it's hard to find a time that would be convenient for everybody. So I hope you appreciate this fact. And the final commitment here in terms of being engaged and dedicated. So the final C word here is to be critical. Now, critical is a word that is often misunderstood, because sometimes when someone says critical, they say, oh yeah, critical in a kind of a way you demolish the other person's ideas. But here, what we mean by critical is always begin by asking questions. Now, in this course, we shall not be telling you what to think, but we shall offer you an assortment, a plethora of concepts, theories, ideas, views that you can use to decide on what to think. So in other words, we're not going to tell you this is how we would like you to think, but what we'd like you to do is to take into consideration the various ideas we provide in this course for you to think for yourself, okay? I will pause there for a short few minutes if you've got any questions. Are there any questions? One C word is missing. There is conciliatory. C-O-N, C-I-L. Okay, C-I, no, C-I-L-I-A-T-O-R-Y. T-O-R-Y. Okay, are there any questions? T-O-R-Y. Thank you, Tamili. Okay, are there any questions? No? Yes, Juliana. So the word conciliatory means, to make concessions. If so, always give someone the opportunity. So you don't always say that, okay, this is how it's going to be, but you actually make concessions of other people's ideas. Okay, which also relates to so conciliatory, and the next word there is considerate. It can be convivial or congenial, doesn't matter. All right. Yeah, most welcome. Any more questions? Okay, we will go through the course structure at the moment. Mas Ari, can you help me to put up the from
my class, Prof?
Yeah, my class, so we can
share
run
my
through.
class. Ya, bisa share my class.
Okay, with my class, have all of you had able to access it? Do you have anyone with any problems with it? Accessing it? No? While we're waiting for, okay, so have all of you had a chance to get into this, my class? Okay, good. Let me run through it. Okay, the first part goes through all the different aspects of the course outline, the course methodology, and here the course structure. So can you go scroll down? Maybe I should have done it myself. My apologies. It would have been easier. All right, now we'll stop here for the course assessment. Okay, I have a bit of a problem because I can't read the screen. It's rather small. So why don't I log on to my class? Is that okay?
Okay, you want to share screen, Prof?
Yeah, I'll share screen, but I'll have to.
We can zoom it here, make it bigger.
Okay, can you do that? Yeah, if you can do that, that would be great.
Coba deh, besarin. Okay. Lagi.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Now let me go through the course assessment before I go through the schedule. So in this course, in keeping with the important, the important sort of aim of the course is to establish collaboration and cooperation. So the participants have been divided into groups, and each group will have about 5 to 6 participants. Now we have divided the total number of participants into these groups on the basis of diversity. So each group will, be, made sure that there is as much diversity in terms of gender, background, and country of residence. So in each of these groups that shortly, Mas Idam will share the groups with you perhaps later after Gloria has presented. And the next few days, you will start to, you shall work in these groups to come up with the project. So let me read this to you, okay? So this is a group assignment where each participant will be working collaboratively with other members of the course. Now, as I mentioned, we have formed these groups, ensuring that there is diversity in terms of gender, country of residence, educational background, and work experience. As I mentioned, cooperation, collaboration are important ideals in this course, but so is altruism, that is being generous, reciprocity, sharing in terms of, your generosity, and as well as which we consider to be important elements of peacefulness and peaceability, the ability to live in peace with others. So some of my colleagues later on in today and tomorrow, they will talk about these various salient aspects of peacefulness or peaceability. So we want as much as possible to give you the opportunity to put this into practice, to be generous to one another, to collaborate, to share ideas, and for many of you, you will be meeting people who are in fact strangers. So we hope that through this assignment, participants will come to appreciate or reinforce their appreciation of the value and effectiveness of such ideals and practices in their interactions or engagement with others. So working together in the groups of 5 or 6, write up a proposal for a project for peace. The project shall focus on one or combination of several of the themes or issues covered in ICCTP. So this will be peace building, peace education, peace ecology, conflict transformation, intercultural dialogue, reconciliation, and the promotion of non-violence and non-killing. You will also find from tomorrow onwards, a number of us will start focusing our attention on decolonizing peace, but also from a decolonial perspective, but we will also be looking at indigenous communities and the lessons that one can gain from indigenous communities right around the world. Okay. Can you scroll down, please? So proposals must address the following questions. What is the title of the proposed project? Who are the members of the project team? Provide information about their affiliation, background, experience, and expertise. What are the reasons for choosing to work on the proposed project? What are the goals and objectives of the project? Where will the project be carried out? Why did the team select this location? Outline the reasons. How will the project be carried out? Specify the methodology, processual tools, operational strategies, timeline and schedule. What will be the likely outcomes of the project if the goal of the project is to make a positive change in society or community? Elaborate in what ways? Does the team foresee any potential problems or obstacles with carrying out the project? And then also, and how would these be overcome or resolved? So on Wednesday, you will have an opportunity to meet for the first time in your group. And I know that for some of you, because 9 o'clock is very early in the morning, so I will leave it to the group itself to decide. So you can either meet in the morning or you can meet after class. And I know that most of the sessions will finish at about 5 Jakarta time. So I'll leave that to you to decide. Then on Friday morning, you will have an opportunity in the morning to meet in these group meetings and to nut out the final sort of proposal. This will be in a draft form, which you will have the opportunity to present to us, to all of us, I should say, in the afternoon. And the presentation, as once again, it's a draft of what you would intend to do. Then you have approximately 2 weeks to finalize the project. So you can work out, meetings amongst yourself within your groups, and then, submit the proposal at the end. So all of us will, in fact, feed in. We will provide, feedback, I should say, to your project. But the goal of the project is essentially to think, to imagine, to kind of come up with a project that you would really like to carry out. And hopefully this kind of vision that you might have can in fact be realized in a real project somewhere in the world. Your project will be assessed on those bases, okay, on the criteria of effort, course engagement, conceptual appreciation, presentation, and creativity. So at any point, if you've got any questions about the project or your assignment, don't hesitate to post it or send us an email. And once again, we'll revisit some of these aspects in due course during the next few days. Are there any questions about this? Rafika, the question is about attendance. Yes, if you can't attend, just let the ICCTP Secretariat know, and that would be, we will take that into consideration. So don't stress or worry at the moment. Is that okay? Okay, great. All right. Anything you would like to add? Pa Ari and Bu Saroja?
Prof, there is one participant that raised the hand. Atufung Sela.
Okay, please go ahead. Yeah. Do you want to speak up?
Hello, Atufung. Atufung Sela, do you want to say something? Oh, it's a mistake. Okay.
That's okay. No worries. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions? But if you think of something, don't hesitate to raise it in the course of the day or tomorrow.
Yeah, Prof, I just want to add that this course is conducted in hybrid model, because there are participants that join the course offline here at the university, 3 Palestinians and also some Indonesians.
Sure.
Yeah, and more participant is online. Yeah.
Sure. So just to let everyone know that it is not fully online. So it's a hybrid presentation where there are several who are sitting in the room at the moment with you. Is that right? Yeah.
Yes, correct, bro.
Wonderful. Okay, are there any other questions? before we proceed?
Hello, Pak.
Yep.
About this proposal, is it how about the format of the proposal, or is it like a research proposal or what?
Yeah, it's similar to a research proposal, but we will give you details as we go along as to the length. But it's essentially a proposal where you are intending to carry out a project, say in any part of the world. It can be any sort of project that you wish to conduct, and then you write up the project addressing those questions.
Okay.
So you'll be working in a group, Mas Hanif, you'll be working in a group of three or four others. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, Juliana. Sorry, I should say Boo Juliana. All right. No other questions?
Yes, good morning, Dr. Alberto.
Just a minute now. Can we request, sorry, what was that again? Can you speak up, Boo Juliana?
Hi, everyone. Okay, my question is for the project. Can you hear me? Can everyone hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. I just since I have a team with me, so I wonder, because we are actually planning to have our own project to be materialized. So is it possible to request them to work together with me?
I mean, the team that you will be working on the project, because that's a different project. The project that you are carrying out at the moment is something that you are working on your own. But in this ICCTP, you'll be working with 4 other or 5 other participants within this group. Because one of the things that we would like to do is to encourage the various participants in this group to form relations and to form sort of collaborative, relations with others across the globe. So there is a possibility that you will be working with someone, say, from Cameroon, or someone from Palestine, or someone from, from Philippines or wherever. So we have 20, I think, participants from 20 or so different countries. And we also have someone from Chile and Brazil and Peru. So you will be meeting someone else, and hopefully there will be the possibility of an international project, and then you can look into. I'm familiar with your projects, and so.
Okay, understood. Thank you very much.
Sama-sama. Now, sama-sama in Indonesian is you're welcome.
Same in Malaysia.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ketahuadan is
okay.
In my native.
Pak or Mas Godfrey.
Pak Alberto, I wanted to find out if we have access to recorded sessions if for some reason you miss a slot.
Sure. All the sessions will be available through my class, if I'm correct.
Yeah.
And so after the session, the Secretariat will upload the video recording. So we do realize that there are a number of participants who might not be able to make it for a certain session. So for that reason, we have the recordings available.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Prof?
Sama-sama, yes?
Yeah, it's available on YouTube. We connected to YouTube as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there you go. It's also available on YouTube. Okay, any more questions before we proceed? Yes, please just go ahead and speak. I see two hands have raised, two participants have raised their hand. Yes.
First me.
Yeah, Rafika, is it?
Okay, sir. I just wanna ask you about the team members of our group for the proposal. Are we going to choose ourselves or maybe
No,
from the committee?
the groups have been assigned
Oh,
because
okay.
we wanted to ensure that there is diversity. So I know everyone talks about having the freedom to choose, but in this course, you know, we are trying to encourage participants to meet other participants.
Okay.
Otherwise, there is the possibility. I mean, I'm probably judging from my own possibility that you want to work with your friends. So we are hoping that through this project that your circle of friendship will be expanded.
All right. And when we gonna know?
Probably by midday. So we had we've got it ready, but we just want to have a quick look through to ensure that there are no mistakes before we release. So by midday today, we'll receive.
Okay, thank you.
We will post it on my class.
My class. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
You're most welcome. Anyone else? Pak Irfan, the groups have been formed through, we use a software to form the groups. So it has been created and we wanted to ensure that there is diversity. Okay. Yes, anyone else?
Yes, hello, Pa Alberto.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, this is Joyce from Cameroon. I wish to ask whether the proposal, it would be a global peace project or it could be a country-specific project.
Yeah. It can be anything that the group chooses for it to be. Okay.
Thank you, Pa.
And the other thing too is, you know, Boo Joyce, you also have to, this is where those C words that I talked about comes into play. So you have to be conciliatory, considerate, and you know, one of the things that we want to discourage is any sense of kind of domination by one or two members of the group. I know that this is a wonderful group of participants, so there won't be any sort of likelihood of that happening. So when we being considerate and being in a sense conciliatory, I think it's really important that even when it comes to the participation, for example, there are some participants who are not, you know, reticent, or they're sort of not shy to speak out, but there are some who are less, you know, willing to speak out publicly. But we do encourage that those of you who do speak a lot. I mean, I feel very conscious at the moment, for example, that I'm doing a lot of the talking, I would rather not talk. But then if I don't talk, since you know the course has been designed in such a way, I think it's important for me to explain it. But once after this, I'm hoping not to do as much talking. But having said that, I think unfortunately, you will see a lot of me in the next few days, not out of choice, but yeah, out of necessity. Okay. So and also, you know, when it comes to the participation, you know, if you have been talking a lot, you know, do encourage someone else to talk, and you know, try to assist one another to you know, to participate as actively as possible in this course. Any others? Okay, I can proceed. What's the time like?
Now it's 10:04, Prof.
Okay, so we'll need to take our break in about 20 minutes, yeah?
Yeah, 26
Okay,
minutes.
good. All right, so can you please scroll down? Okay, now, so the way this course has been designed, we have got 3 different parts. The first, actually 4, including the project for peace. So the first part, we want you to kind of imagine that you're taking a walk in the forest. Now, when you get to know me a bit more, you realize that I spent. I'm really fortunate to have the privilege and honor of living with the people who are referred to as Orang Asli, or Malaysian Aboriginal people in the country. And so from them, I learned how to live in the forest, because many of the people that I worked with are people that live in the fringes of various forest areas in Malaysia. So in this course, the first part is a conceptual excursion. So this excursion can be viewed as if like it's a forest trek that we are starting at a journey now today, and we're going to walk through this trek through the forest, and this is going to be a forest of concepts. So in each point, you'll be pausing for a while to admire, what's happening around that forest, the forested area that you're coming to. And so at each point, we will look through different kinds of concepts. And if you scroll down, you'll start off with Gloria from Mexico. So Dr. Gloria is, the other thing you'll realize is that almost all the presenters in this course are friends, and they are friends of mine. And the reason is because we have worked together and we have formed this kind of relationship of mutual respect, and for that reason, you'll come across a lot of people who in fact know each other. And so the first stop in our forest trek, we will start to ponder and reflect on the question is, what do you mean by peace, and what does peace feel like? And so, Boo Gloria is going to take you on this journey about the feeling of peace. And the thing about, Boo Gloria is that from all the years that I have known her, when I'm with her, there is something about her that makes me feel very peaceful. So I'm sure you will appreciate that of her. And I'll introduce Boo Gloria in a few minutes' time. So we start off with feeling and thinking peace, and then later on in the afternoon, can you scroll down, please? Later on in the afternoon, we will meet Boo Sofia, who is from Spain, and she is an expert on peace education, and she will take from the starting point from Boo Gloria, and she will begin to look at it from a philosophical point of view, the philosophy of peace, thinking about peace, but then she will take it even further into the teaching of peace and the experiences that she has had. And here we are dealing with the question is, what is peace? What does peace mean to you? And you'll have the opportunity to also contribute to this question of what is peace from your own perspective, from your own experience. Then if you can scroll down, please. And then we have the culture of peace. And here we have Alexander Hossmann from, Pa Alexander. He's from Germany, an anthropologist, and he's going to look at from the anthropological perspective and culture of peace, followed on by Boo Saroja. Please scroll down. So Boo Saroja is going to give her own take about about the culture of peace. And I've known Bu Saroja for many years. And she's someone, if you want to, and I won't say much about this, but knowing what are the things that she has such tremendous interest in, she's going to bring that into her presentation. Okay, so that will end the day. So we'll have plenty of opportunity today to get to know each other, and not just to know the coordinators or the presenters that you're going to meet shortly, but also to get to know one another, and have the hopefully by the end of the day you have starting to form the friendships that we hope that this course will stimulate and encourage. Okay, then tomorrow we continue with the conceptual excursion. So once again, going through the forest, and I'll be working with Jenny Murphy. And I should point out that several of us are members of the DEEP network. And if you're interested in knowing more about the DEEP network, you can Google DEEP network, or Mas Idam will share the web address with you. So Gloria is the Deputy Director of the Globe DEEP network, and Jenny Murphy is one of the founding members of the network, together with me. And we will talk about the 7 C's of conflicts. So I'll leave that for tomorrow, about understanding conflict. And once again, we'll give you our take of, first of all, the context of conflicts, the root cause of conflicts, and then please scroll down. And then I will leave, and please scroll down. And then Jenny, Jenny Murphy will speak about conflict transformation, and then scroll down a bit more, and then we will have Saiful and Idam. They will focus from the Indonesian perspective. So Jenny Murphy will take from the Western perspective to the indigenous, and then to the Indonesian perspective on conflict transformation. Now, I know many of you would be familiar with this too, so you'll have the opportunity to also jump in and contribute and exchange ideas. So we scroll down, please. Okay, that will go on to the afternoon, and then we have dialogue. It's Pa Albert, sorry. Can you hear me? Okay, then we move on to the dialogue. Scroll down, please, with Michaelis Michael, who I work very closely with. And then we go down to a presentation. It was actually supposed to be by Vedabas, but he is unable to make it. And Dr. Priti Sharma has very kindly agreed to present on his behalf on nonviolent communication. Scroll down, please. Then you have, scroll down. Okay, then we have, non-killing, non-violence, and presented by Dr. Joam. And Dr. Joam is the Executive Director of the Non-Killing Society, Center, I should say. Scroll down, and then we have, Dr. Paul Komisarov, and he is a professor of medicine, and he is also the Executive Director of Global Reconciliation. So he will talk about reconciliation, what it means, and the kind of putting it into practice. And the day will end with Professor Douglas Fry, who is a well-known anthropologist and scholar who has published several books on this topic of peacefulness, peaceability, the anthropology of peace and war, and most recently his work is on peace systems. That ends the excursion part of the course. And then we go on from the next session. We have 6 critical conversations, lessons from indigenous communities. Now, these critical conversations will be very much sort of free-flowing dialogue. It would not be so structured as you would expect in kind of lectures or presentation. But we have been inspired by the way indigenous people transmit knowledge, share, impart knowledge. And one of the ways is by telling stories and listening to one another. So we'll be putting into practice dialogue, the dialogical method, but also we'll be sharing stories. And so for the first session, we have in lessons from indigenous communities, we have, Dr. Makiri, Professor Makiri Stewart Haravira, and Dr. Kelly Mahora, as well as Zani. So we've got 2 Maori. Zani Salman is a Samalai in Orang Asli, and with me who, someone who has researched indigenous peoples for more than 4 decades. So we'll have a conversation with one another, and we do have a number of themes that we're going to address in that conversation. It's going to be free-flowing, as if like they're sitting in a cafe, having a chat with all of you. So we hope by the end of the session, you'll have not just a clearer idea as to what these lessons from indigenous communities might be, but you will also be able to, in fact, have more questions that you might want to address and pursue in your own research. So keep scrolling down. Okay, then we have the next will be 3, Professor Paul Komisarov will return together with Dr. Seema Barmania, who is based in Britain, a medical practitioner as well, who they were very much in the front line of the COVID pandemic, and conversing with Bu Priska, who is an Indonesian social scientist who has also done research on the effects and the impact of the pandemic. And what they will be looking at is what are the lessons that one can gain from the experiences of the pandemic that would be relevant and would be useful in terms of peace building and conflict transformation. So keep going down, and then we have this should be a fun one, I think, promoting peace and social justice, the role of media and performative arts. So it's going to extend your understanding of peace building, and in fact expand it into the realm of performative arts, especially in terms of theater and the use of improv theater as a way of building peace and promoting conflict transformation. Okay, scroll down, please. And then Makiri and I will return with Bu Saroja, and we'll talk about peace ecology, how you can read a bit about the background of this area, relatively new area, but once again bringing into the frame understandings of indigenous peoples and how we bring peace studies and environmental studies together in dealing with the kinds of problems that the world is facing today, especially in terms of climate change. Okay, keep going down. And then we have a very interesting one for those of you who are outside of Southeast Asia. Here you will have 4 experts and very knowledgeable scholars of peace building challenges in Southeast Asia coming together and talking about this topic, which is something that if you are not from this area, something that you might want to reflect on, ponder in the context of the countries or the regions that you come from. Okay, and then keep scrolling. Okay, the final session is by 4 recently qualified, I should say, 4 scholars who have recently received their doctorates. And what's interesting about these scholars is that they have, in fact, through their own work, challenged what one would consider to be kind of like the mainstream, conventional, Western approaches to peace studies. And they will be asking a series of questions, which will then, connect to the session that you would have had before that, where you look at peace building challenges in the region in Southeast Asia. But here they will look at it more broadly. So you'll have one talking about decolonial peace, epistemologies of the South. Another person in the group will focus on Frantz Fanon and various kinds of approaches that stem from the constellation of scholars around Fanon's work. And then you have one of the presenters is focused on Black existentialist philosophy. And here, many of our friends from Africa will resonate with some of these kinds of work that these scholars will bring into the work. And then Marisol will look at feminist movements, degrowth, economic solidarity, and those kinds of issues. So we end there. Okay, and then we have your projects for peace, and scroll down finally, which will be the end of this course. You'll be taken on a virtual field trip through the streets of Yogyakarta, right through to a village very close to Yogyakarta called Turi. And you can read a bit about the background of Turi here, and you will have an opportunity to dialogue with the villagers in Turi. And that ends our course. Any questions? Do you already feel tired just listening to what you're going to do in the next 5 days? Any questions? Mas Ari and Bu Saroja and Mas Idam, anything to add to what I've just presented?
I think it's clear, Prof. There's one participant raised the hand. Galaxy J5. I don't know the name.
That's a Samsung Galaxy.
Can you say something? You want to say something?
Okay, any other questions posted? No?
Hi, sir.
Yes, please go ahead. Yes.
Are you listening?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear. Yep, go ahead.
Sir, my question is related to a project.
Yeah.
Would you like to tell me the project content? It will be end while during the course, or will end this later?
So if you read the outline, the content will be those questions that we have listed. So when you form your group, when you meet your group members, the other members, so there'll be either 4 or 5 other members, including yourself, and then you will you will discuss and talk about. Dialogue, I should say, not discuss. So you dialogue and come up with a proposal, and to ensure that there is sort of an understanding that it's going to be a workable project. And then you have on the Wednesday, you can either meet in the morning or meet after the sessions, and then you can do likewise on Tuesday. Sorry, on Thursday. Are you having problems with the sound? Is it? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm hearing. I'm hearing.
Okay, sorry. So then we have again on Friday. So Friday you have a slot of about 3 hours in the morning to have your meetings, and you will be the secretariat will set up breakout rooms for each one of you, each group to meet. So there'll be 12 breakout rooms on Wednesday. So you will be going into your respective room with your group members, and you can kind of talk about the project that you want to work on. Then you have a draft at the end of the Friday, and in the Friday afternoon, you will you'll be presenting. Once again, your group will be presenting to the rest of the course what project that you want to work on, and just a draft of some of the kinds of the answers to those questions. Then you have 2 weeks to finalize it before you submit it.
Okay, fine. Thank you for your kind
Does that
information,
answer?
sir.
Yeah, and please don't hesitate if any of this is unclear. Please don't hesitate to raise it with us. Okay.
Thank you, your kindness, sir.
Most welcome. May I know who was it that just spoke just a few minutes ago?
Yeah, I was Shan Muhammad from Pakistan.
Okay, so Shan.
Yeah, sir.
Okay, and anyone else? Yes, Mas or Pa Jacob. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I just wish to know how many sessions do we have each day? And
okay, if you look at the schedule, you'll see, just follow the schedule. You'll see the number of sessions each day. They vary. Some days you've got more sessions, and then other days. So with the
from Pakistan.
Yeah. So when it comes to the critical conversations, there will be 3 sessions per day. But when it comes to the conceptual excursion, there will be, it varies. So today you won't have that many sessions as you would tomorrow. Okay, so please have a look at the schedule and the times and the topics that will be, they are available there. Okay. Mas Jacob, that answers the question?
Yes, that answers the question. So, maybe I didn't probably get to know the end time, so to see when I can what time I can switch to other private assignments after the training, the day of training. So is it up to 5 from morning?
So please have a look at it's available on the web, so you can look at the schedule, and they vary in time. Okay, so some begin at 9 o'clock, some begin at 10 in the morning, Jakarta time, and in one day it finishes at 5:30. Most days it finishes at 5.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So all that information is available through the schedule, which is available online. And if you're not sure where to find it, just contact the ICCTP Secretariat or post it on the WhatsApp group.
Thank you very much.
Most welcome. Anyone else? Okay. Yes, Muhammad Ashraf.
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir. Good
morning.
Dr. Good morning, Dr. Alberto. Concerning the proposal project, I am Muhammad Ashraf from Egypt. Nice to meet you, sir.
Yeah, good to meet you.
Yeah. Concerning the proposal project, is it free to choose any topic or any about any conflict all over the world? Or we can also put a scenario and make a virtual conflict and put ideas, or it must be about a real conflict happening currently?
No, it's not really about a conflict, but it can also be a project that focuses on peace building. So in other words, it can be anything. Okay, so but you'll be working together with 4 or 5 other participants. So it's a joint project. So you're coming together and you are going to each come up with ideas. So rather than thinking in terms of conflict, also think in terms of projects that can help to build peace.
Yes. Okay. About choosing the topic itself, about the current issue. So
it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be a current issue. It can be a plan for the future.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll give you an example. If you ask me to come up with a project, I would say, why don't we all come together and set up a community gardening project where we can bring people from different cultures, immigrant groups in Melbourne, bring them together to work together, dialogue through gardening. Okay, so that's a project. So it can be any kind of project that you want to establish, but you do it in collaboration with the other members of your team.
Okay, thank you, sir.
So, it doesn't have to be conflict. Let's try. What we like to encourage in this course is to be positive. So to imagine, positive, to imagine kind of possibilities that are going to build a better world in this world of ours. So does that answer your question? Sorry, I can't hear. You need to turn your voice on. No, you need to turn your voice. Yeah, okay. We can't hear you. Unmute yourself.
Now you hear me now?
Yeah. Now we
you
can
hear me
you.
now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I say, and it will be about peace, about if it will be about a conflict, it will be about conflict transformation or post-conflict zones. Precisely. Or something like this. Yeah,
precisely. Okay, so you'll get ideas as we go along in the next few days. You get different presenters. It can be a project to do, say, for example, dialogue. You're going to bring people together and to dialogue. It can be a project to do with reconciliation. It can be a project to do with any of the kinds of possibilities that we're going to present.
Yeah, I'm asking about the one who will choose the secretary or the management or the group or one of the group who will choose the issue itself.
The group.
The group.
So
Okay.
It's you together with 4 or 5 in the group. I don't have the list here with me, but you will be together with 4 or 5 other people, and so you talk with one another, you conduct a dialogue with one another, and not just talking, but also listening to different perspectives and different ideas. And then you come up with a consensus. So 5 say, yeah, this is a brilliant idea. We're going to go. I'm going to do this. And then, you work with one another and build a passion for what you would like to carry out in the future. And it doesn't have to be Egypt. It can be anywhere, any part of the world. So
whatever. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
You're most welcome. Okay. If we don't have any more questions, we'll take a 10-minute break now, and we'll come back at Mas Ari. Do you have the time?
Yeah, 10:45. We'll come back at 10:45,
okay,
Prof.
10:45.
According to schedule.
Okay, good. So have a break now and speak to you shortly.
Yeah.
Mas Ari, you don't have music?
Preparing the music, Prof.
Okay.
Musiknya ya, musik sama yang ini. Gloria, Saroja, aku, Prof. Gomez, apa lagi ya? 1 breakout room.
Okay, are you ready to go, all of you? Okay, ready to go?
Yes.
All right, so now it gives me tremendous pleasure to invite one of my very close friends, amiga, my close amiga, Gloria.
Oh, ini udah tak laporin sana.
Can you please turn off your mute yourself? Well, okay, great. All right, so Gloria is from Mexico City, and despite the fact that she is quite, she was sick the last week with COVID, and now she's still occasionally coughing. So she's very kindly agreed to present, and without taking any more time, I should probably just say the bio for Dr. Gloria Abaca is available on the website, but just very briefly, Gloria did a PhD in Innsbruck, wasn't it, in Austria, and she has also studied in Castellón in the Peace Masters program in Spain, and she is someone who is very well sought after, a person who runs a number of different sorts of workshops in peace building, as well as workshops in peace education. And it's, tremendous pleasure to have her once again present in this ICCTP course. So it's all yours, Gloria.
Thank you so much for the invitation, Alberto. And it's nice to see you and to be here again in this network that hopefully everybody that is here is going to be part of this network that we are building. And I want to start to say thank you and salam alaikum. And that we can open this new way to believe and live. What does mean peace? My background, my principal background is elementary school professor. That's the reason that I always try to explain like in a process and how it's important to see that peace is not only an idea, it's something that we can feel and think and even to build. That's the reason that I want to ask you to see this image. How many faces you can see? Can you tell me? You can write in the chat how many faces you can see here. If you can count the faces, how many faces you can see? Somebody wants to write. Okay, somebody say 10. Another. How many faces you can see? 7, 10, 11, 10. Who else? 10. Okay. This exercise is help us that when we are speaking about peace, it's important to open your eyes, your view, your heart. It's because conflict is not something static. It's something that is moving. And sometimes we have to break even our ideas to see the other perspectives that maybe is inside of this conflict and not is only the needs, but even is the relationships that they are inside of the conflict. It's like this tree that we can see different faces. If we see the green circles, we can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And some person even can see 12 and 13. No, it's like how it is giving you the opportunity to see more than even your paradigm and your ideas. Peace is going to be so important, how we can open our mind, even our feelings, even our perspective. I usually work with holistic peace. That is one perspective that asks us that we can see the internal peace or the personal peace, how we can include even the social and political peace and the ecological peace. Means that we don't have one piece, we have many pieces. And we have these many pieces that we can find different answers that how we can care the life. Peace is going to be so close about ethic of care. It's going to be so close about relationships. It's going to be so close about human beings. Human beings is not something that is static. It's something that is an evolution, and even is something that we are in process. Peace is not something that is in one point. Is the possibility to open process how we are going to care the life. Like a professor, we learn in different way. Somebody learn through the body, needs to move the body to understand, to build something. Is this person who are so artistical, needs to integrate through the body, and is the way that we are going to build maybe the piece. Some of the projects that maybe you want to do has to be about to use the body, the expression of the body, because it's one way that we can teach and learn and to transform the conflict. Some of the others person, they are going to go to these needs of this conflict through the feelings. One of the most famous methodology to go through feelings is no violence communication. Marshall Rosenberg, that I know that you are going to have a specific session, is going to tell us that feelings is not about good or bad, it's about needs. All the needs that we have is going to be expressed through our feelings. If we have a comfortable feelings, it's because our needs, they are covered. But if we have uncomfortable feelings like angry, sad, it's because we don't have covered our needs. Means that we have to learn to listen our feelings, to understand what is the need that is not covered or is covered there. In that way, we can develop strategies to cover the needs of the person that they are. in this conflict or in this situation. Mine sometimes is like the principal topic that we put in the school or in the university or in the academia to understand what does mean peace. But it's important to doesn't put it alone, because if not, it's only like idea, but it's not a process or a movement. And that's the reason that we are trying to put this holistic perspective to understand that peace is something that we feel, peace is something that we can move, peace is something that we can think about it, but even peace is something that is with life, that we can put it alive. Through this perspective, we have some principle of peace education from holistic peace. Is coming from different backgrounds. I know that tomorrow you are going to have this perspective of elicitive conflict transformation with Jenny, that is open, that conflict is not about resolution. It's not something that something is starting and we have to finish. We are going to understand conflict like something that is with a life and it's a process. And this process is not something that is start and finish. It's something that is moving, that we are going to find how to care each other, how we are going to care the needs, and how we are going to care the life. In this principle of peace education, the principal idea is like the human being is the human being is not only learning through the mind, it's learning and teach to the different dimensions that we are. We are a body, we are a feeling, we are a thinking, and even we have this spiritual perspective. That's the reason that so many of the background that we are going to take is the native roots from different cultures that integrate not only the mind, even this other perspective like spirituality. We have this idea that peace education is not only somebody that is learning, we are learning and teaching at the same time. Like Paulo Freire said, we are in this spiral, the theory and practice continues, and the professor is not only the person that is teaching, even the students are teaching and we are learning together. That's the reason that Alberto said that it's important how, like a community, we can share our ideas, because everybody is expert in one of these areas and maybe has the answer for other question that is in this group. That's the reason that it's important to share what I feel, what I need, what I think about this. Is the way that maybe one has a question, but maybe the answer is in the same group, and how we can together learn and develop together the answers that make the possibility to transform. One of the aspects of peace education is how we are going to open dialogue, how we are going to use different strategies that we can listen, have active listening, how we are going to have spaces to even listen to me. Because Jean-Paul Lederach, maybe you know some of you know about him, he said that it's so important, like a peace builder, we have a space that how we can listen ourselves, even have a self-observation, self-knowledge, self-development, and be present in the reality. Because we can be so, maybe so close to one idea of peace, but maybe it's not the need that this community has or need in this moment. This is a perspective of prescriptive model. When you believe that you have a conflict, you go with a specific project and you say you have to do this. It's believed that you have the truth for the others. In this other perspective, that is the elicited perspective, it's important to know that we are with different tools, experience, with different materials, and we are going to offer to open a space that we can find together with the community the different answers. Means that I'm not going to be the expert to say what we are going to do. I'm going to be the person who is going to build a community, and together we can go for the transformation, and to build together the answers for this situation. This community is going to give us the space to know that we are listened. Not only the others is listen to me, but I'm not going to push one answer. Is to see that how like a peace building is a process that everybody is moving. And why I'm going to say this and why it's important, because if we are not see that we are part of one community, I'm going to believe that I'm going to be the person who is going to rescue somebody. To make peace is not about to rescue, it's about to build. And the way that I feel that I'm part of the community, I know that I'm part of this community, but not the only one of going to be the responsible to make the transformation. It's important this because, for example, I work in Mexico in areas that has a lot of violence. And sometimes if we don't have this community care, it's too easy that you are going to these areas with a lot of violence and you want to do so many actions to take out the violence or to stop it. But if you are going alone in this situation, you are going to be so tired and you are going to have this burnout or a crisis, or maybe make so many things and you are going to sacrifice yourself. That's the reason that it's important all the time, has time to make self-observation, self-knowledge, what you are doing, with who, what is the moment that I'm living in this moment, who else is with me, how is this community making the decision, how I can care myself and I don't have to sacrifice myself there, and how like a community we are going to build together different strategies to stop the violence, to listen the needs, to make reconciliation, to make restoration, how we are going to make different process of resilience, how we are going to heal what happened there. But not only one person, it's a really community process. This is the most important part, cooperation. That's the reason that I'm so happy to be here, because with Alberto, we really believe about network. I think network is going to be one of the most important part of to make peace building. Network is to know that I don't have to have the correct answer. It's only I know that I have so many experience, tools, different methodologies that I can offer to my community, that we can together transform the situation to care the life. Even John Paul Lederer said that it's not about good or bad persons. It's more about human beings, how we can care the life together. And this peace education through this holistic perspective said that it's important that we have intergeneration perspective and intercultural integration. Means that it's important to have different dimensions of what happened in this conflict, not only one, to try to see the different perspective of this. I used to work in areas with so much pain. I work with women who suffer some kind of violence. And one of the methodology that I usually use is Peace Circle. Peace Circle is one of the methodology that I use. It's a methodology that is based in the medicine wheel. This medicine wheel is found in different cultures in all the world. I'm going to explain one medicine wheel that is in the North of America, that is included Canada, USA, and Mexico. And in this medicine wheel, for me, it's like a one way how we can understand peace or pieces. The medicine wheel said that like a human beings, we have 4 dimensions that we are always using to understand our life. We have the mental dimension. We understand so many things about our mental area or dimension. We have the dimension of emotional experience. We have even the dimension of physical body dimension, and we have the spirituality dimension. Some of the persons can live spirituality through religion, but some of them can live the spirituality with another activities, with like artistical expression, like meditation, like with different experience that can touch this area of transpersonal experience. The medicine wheel said that we are moving in these 4 areas all the time. We have experience in the life that we are going to have challenge for our mental area. We are going to have challenge from our emotional relations. We are going to have challenge to the physical relation. Even we are going to have challenge in our spirituality dimension. And this in the medicine wheel means that we are going to dance through these 4 dimensions. When we are so mental, means that we are so academical, or we are in these concepts and we want to find every answer in our life through the mind. The life is going to give you a challenge for your relationships. It's going to give you a challenge about your emotions, because it's a way that the life is going to tell you that you are not only a mind, that you have a heart. It's an invitation that you are going to have a balance between your mind and even your heart. It's a way that you remember that you are different dimension and not only mind. Even if you are so much in your heart and your emotion, you are going to have a challenge about your mind, no? That you remember that you're not only a person who have a feeling, even as a person that you can have the dimension of the mental dimension. Even the physical, if you are carrying so much your body, if you are going to the gym, or you are making so many things about your body, but you are not in contact with your spirituality, you are going to have maybe a challenge through the spirituality area. The medicine wheel said that we are moving in these 4 areas, that we are going to find the balance. In this perspective piece is going to be understood through balance and through harmony. That we are moving in these 4 areas, that we are going to find answers and strategies that can cover all the dimension of the human beings. That's the reason that conflict is not only about what is the correct answer, or what is only the needs that is there in this conflict. It's included even the relationship that they are in this conflict. It's about even the experience, like a community that they are living. It's like even to listen the life. No? What is happening in this moment, in this conflict? Is trying to see that the conflict is not something that we can put it in a simple map. It's something that we are going to be part of this. No, it's like how we, like a peace builder, we can go to be part of this community, to try together to care each other, to care the life, and to care even the community. I want to share one exercise that for me is really important. It's an exercise that is coming from the University of Harvard, and said that we are in so much overthinking sometimes, and overthinking is something that we are not going to one answer. It's like making so much ideas, but we cannot concrete something. And in this proposal, they say that we have to make coherence, heart coherence, means that we can make connection again, my heart with my mind, how I can connect my heart with my mind, that I can have coherence between what I feel, what I think, and what I can do. To make this connection, my heart to my mind, we can do it through one kind of breathing that we are going to practice. And with this kind of breathing, you can use it when you have to, when you want to find an answer that is going to give you clarity. This breathing, even you can do it when you have overthinking, or that when you cannot sleep. It's a breathing that is going to help you to connect heart with mind, and in no violence communication, Marshall Rosenberg said that when you want to find the need, it's important to see and to feel what is alive inside of you, what is giving me energy, what is makes me feel sense that is something that I can do. And this kind of exercise is gives you like this connection between heart and mind. And I don't know if you know, like when we are in the beginning, like the first part of the body that is grew up when we are in the belly of the mom is the heart, is the first organ that is growing and is connected with the tongue. Means that the information is coming first in the heart and later to the mind. It's the heart who has information, not the mind. You know when something is moving through your heart, but not through the mind. The mind is trying to make justification, but when you know when something is happening or is moving, is when you are in connection with your heart. That's the reason that it's important that we can have this kind of connection with the heart, because in the heart is our sensitive to know what is with life and energy, and yes, and have sense. We are going to do this exercise. It's so short. I'm going to ask you that maybe you can sit in a way that you are comfortable, trying to doesn't be so up or down, like in a position that is comfortable for you. If you can put your hands over your leg. We are going to make a breath normally. We are going to inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. Now, I'm going to ask you to try to imagine that you have a nose in your heart. Like if you can make a breath here, if you can breathe through your heart, like the air can enter from your heart. Okay? Try to imagine if it's better for you, you can put your hand and maybe you can put your attention there. It's close to the left side. Now you are going to, if you feel comfortable, you can make it with open eyes or with closed eyes. We are going to make 3 breathings. Imagine that you have a nose in your heart that you can breathe, make a breathing through your heart. Okay? Inhale, exhale, inhale through your heart, exhale, one more, inhale, exhale, one more, inhale, exhale, one more, inhale to your heart, exhale, and make connection with your heart and say thank you. Thank you because it's beating. Thank you because you have a life. Thank you because through your heart knows what is more important for you. Thank you because you can feel to your heart. And for 10 seconds, you have the opportunity that you can listen to your heart. You only have to say, I listen to you. Inhale, exhale, and you can return every time that you need to this space to find an answer. Here is a space that the life can give you an answer. Say thank you for the answer that you received. And we are going to take an inhale Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. And in this last breathing, we are going to stretch our body, and we can make sounds, every sound that you want. And we can move. You can feel your body. How is your body now? How do you feel your legs, your stomach, your chest, your back? How is your body now? How is your face? How is your body? If your body can speak, what your body said. Inhale. Exhale. If you can feel, what is the feeling the now? What is the feeling that you have now? In which part of the body is this feeling? How do you feel it? Can be curiosity, tranquility, anyone. Inhale. Exhale. How is your mind? Which concept is coming now? Ideas, paradigms. What your mind said now? Inhale. Exhale. If the life can speak with you, what the life said now in this moment? Maybe it can speak with you through one image. Maybe the life can speak with you with a word. Maybe with a smell. Try to listen and to receive the message of the life for 10 seconds. If the life can speak with you, what the life can tell you now. Inhale. Exhale. Try to have now a phrase or word through this experience to leave the fourth dimension, body, feeling, mind, and spirituality. What I find something in this moving and process to go to my body, to my feelings, to my mind, to the life. What is the message? What is the word or phrase that I can take with this experience? Inhale. Exhale with a sound. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale, and you can stretch your body and make a sound. And with this exercise is to try to see how we can move to different dimensions of learning and how we can make connection with this fourth dimension, body, feelings, mind, and life, and how we can teach even through these different dimensions. When we are making a project, I was usually make projects about peace education using these 4 areas. I was work with Said, that he's from Morocco, and we have a project through painting, how the kids believe peace and understand peace, and how they can make a draw about this and how they explained it. But even we can do it through theater, even we can do it through different artistical perspectives, how we can do it with the mind, and how we can make this conversation about what is peace, what we can do in this conflict process, how the life gives us information. It's like how we can open all this perspective in the projects, not only with one aspect, is how we can open this proposal that giving me so much sense. For me, it's important that this beautiful group that we are here, everybody has a gift for this group. It's important, like a peace builder, that everybody that is here know what is my best ability. what I can give and offer to this group. What is the service that I can give it, that we can build together something that cares the life. In that way, we are not going to make competition, because I know, for example, Alberto is so good in the native original thinking. I don't have to be expert in that area. I know that he is. If we are together, we can do something through his ability and my abilities, and we can make cooperation. That's the reason that when we are making a peace project, everybody has to know what is my abilities, what is the gifts that I can give it to the community, what is my service, and all the group has to know the others' abilities of the groups, that we can take it together and we can care each other, and in that way we are not going to sacrifice ourselves. That I believe that I have to do everything. In this perspective, it's so interesting because the leadership is going to change. Means that we are not going to be one leadership. We are going to be leaderships together, building together something. That means that can be so many leaderships at the same time, and how we can share the power. Power is going to be a so important topic in this perspective, because power doesn't mean violence. Power means how we share the power, how we are so clear who is using the power, how we are going to use the decision, how we are going to have communication about the resources, the decision, who is going to be first, second. That's the reason that communication is going to be so important in this perspective, and leaderships and power. That's the reason that for me, holistic peace is not only internal peace, but even how it's going to develop the other areas, social and political, because it's something about me. Yes, I have to be continue know more about me, but at the same time is how we are going to know each other in this community. It's not only the internal, but not only the external. It's how we are making a dialogue between the internal peace and the social and community peace. How we are going to develop this, that even has this area to ecological peace, to care even the life, to care even the world. And to open the last part is, I know that you are going to have a session about this, but one methodology that is so close to this perspective of feeling is no violence communication, the Marshall Rosenberg, is to know the needs and feelings of each one of the part, that we can care the needs, is connection with the person from the heart, is to try to make reconciliation with feelings, because so many say, no, you have to think first before to feel. No, the reality is we have to first feel and later we have to think. The things that is alive is in the heart, is not in the mind. Is to acknowledge the power of each person. No, that's the reason the empowerment is going to be so important in the project of peace. Is to be aware of the responsibility for our action and even our words. Is to be so honest with myself, even with the person. Is to develop the compassion of ourselves and the others, to know that like a human beings, we are living a so many struggles. The violence is there, and how we can care the life still in this challenge. Is to make differentiation between requests and demands, how I can ask that we can build together, and how we can care myself, care the others, and how we can make together a community caring system. I'm so happy that we can share some of this idea. If some of you wants to share how was the experience of to live this different dimension, I'm going to be so happy. And we are going to have some of minutes that we can share some questions and ideas. And yes, if you want to ask something. And thank you so much for your passion. Somebody wants to speak or to share how was the experience with the dimension? Saroja says, surprisingly feel calm and peaceful. Thank you. Yes, somebody wants to ask something. Juliana said, that was absolutely the best experience ever, so peaceful. Thank you. Thank you, Juliana. We have some questions and yes, Gail. Can you open your
Yes,
microphone?
Gloria, I just like to affirm that. Okay, sorry. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes, I can hear
Yes.
you, Gail.
Yes,
Yes.
thank you. Thank you, Gloria, for that. I just like to affirm that it's very important to start when you do peace building with personal and interpersonal peace because sometimes the concept of peace is very intimidating and threatening to others. But every time we start with our personal experience, it connects everybody and it tells us that we are not alone in feeling sometimes that we are not experiencing peace within ourselves. So only if we have peace within ourselves that we are able to share peace to others.
Mhm. Thank you, Gail. And it's so important, like you say, we are not alone. Because if you understand that we are not alone, you are not going to sacrifice yourself. If you believe that you have to resolve the conflict or to take out the violence, it's so easy to forget yourself. It's so easy that you are not care yourself, and even you can make violence. That's the reason that it's so important to continue to know that it's something that we are going to do together and how we can care together and we don't have to sacrifice. We are not heroes. We are human beings trying to do the best. So imperfect. That's the reason that we have imperfect peace, that we are trying to care the life. No good, no bad. We are human beings trying to care the life. And this is going to relax and to make connection continue that even us, we are, if we are so honest, we are going to find even the violence that we are doing. If we are in this perspective of peace builder, you're not only going to see the violence of the others. When you start to see yourself, even you are going to see your violence. And when you are going to see your own violence, what you are going to do? Some can be like so scared and say, no, maybe I can do another thing. Maybe you can close your eyes. But if we are in this learning that we have structural violence, cultural violence, direct violence, if we are living in this structural violence and in this cultural violence, of course we have a violence. What you are going to do when you are find your own violence? This is the most important process of peace. Your internal peace to understand that I'm going to be responsible of my violence, how I cannot go to the guilty, to go to the process of transformation, and how I'm going to do a difference. If I want to do a difference, how I'm going to make a process of reconciliation. Maybe I have to go to make a process of forgiveness, a restoration. Me, like peace builder, not only like a person who is going to work with that. It's how I repair myself. We are part of this. We are making this process of healing. How I'm going to heal even myself. No, it's how it's like a human beings that we are here together. We are so human. We are not perfect. Don't worry. We are here to care each other in this community. Like imperfect we are, trying to care the life. No? In healing process continues with mistakes, imperfections, but how we are going to try to care our community and even our life. Yes, I'm back, Rafika, and then Omar. I think you have to turn on, Rafika, your microphone.
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, that's very nice presentation, and I feel very interesting moment. And by the way, I would like to ask you about the term of love yourself, which is these days is very famous. That is an important part as us for to have that term of yourself inside of it. Like we have to accept ourselves first before we becoming a peace agent, something like that. Because if we have no peace within ourselves yet, or we have no peace to accept ourselves, how we become a peace agent.
Okay, if I can listen to you good, Rafika, you speak about how we develop even our internal peace. Yes, that we can work with the peace outside. Yes.
Yes, like accepting yourself to be happy, peace, to accepting who you are, and then just be yourself, something else
Okay.
yourself, something like that.
Thank you, Rafika. I was working so close with internal peace because internal peace is not something static. It's not something that you got it and now it's there. A peace is a continued process. Even when we are in this conflict so deep, even when we are broken, you can build peace. It's to understand that how I can be responsible of my self-care and care the others, even if I'm in a process of healing. This is so interesting because I have also big challenge. I was working in an area with a lot of violence. I was listening to so horrible stories. My heart was broken. I was crying for so many days. And I was like, I cannot work peace. It's too much for me. And it was so interesting because I had to give a conference and I was like really so sad. And I said, what peace? I don't believe in peace. I was so sad. And it was so interesting because one guy asked me, he said that he was living a so hard story of violence. And he said, but even I'm broken, I know that I can do something. And for me, it was like, wow, yes, even broken, even I'm not fine, I can do something to go to try to build together something to care the life. I don't be perfect. I don't have to be in this complete internal peace, but I can be aware how it's in the process that I am, to be responsible, to doesn't sacrifice myself because it's so violent for me, that how I can care. Sometimes I have to stop. Sometimes I have to ask help. To ask help is going to be so important because it's the way that we are so human. We don't have all the answers. And that's the reason that I believe so much in this project that Alberto and all the team has to be in community. Because sometimes I have to say, I cannot now. Can you help me? Or sometimes somebody say, I think you have to make a break. This is a system of care. And that's so beautiful, your question, because it's to understand that peace is not something that is going to be forever. Even be in peace is to understand now I'm broken. Now I have COVID. Now I can do the best that I can, and Alberto is there. If I can, in one moment I can speak. I need a help, but he's part of my community. Yes, so this is peace. Peace is to understand that we are so human beings. The problem of competition is that competition put like a perfect human being that is always complete. If we are going to cooperation, we are so human being with a lot of conflicts, broken, in process of healing, with COVID, with pandemic. It's like wow, I can be a human being. I can make a break. I can ask for help. I can move. No? It's like to open another perspective. And in that way, we can open a system of care. It's going to be so important in internal peace to open a system of care of yourself and a system of care of community. How like a community, we are going to open a system of care. Yeah, and you are not going to sacrifice yourself. You are going to care, and it's going to be in more balance. Yes, Omar. Yes, Rafika. Sorry. Yes, Omar.
Yes. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Okay. Some,
I think it's because they are two computers, maybe.
okay, Bassam, thank you all. Here I'm talking about something in general, the conflict and conflict transformation and peace building. If we are talking about conflicts, all conflicts is something real for all of us. It's something real, and maybe sometimes it's harming. But if I'm talking about the transformation, now we are going in the virtual procedure. How can we merge between reality and virtual? This is the main issue of my question. Because everyone can look to this conflict from his point of view. So if I'm talking about procedures and transformation, how to transform and how to make a process for peace, well, different from someone to someone. It's my thank you.
Yeah. For me, it's really interesting to understand process of transformation because it's helping you to know that it's not a map. Even, for example, Jean-Paul Lederach, who is speaking about transformation, he said that it's more like a circle. It's a circle process. For example, when the conflict is so intensive in violence, it's not only a one action because you have so many realities. Like you say, how you are going to put the reality, because it's not one, can be so many realities there, means that we are going to care not only one perspective, we are going to care all the others' perspective, the other voices, the other needs, and even the relationship that is there. And the moment is not the same when you are speaking about one conflict with 1 year, for 20 years, and 40 years, because the process is going to be so different. And it's not the same that you are part of this community, that I'm coming from outside the community. That's the reason that is going to be important in this process, that how like a community we can give more options. Because for example, if you ask me to go there, I'm going to give you another perspective because I'm coming from outside. How in this peace builder with the transformation, I can give you maybe another perspective because from outside I can see another things. That's the reason that in this conflict transformation is not one action, is how we can open different peace spaces, that you can break different violence. It means that it's not going to be with one project, with one action. We have to open different peace spaces, different peace projects, and together make a web. That you don't have to resolve or to transform everything. Is that you, like your team, what is our most important action? What is the most important impact that we can give? You know what is your strong part that you can offer to the community. And the other things that you don't have it, you can ask for another groups, then together we can go together for the conflict transformation. In that way, you don't want to rescue or to be the hero. You understand that we're in a community to try together, that the conflicts can go in balance and to care the life. In that way, we can take out the idea of the enemy. This is going to be so important. If we have the idea that we are one of the part of the world, we are the good, and one part of the world is the bad, we are not going to transform conflict. We are going to try to support one to the others. In the way that we are going to the conflict, we are going to try to find how we can, like a human beings, care the life. One person are using violence, and one person are using pacific situation or actions. But it's not about good or bad. I don't know if this is going to give you more perspective, that you can put like an energy in the strong things that you have, like a community or like a group, and to go to this transformation, and how we can go together with you and support you and open different actions together that we can open this transformation. But it's going to be a long period to include all the realities because they are going to change.
Thank you.
Yes, somebody else. And I want to close only with this idea. The last 3 years, I was working with the process of reconciliation and more with the restorative justice, because I can see there are so many pain. It's a lot of pain. And it's important to know that pain, if we are not working with this pain, is coming in violence. The person who's receiving so much violence, and in the beginning it was the person who received this violence, doesn't have a process of healing. Later is a person who is making violence. It's this cycle that is coming, that I'm the victim and then I can be the person who is making the violence. That's the reason that so many process of peace education and even process of transformation is now putting a lot of effort in justice through restorative perspective, knowing the punishment, because punishment is again putting more violence. It's like you are making violence, I'm going to give you violence, and it's making another cycle of violence. That's the reason that now is trying to understand why feelings is important, because if something is broken, when you receive violence, it's so painful. And if we are not understand this process, that is something broken inside of the person when it's receiving a violence, this person who is receiving violence continue, it doesn't have this healing process or doesn't have this restorative process. It's going to be the person who is going to return the violence. That's the reason that is now open so many proposals through this restorative and reconciliation process, that how we, like a human being, we can heal that is what is broken now, that is so painful, that doesn't open the new cycle of violence. That's the reason that I'm so happy that Alberto include this aspect of feeling, because maybe it sounds so hippie or sounds weird, but it's really so deep, because if we are not include the feelings and how the human being is broken and has all this suffer there, the cycle of violence is going to continue, because it's not about punishment. It's really a true healing process. Okay, I think we have one more, that is Mohammed. Do you want Chan Mohammed? Do you want to speak? I think you have to turn on your microphone. Can you? I don't know. Maybe it's not. I think if you want, you can write the question, Mohammed, because I cannot hear you. Yes, somebody else wants to say something at once. Not, I'm so happy that I can share with you. And normally when I was working in different communities, I used to open
Sorry, I think there's a signal problem here.
Yes, I can hear you, Mohammed. Can you speak, Mohammed?
Yeah. You were talking about yoga and some social justice. My first question is this, and the second one, is it is quite difficult
Mohammed, I cannot hear you. I
For
think
anyone
it's
to
not.
live in a peace.
Maybe if you want, you can write me because it's cutting so much and I cannot listen the idea. It's okay for you, Mohammed?
Yeah, I'm listening, but actually, I think my voice is not clear to you.
No, because I cannot hear you. It's cutting. It's not complete the phrase.
Are you hearing me?
It's cutting, Mohammed. Do you want to write it, please, that I can read it? Because I cannot hear you.
Your voice is clear, but I think my voice is not clear. Are you hearing me right now?
Yes, now I can hear you. But now no. Now it's not working, Mohammed. Now I cannot hear you. If you want, you can write me and I can pass the voice to Temi. Yes, Temi.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you for that very, very interesting presentation. In particular, I really appreciated how the emphasis was on the collective and collective identity and not isolating yourself as an individual. Now, the question I have is, I also do research on indigenous people, and one thing that often comes up is how do we conceptualize the spiritual? And I noticed in the medicine wheel that you shared earlier, we see like our physical selves, our emotional self, and the spiritual dimension as connected, but somewhat different. So I'm just curious, in your work and in the work that you do, how do you distinguish between the emotional and the spiritual?
Okay, thank you. It's not easy to speak about spirituality, but here in Mexico it's easier than in another part because we have developed so much this area of spirituality. We use, when I have to explain it in academical way, I said that is the transpersonal aspect. No, that is not only about my body, it's not only about my feelings, it's not only about my mind, it's what is the life tells you, what is like something that needs bigger than you that can give you information. Not spirituality is bigger than a human being. Spirituality is this mention that when the life is to you. I don't know. I think is one microphone open. But yes, spirituality is this dimension that is in transpersonal aspect. That is not only about me, like a human being, is like a something bigger than one person. It's like how the life is speaking with you and can express in different ways through religion, to artistical, to environment. Is this aspect that in psychology said that is transpersonal psychology is the connection with the life, how we have connection with something bigger than a human being. This is the spirituality aspect. And I think the native spirit, the native indigenous persons are close than us for this dimension. Academically is more far of this because try to understand everything with the mind, but it's bigger, no? Like a dreams. Dreams is one of the spirituality aspect. Dreams gives you so much information about the life, no? The deja vus, no? This something that you are sleeping and then is coming real, no? This is information that transpersonal dimension is to understand that the life always give you information. But if you want to put it in rational way, maybe it doesn't have sense, but it's there the information. This 5 sense, no, that say that all the moms has this other ability to, oh, it's something happened. But all the human beings we have this ability. No, it's this other dimension that is there, like a human beings that give us information how the balance is there. And I think one of the movies gives you so much about this dimension is Avatar. Avatar is so close to this dimension that information about ecologic deep, that how understand the nature is not only outside of the human being. We are part of the nature, that the Gaia, that to understand the earth is not something that is dead. We believe through Gaia is something that has life. We are part of something that has life. This is spirituality, how we are in connection and interconnection. Thank you so much, Jamili. Yes, this is a so big question, but yeah, it's about how we are bigger than our mind and our body and our feelings. I hope that can give you more information with this, but holistic perspective, deep ecological perspective give you more information about this spirituality perspective and help so much in the conflicts. Thank you. Yes, I think Mohammed and Abdul.
Good morning, Doctor.
Yes, Mohammed, I can hear you.
I am Mohammed Ashraf from Egypt. Yes, concerning your vision of peace, which you kindly explained to us. Is this vision of peace that you explained to us, has it actually been applied to bring peace to conflict areas? And if it happened, can you give us examples? And the other question, can you give, is it the best measure to build peace, or it must be combined with other measures?
I don't understand the last part, Mohammed, because I couldn't hear you.
Yes.
Can you repeat it?
Yes, I repeat the whole question or the last part?
The two questions, please.
Yes, I can. Yes. Is this vision of peace is the best measure, or if we can define it as a measure, okay, to build peace, or it must be combined with other measures? Because, sorry, I see it is more idealistic. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's so interesting, Mohammed. For me, I was working with peace for more than 20 years. And I can tell you that how peace can transform the concept in myself. In one part of my life, I stopped to understand what does mean peace. In one moment, I was so angry. In one moment, I was thinking that peace is not exist because I was working in a so violence area. And for me, it was so personally. It was a so big learning to make idealization of peace. How peace can be real. What does mean peace in the real and to working in narco traffic areas? How I can work peace in Mexico in areas with a lot of dead persons. How I can understand and work peace with persons that are victims of so high violence. And when I was in that moment, I understand that peace is the opportunity to break a cycle of violence. I don't know if it's good or bad or something. I know that when we are open this practice or space of peace, whatever is this practice can be healing process, restorative process, no violence communication process, peace circles, whatever is the opportunity to break one cycle of violence. For me, it's given me so much understanding the realities or possibilities of peace. Is to stop one more violence that is there. That's the reason that yes, I can write so many things about peace, concepts, but I really like when I work in the practice, because when I was working in with victims of violence and asked me how you are going to speak about me about peace when I lost all my family with narco traffic. How we are going to make restoration that is so broken in this moment. How together we can heal together what happened there and move to doesn't open the other the other cycle of revenge. It's so easy to go to the revenge when it's so high the violence, and coming the next cycle of violence. And in that moment, for me, peace has all the sense, because it's the moment that you can stop the next cycle of violence, to make a space, to take air, and to doesn't go more and more violence. And that's the reason that for me, peace in that way is real, with different perspectives, but not alone. For me, the bigger learning is to understand that I'm not going to rescue nobody. I don't have the correct answer, and how together, like a community, we can go there to heal together, to care the life, to doesn't open another cycle of violence. How we can open these realities and perspective of this, for me, so real in that way, and give me sense, and give me together we can stop the other cycle of violence. I don't know if it's the correct answer, but in my life give me, yes, we can do together something, and we can stop so many cycle of violence, but together, no? And how we can care. And the life is so interesting. The life care the life. It's so interesting that. And how we can find even the most horrible stories, you can see the most beautiful and human stories that really make you feel compassion. It's like, wow, how one human being can do that. You can see the both sides, the lights and the darkness of the human beings. And then I think to work with this is gives you so much hope. I don't have the correct answer, but for me, it's this like my experience in this area.
Okay, excuse me. So I can say this as a vision or a measure of peace.
Measure. I don't understand, Mohammed.
Yes, I see this your vision is a vision. If I can say, it's a definition of peace. Is a vision of peace or a measure of peace?
Well, maybe it can be the both.
Yeah. Okay.
I think it's a process, Mohammed. I think it's like when you start to work peace, it's going to change through your work and your experience, and it's going to. For me, it was in the same way. In one moment, I want to take to the basket my PhD thesis. It was like, no, it's not working. Because it's like make you a new questions. It's a process even inside of you, how you are going to integrate experience, and even you are going to have new questions, new challenge, and new perspectives. And I think that's the reason that I put it in the first part, how important is to have self-observation. Because if not, we are going to have a so static concept of peace, and you can be so violent, and to try that the others believe the same peace like you want to do it. You know, you want to, yes, you are going to impose your own perspective of peace. This can be so violent. Yeah, that's the reason that it's so important, the self-observation, how even my concept of peace is going to break sometimes, even how I'm going to build it again. It's important to see that peace is not something static, it's moving. I think it's, for me now in this moment, it's about so much about care and life. No, how peace is going to care, is going to care the life, is how we are going to try to make balance, no? Even in these crazy things that is happened there. Because if I stop, the next violence is coming. It's, you know, for me was the question, okay, I work with person that is suffering narco traffic. And they are so fast, they are making so much violence. And I say, yes, but they doesn't stop to be so much violence to work with the narco traffic. I don't have to be so in peace that I can work peace. They work with violence, even that they are in the process. I can work peace even that in the process. It's like it's not something that we are perfect. That's the reason that for me I think is the both is continuing transformation, even your own perspective of peace. But it has to be all the time your self-observation, that how it's moving inside of you. Because if not, it's so easy that you want to say what does mean peace for the others, and maybe it's not that they need it.
Exactly. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mohammed. And we have two more. I think it's Park Abdularam. Sorry, because it's Park. Can you open your microphone? And then Chan Mohammed.
Hi, everyone. My name is Hamad Al-Habbas from Palestine. I've just only one question. I wonder, what's the force that applies people to work, to go toward peace? Maybe it's a big question, but we should to find an answer for this question.
Can you repeat it again? What is the force?
What's the force that applies people to go toward peace?
Yeah, I think these are really good questions. Yeah, I think everybody that we are here, we have to make this question, why we want to work peace. Because for me, it was a so interesting point when I was working in this violence area to understand that I'm not a hero. I'm not the person who is going to rescue somebody. To understand why I'm there, working peace, to understand how, like a community, we can care the life, is give me another perspective. This is give me, for me, force, no, and sense to be there. How the abilities and maybe the tools and methodologies that I have it, that I can put it in service in this community, that we can care the life. For me, it makes me feel like something that I can do, like a part of the group. That's the reason that I work with peace education with professors, even in elementary school, that peace is not something that is arriving when you have violence or conflict. Peace is all the moments, it's part of the life, how we can make peace education all the times, before violence, how we can have even like a tools when we have a conflict, before to have these conflicts. How peace is part of the life, that we can care, like the relationships, even how we can care the life, how it's part of the one way of life. It's like a philosophy of life for me now. It's like a how it's give me sense, no? That peace is something that we can, not only like a idealization, it's a way that human beings we can live together. No, it's more like this. That's the reason that I work so much with peace education, even that is not a high violence, or even it's not with a lot of high violence in this situation, because peace is something that can be every time, no? And for me, this is like has the meaning. I don't know if it's for others, but for me, it's in that way.
Okay, thank you. But I mean, for governments, what are the things that applies governments everywhere or anywhere to go in peace or toward peace?
The political and social peace is a so big topic.
Yeah.
Because you know that they can make a war in the name of the peace.
But
That's the reason.
Are there any
Yes.
principles or bases to deal with this?
Yeah, that's the reason that they are one dimension of even diplomacy, diplomacy peace, that they working with this area. That maybe you can see that how it's not only like the aspect of political and social, even like economy. Economy has to be so much close about this aspect. How the economy is the basis of the so many violence, more than the ideology. There are so many even research about that. So many of the wars is more about economy than the ideology. They are going to use the ideology or the ideas or religion to justify for the model of economy. It's more economic, but they are going to use the other things that they can justify how we are going to protect this kind of system of economy. That's the reason that they are another areas that in the peace studies is conflict in the international areas and political and economical aspect. Because you have to know like the industry of the armament is so close to this economy. We have so many countries that the economy is through armament. We are going to have a lot of war. We are going to have so many conflicts because this economy of this country is through armament. That's the reason that how we have to see the needs that it is in this conflict is so many. The conflicts in the world, in the country, has to be about resources. They are going to justify with different aspects, and we are going to see maybe the possibility in peace studies that we can see the international relationships and how peace diplomacy can develop, and how economy we can change. That's the reason that so many of these peace studies now put so much effort in different economies, sustainable economies. Because if we continue like a planet with economy that has the basis in the self-armament, we are not going to have so many opportunity to do it in a peace way. It's true violence.
Can I interrupt now?
So,
I'm a bit concerned about Gloria because it's
Yes.
past midnight for her now.
Yes.
So, and it's so this should be sufficient evidence to all of you that here we have a person who is sick with COVID, who has so kindly and generously given us her time, coughing away and presenting. What a wonderful, marvelous presentation. So I think most of you now know why Gloria and I work very closely together, and we have known each other since 2009. And so we have formed a very close friendship. Now, the various questions that you've asked Gloria, in fact, are questions that would be dealt with as we proceed. And this is a wonderful way to start the course by Gloria to give you such a fantastic, such a fantastic sort of overview of what we're dealing with in this course. We're starting from ourselves, and then we are branching out to others, and we're bringing the whole universe together. Now, for those questions in relation to idealization of peace, so let me just pose this for you to reflect. Whenever there is an outbreak of violence, okay, so we have to separate, we have to make a conceptual distinction between conflict, because conflict is natural. We don't see eye to eye on a number of different things. And Jennifer Murphy and I will talk about this tomorrow. Then you have to make the distinction between that and violence. And there's so many different forms of violence. So it's not just the physical violence, but it's also to do with structural forms of violence, symbolic, cultural violence. Then the thing that which we talk about is in terms of peace. Now, when you speak about idealization as peace, or what is it that makes us go and strive for peace, the thing to keep in mind and reflect on this, whenever there's an outbreak of violence, and when the violence ceases, when it stops, in the English language, we say things have returned to normal. So what does that mean? That means peace is the norm, is the normal way of living. Right across the world, from the history, as an anthropologist, I can tell you, from the dawn of human history, people have lived in peace with one another. But there is always that focus on things to do with violence or aggression and war. But in the history of humanity, humans have actually lived in peace and harmony with one another far more, 90%, more than 90% of human history. If you look around the world, we tend to focus on areas where there is conflict. In Yemen, Saudis bombing in Yemen, then we also think about Ukraine. But what about the rest of the world? Majority of the people actually live in peace and harmony with one another. So I think it's important for us that I would in fact say that peace is the norm, and we are idealizing war. So, let's try to think of ways of how we can proceed. I'm very concerned about Gloria's health, and she's extremely dear to me, and I would really like her to go and rest. And she did such a, as I, not as I expected. I knew that Gloria would do this for ICCTP and for getting the course going and enlivening it. I thank all of you who have asked questions and contributed to this wonderful session. Keep those questions in mind because the other Sophia will be coming after the break. Then we also have tomorrow, we have a whole day of the various speakers on dialogue. These all the different measures that are used in peace. This is just one bit of the whole picture. So the picture will be formed in the next few days. So thank you very much. And Gloria, once again, muchas gracias.
Thank you so much for your open mind and open heart. And thank you so much that we can share this other perspective. It was the beginning. I hope that you can find another perspective. And yes, you can send me maybe the questions or the comments, and I can send you the reply. And thank you so much for the invitation, Alberto. And I hope that you can build a so beautiful community that together we can open up peace spaces.
Yes, we have to work together. And you know, I started as a hippie, so as you know.
Thank you so much.
Okay, you take care. All right, you're welcome to join if you still can't sleep, but you know, if you can sleep, please, Gloria, you know, have a good rest.
Thank you so much. Yes, here in Mexico we are at midnight. Thank you so much that you have a so
10
beautiful
past
day.
midnight, yes. Okay.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you for
we
the
are
information.
we are in touch. Okay. And oh gosh, okay. When I hear you, this is the other thing I should say about peace is that because we care for each other so much that we have this empathic connection, this empathy. So when Gloria coughs, I feel the pain that she is experiencing, and this is where the connection begins to develop. And that's how, and Gloria is in the same way, you know, when I'm unwell, you know, she feels it as well. And this is what, as humans, it connects us with all, each, irrespective of who you are, where you come from, your religion, your culture, we are, after all, belong to the same common humanity. Okay.
That's true, bro.
Okay, now we are going to continue before the break, and you have another roughly around 30 minutes to the break. And Bu Saroja is going to take over to lead the next part of the 40 minutes that we have. How many minutes do we have actually?
Now it's
half an hour, yeah?
Yes, we have about 35 minutes, I think.
Okay, 35 minutes. So Bu Saroja will take over and lead the next part of the meet and greets.
Sure. Thank you, Alberto, and salam sejahtera semua. Now, that is an Indonesian greeting. We say salam sejahtera semua as a way of saying hello, everybody. But the word salam sejahtera actually means more than just hello. And those of us who speak Indonesian know that, right? Salam, is actually the word for peace. So right there in the basic Indonesian greeting is encompassed the word peace. So what better place to hold this module than in Indonesia, where we start by greeting everybody with the word peace, salam sejahtera, peace and well-being to everybody in this module. And thank you for coming and joining us. And of course, thank you to Bu Gloria for that amazing introduction to this module. I was really, really touched, and I learned a lot from her. And of course, I feel her pain, having myself recovered from COVID, a bad bout of COVID. So I really understand what she's going through. But in spite of what she's going through, she still, made time to so peacefully share her vision and her views and perspectives on peace with us. So having said that, maybe for the next 30 minutes, I would like to invite our participants to actually tell us a little bit about themselves. So, why don't you just introduce yourself so that we can make friends, we can become friends, we can know each other a little bit more intimately, despite the fact that we are separated by distance. The wonder of technology actually brings us together and shortens that space and time distance, right? So let us get to know each other, let us introduce ourselves, and maybe start with saying, what peace means to you, as an individual. What does peace mean to you? So can I invite, somebody to start the ball rolling by introducing yourself and to talk about, what peace means to you? Anyone? I think we have a very lively group here, so.
Yeah. Hello, good morning. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
This is Mushtaq Skandar. I am based in Srinagar, Kashmir, the Indian administered side of Kashmir. And I am also associated with various groups that work for peace and conflict transformation in this part of the world, because Kashmir is a raging conflict and we have many violent groups that are active here. So I am also a doctoral candidate at University of Haifa. So my work also looks at religion, politics, and peace, and how religion can become a building block for. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mushtaq. It's nice to hear Mushtaq say this, because I also look at religion and specifically Islam, and I look at Islam's role in bringing about peace through the medium of food, which is actually my area of interest. So, so I think Mushtaq will have a lot to talk about too. Hopefully the conversation will not just stop here, but will continue. Thank you, Mushtaq. Thank you, and welcome to ICCTP 2022. Next person.
Good morning, everyone. Can I start?
Yes, please, Dr. Vijay Kumar. Hello.
Good morning, everyone. Namaskar from India. I'm Dr. Vijay Kumar. I'm a teacher educator, basically, having interest in peace education. It's one of my, you can say, dear subjects. I teach to students who will be teachers, teaching in schools. So I basically prepare school teachers. So I teach them how to teach. Pedagogy is one subject which I teach to them. So, and I am also thankful to all the organizers for making me part of this event, great event. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Namaskar, Dr. Vijay Kumar. It's so nice to hear of what you do, actually teaching teachers to teach kids about peace. And I think that is so essential, right? As Boo Gloria said, it's something, peace is something that we have to feel in us. We have to make peace with ourselves before we can go out to make peace with others, right? So, and it's the fact that it has to start from young is something that is so important. And I'm so glad that, you are engaged in this very, very, very noble work. Thank you so much, Namaskar. Thank you. Thank you. Next person, another person who would like to share with us.
I think Atufung who wants to say something, but the voice is so too soft.
Okay, Pak Ari, you cannot hear me?
I can hear you, but Atufung, I mean, Prof.
Okay, Atufung.
Yeah. We cannot hear your voice, Atufung.
Hello. Hello, Sheila. We cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, better.
Okay. I am Atufung from Cameroon. I'm a
You're still a little soft, Sheila. You're still a little soft. Sorry about that.
I am Atifun Shala from Cameroon. I am a researcher, and my area of interest, I'm interested in conflict transformation and peace building. So I come from a country where we are going through the worst period now. So I thought of how do I help the community get out of this thing that they are going through, and so I am so much interested in peace building.
Okay. Thank you, Sheila. As Sheila mentioned, she is placed in a situation where there is violence, right? It's violence becomes a lived experience on a daily basis, and and how do we help? Seeing so much of violence around us, we are really moved to say, how do we stop it? As Pa Albert was saying, peace is the norm. Peace is human norm, right? Humanity is based on peace because, that is part of our evolution. We didn't evolve as individual beings, right? We evolved as social beings. So peace is inextricably tied to sociality. That is what defines humanity. So if that's the case, suddenly violence, becomes, which people say is an aberration, is now becoming an everyday affair. It is trying to become the norm. So seeing this, how do we work towards peace? And Sheila's, has come here to be in a place where, we hope we share, we hear from different people, different experiences, and we can see how we can actually use these different experiences. We can adopt and adapt these different experiences to our own situations to help us deal with what we are facing, unfortunately, on a daily basis, right? So Sheila, thank you so much, and welcome to our community here. Thank you. Thank you. Next person who wants to share.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Gail. I'm from the Philippines. I work in a school for 20 years now. It's called Miriam College. And I am the Associate Director of our Center for Peace Education. I have a colleague here, Carissa, who is also joining. My concept of peace is when there is an alignment of body, mind, heart, and spirit, just like what we talked about in our last session. I feel that that is very important. But more than that, what we all want to have is for our countrymen to be relieved from structural violence, where there is less poverty. And this will happen if government and non-government organizations help each other than be in conflict with each other. That's it. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Gail. This is lovely, right? And the kind of work that you are doing and is so much also in line and in sync with what Gloria just talked about, to actually approach peace in a very holistic manner. Peace is not something, it's not an addition to our humanity, but it's really an encompassing whole of our humanity, right? And Gloria also mentioned the fact about structural violence, right? In the Philippines, for example, poverty as part of violence, many a times, in this highly capitalist world that Alberto talks about, this model of a capitalist economy, unfortunately justifies structural violence, like poverty, right? So, and this justification is actually itself a form of violence. So how do we actually, remove ourselves or try to actually get out of this mindset, where violence is justified as part of a a good system, a progressive system like capitalism is something that all of us want to work towards and want to dialogue with each other, right? Yes. Thank you, Gail. Thank you. Wow, really exciting people here. It's going to be a really good next 6 days, I think. Thank you.
Mbak Bu Saroja, Mbak Rafika is raising her hand.
Yes. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Assalamualaikum, Rafika.
Waalaikumsalam. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua in Indonesia. Okay, I'm Rafika from Indonesia, and I'm a lecturer for International Relations Department for Universitas Peradaban, and I'm one of the alumni from IR Department of UMY as well. Hello, Pak Ari. Okay, and well, for me, peace is like a pipe dreams, honestly, because we talk about peace a lot, but we cannot end the violence yet. But I think it's not impossible to create a word peace as everyone wants. And well, in this course, I hope we can share a lot of stuff about peace. So maybe the pipe dream can be a real dream, and maybe happen something like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Terima kasih, Mbak Rafika.
Yeah.
You know, it's you know, I really love the fact that, you know, young people like yourselves, you know, really have this vision and, you know, have this heartfelt, you know, dream that peace is not a dream, but peace is really something which is achievable. It's something, as Albert said, it's a norm. It's normal. It's normal. And yet here we are struggling to find peace, struggling to, you know, get our societies to become peaceful again. So it is really something that we have to reflect on, right? Why are we struggling to actually, you know, achieve something which is normal, which is a norm? So this is something that, you know, we should think through, and we should find a way to create, you know, to make things normal again, right? In a world where actually the norm has been overturned, basically. Thank you, Mbak Rafika. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Raja, if I may interrupt for a little bit. So it's I think it's a good way for folks to raise their hand if they want to speak, and that way it will be in a following orders. So great. We have Tamily, followed by Hanan, followed by Juliana and Subia. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing the names wrong. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Savitri. Yeah. Tamily, hi.
Hi everyone. Salam sejahtera. Nice to meet all of you. For me, peace has been the story of my life because my name Tamily means peace. My parents named me after a painting, and the painting was called Tamily Means Peace, and it was a picture of a black baby and a white baby playing together. And years later, through a funny series of coincidences, I met the white baby in that painting. And her parents were one of the first white families to move to a particular village in Africa. And the word Temali means peace in that particular village in their tribal language. And that's how they named their daughter and how I got my name. Now, with me, I started my career investigating conflict as a journalist. So much of my life was spent in political protests, interviewing angry people about why they were taking to the streets, what justice meant. And then later on, I did my PhD studying a very peaceful indigenous community, one of the Orang Asli. And now I work in education. And so many of the themes that many of the people were sharing before, it seems to me like peace is a norm, but peace is also very deeply linked to unity and very deeply linked to justice. And that's part of my sort of ongoing reflection on how I present these qualities, even in my own internal life, how I treat myself, how I treat others, and then also how we influence our community, our neighborhood, our society. Anyway, looking forward to learning from all of you over the next few days.
Thank you, Tamili. You know, Tamili, as she mentioned in her name, right? So she seems to be a living embodiment of peace. Yeah. So welcome, Tamili. Tamili says, you know, she started as a person, as a journalist working on conflict, and she said, "Why are people so angry out there? You know, about a cause." That anger is not necessarily a bad thing, right? When we look at the notion of peace, because anger is linked to the notion of justice. If there is no justice, you know, if I'm not angry, it means that I'm not concerned about justice. That is also my view. So I think these are things that we can talk about, you know. Conflict or anger doesn't necessarily mean that there is no peace, right? And doesn't necessarily mean that it is a bad thing. If we believe in peace, we believe in justice, and when there is no justice, if there is anger, we should feel angry about the lack of justice and hence the lack of peace. So thank you, Tamili. Look forward to, you know, having you in our discussion sessions too. Thank you. Next person, please. Savitri, you know who's the next person?
Hi. And you may start.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Hi, Hanan.
Okay. So, hi, Hanan from Lebanon. And I work with UN agencies and international non-governmental INGOs. And starting from here, I can say that it's a core in our work, like to have peace. And in my opinion, peace starts from non-violent communication, especially here, like Lebanon is in the Middle East. And here we are facing a lot of conflicts and a lot of like tension. So whenever there's a non-violent communication, we can start from here to achieve peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Hanan. Thank you so much. You know, starting, you know, from communication as a way to peace and starting from non-violent communication, right? When there is violence, how do you even begin to sit down and talk about peace kind of idea is extremely important also. These are things that we are going to discuss throughout the next 5 days, next 6 days. So thank you and welcome, Hanan. Next person. I see Bu Juliana. Yes. Hi, Bu.
Hi. Hi, everyone. I'm Juliana from the beautiful North Borneo, the island of North Borneo, Sabah, Malaysia. Yeah, I'm actually the coordinator of the Kehansanan Circle under the Deep Global Network. I'm in charge of the language, preserving the native language, the ethnic language in Sabah, called Kadazan. So Kopi Vosian is saying hello from here, from us. Okay, to me, I believe peace is the understanding of complete acceptance. And to me also, peace to me is a nature, all right? Peace is nature because we are actually surrounded by nature here. So when I feel like not in peace, I will talk to the nature. It's just like we talk to God, but as for me, I like to get connected, get in touch with the nature. So peace to me is more to the natures, and also everyone has their own way of what I call that to have peace within us, and there's so many things. So there's so many activities that have been going on here in our place. For example, a lot of like activities that destroy the nature, the environment. So, and it actually cause harm to the nature. For example, we have a big flood going, happened just a few weeks ago, and a lot more happened actually. So that actually distract the peace of mind. So that is the peace for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Juliana. You know, as Bu Juliana was talking, I was just reminded of how sometimes when we think of, humanity and nature, there seems to be some kind of underlying notion that nature is put at our disposal, right? We humans are there to use nature for our benefit. And in that process, we also abuse nature. We abuse nature all the time. And that is what Bu Juliana is talking about in where she comes from, the beautiful island of North Borneo, right? Beautiful Sabah.
Yes.
So I think, thank you, Bu Juliana. As you were talking, I was thinking of what Bu Gloria was saying in the earlier session about the movie Avatar, right? I think that should be required showing in every module on peace studies. Where if we teach a module on peace studies, that should be required showing in every class on peace studies, because we forget that, our link with nature is actually so essential. We're just part of this nature, but we've just forgotten that, and we've lifted ourselves out of and put ourselves above nature. And so this kind of violence that we exert over nature is actually harming ourselves, because we are also part of this nature, which is what the movie Avatar shows clearly. So there's a lot to talk about, I think, in this. Thank you, Juliana.
Sorry, one more thing.
Sure.
What I was trying to say is like, actually nature doesn't need us. They stand on their own. They actually don't need us, but they don't need us to live, but we need them to live. So I think nature is very important for our life.
Exactly.
So we need peace to have. Yeah. Thank you.
Peace with nature, and we keep forgetting that. Thank you, Bu. Thank you. Next person, Savitri.
Should I start?
Yes, please.
Assalamualaikum. Good morning.
Walaikum salam.
I'm Zubia, and I'm from Pakistan. And I'm very excited about this ICCTP 2022. And I am a publishing coordinator. I'm working globally for research collaborations. So you can say that this is also just like spreading peace everywhere from different nationalities. So for me, I think that peace starts from yourself. Means if we want to spread peace, then we should inculcate peace in ourselves. And how we can inculcate peace in ourselves? When we are going to develop the habit of listening other person, not for just giving him the answer, but for understanding. And for this, I think that we should start teaching this practice from our homes. As you know that today we are living in a digital age. Means even our junior ones, all the time they are on social media, they are on YouTube. So from young age, we should try to inculcate this knowledge in our youth, that how they are going to tackle the media, how they are going to tackle this digital world with peace, with harmony. And I think when we are going to try this, we are going to adopt this non-violence communication, then in future we are going to have a very peaceful society, as everyone is dreaming of. And inshallah, one day this dream is going to be fulfilled.
Inshallah. Thank you, Zubia. Zubia, that's how I pronounce your name. Yes, Zubia. Yes, thank you. I think, one of the keywords you said is understanding. Peace is about understanding, right? And that's exactly what we are trying to create here, right? In this dialogue, to understand different perspectives, to see how we don't just have peace within ourselves, but to see what the other person's understanding of peace or conflict or violence, or where he is coming from, becomes important to us. Having a sense of peace ourselves is also very important. And Zubia, you said you work with children also. I think there's a commonality. There would be a commonality there between you and Dr. Vijay Kumar, who talked about earlier. So you guys may have, things to talk about also. Thank you. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next person. Yes.
Hello, good morning all.
Good morning, Wayuta?
Yeah, Wayuta, yes.
Wayuta.
Wayuta Michelia.
Michelia, yes.
From Nigeria.
Yes, welcome.
From Nigeria. Thank you. I'm from northern part of Nigeria, and good morning means Inakwana. So I will say Inakwana.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I work with a peace building organization, precisely in Northeast Nigeria. And you know, Northeast Nigeria is a region that has been ravaged by the Boko Haram insurgency, the ISWAP, and other faction groups. So basically, my work is I'm a program officer, and we're working with community groups, women groups, the vigilante, and other security outfits to bring transformation, to train community members on how to mitigate conflict before it escalates into violence, using dialogue, using mediation, advocacy, nonviolent communication, among others. So with my experience with the Boko Haram insurgency, I see peace as complete absence of violence, a complete state of calmness, and peace and then security. So that's what I see peace as. So I'm really excited to be part of this great training. I know and I believe we'll have a wonderful experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wayuta. You know, as Wayuta was talking, as many of you are talking, I realized that many of you are also coming from areas where you confront violence on a daily basis. And for me, my background, I am a Singaporean, and you know, in Singapore, I've never experienced violence in my life. I must confess, the only violence I've experienced is, you know, when I was a little child, or a little girl, right? I was the family football because I grew up with 4 brothers. So they used to kick me around. So I became the family football. So that was the only violence I've encountered in my life, actually. So to be, you know, to hear about all these things for me is actually something unimaginable, because I don't know what it means to be living in such situations. So it is really, I must say, you know, a huge learning experience also to be, you know, sharing, listening, exchanging with everybody to understand, you know, both notion of peace, conflict, and violence. So thank you, Wayuta, and welcome. Hello.
Okay, is this my turn? Can you all hear me?
Yes, there is, okay. The background noise.
There's a background noise, right? Okay.
Right.
Hold on, let me just fix that.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. All right, now my name is Mary. I'm from Sabah, the land below the wind. That's the east of Malaysia. I'm a bit distracted. Okay. But anyway, I work at the university institution in Malaysia. Yeah, and I'm a ultrasound lecturer. Can you hear me?
We can't hear you quite well, Mary. You're muted now. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me fix this first, and I can go back later.
Sure, Mary.
Hello, Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikum salam. And you are, sir?
My name is Keba Langsongko. I am from the Gambia, but currently in Indonesia.
Okay.
Yeah, I am studying at Queen Sharif Hidayatullah Jakarta, major in Islamic studies. It's my major. Personally, I do charity works in my country, Gambia, for so long. I think 10 years. I was doing charity, helping needy orphans and the communities. So that leads me to join this program, so that in my country we don't experience conflict like in other countries, but we have within the communities land civil land conflict, people within that kind of conflict, we experience that. So I joined this program to know more about what is conflict, and then how internationally, how can you able to solve some of the issues, inshallah. That's why I joined here. Yeah, though it's not my background, but in Islam also promotes, because there is one verse said, وَاتَّقُوا فِتْنَةً لَا تُصِيبَنَّ الَّذِينَ ظَلَمُوا مِنْهُمْ خَاصَّةً. That Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is asking human being to be fair for violence, because to wrong people, because of you are powerful or whatsoever, is in the day of judgment you are going to face the penalty, and then his penalty is going to be severe. So in Islam and Deen promote peace. Yeah. Assalamu alaikum.
Absolutely. Thank you, Keban. Walaikum salam. It's nice because, looking at it from a religious perspective to from a spiritual perspective, Islam is the religion of peace, right? It's salam, I salam, I submit to, the notion of peace. It's so important, and welcome also to this huge feast that we are going to have on peace for the next 6 days. Thank you. So the next person would be Shan, followed by Mas Hanif, and then Jacob.
Ibu Saroja,
yes.
This is already 12:45. Should we
okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
What would you prefer? We have these three gentlemen and then go for the break, or
lunch break? Yeah. Let's do that. So since they're already here, let's take this three people, have them introduce themselves, and then we'll go to makan or eat for our lunch break, as we say here in Indonesia.
Yeah.
Shan, Mr. Shan, is that right? Yes. You are muted, Mr. Shan. Could you unmute yourself?
Yeah, thank you. I'm Shan from Pakistan. I am working for child rights and counter of terrorism from 2015 to till now.
Okay.
The concept of peace, for me, concept of peace is social justice. Without social justice, we can't maintain manage inflation and poverty. High inflation in the recent world.
There seems to be a poor connection there. Mr. Shan gets the connection gets broken regularly, so I think they can.
We don't know about peace as hunger.
Mr. Shan, you seem to be breaking off regularly. Is there a way that you can correct this? Because we can't hear you very well and you keep breaking off.
Right now, my voice is clear.
Okay, now you are clear. Yeah.
Thank you. I was talking about my concept for peace is my concept of peace is a social justice. Without social justice, we can't manage peace. Right now, in the inflation of world and poverty, poverty don't know about peace, as hunger forget the manner of civilization. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Shan. And, you know, the idea of social justice and peace is extremely important, as we've seen in our conversations all this while. So we will be discussing, dialoguing more about that also. Thank you and welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Ernest. Thank you.
Next person, who do we have here? Okay, Mas Hanif, yes.
Terima kasih, thank you Bu Saroja. Selamat siang, good afternoon. My name is Hanif Abdurrahman Siswanto. You all may call me Hanif. I was actually a bit nervous, a bit afraid, because I've seen, I think most of all the participants here are expert in peace studies. But for me, I was just finished my undergraduate level in University Malaysia Sabah, but I'm Indonesian. Currently, I'm in Jogja also. So, in my own perspective of peace for me is everything that is the opposite of conflict or violence, anything. So, for example, in terms of from the side of individual, like when you're sad or when you're angry, those are not peace. But when you are happy, when you're laughing, then those are peace. Also, in terms of country to country, if the relations between countries are not good, then there is not peace. But if you have a good relations between two countries, then I can say that is peace. So that's what I understand of peace, and I hope by joining this, I can learn more about peace studies. Thank you very much, Saroja.
Thank you, Hanif. Terima kasih. And, you know, it's lovely to share all your visions of peace and your understanding of peace, so that as we progress in the next 6 days, we will learn more and more about what peace means from different perspectives too, and different contexts as well. So I think you are in for a treat. Mas Hanif, you'll be learning a lot too. We all will be. Thank you. Thank you. Terima kasih. And finally, I think I have Jacob.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm a peace psychologist, and peace is really my passion. I try to understand peace from the psychological point of view, and they are really the same. It is a matter of changing terms. Where there is a conflict, you can call it abnormal or mental disorder. Then where there is peace, you call it normalcy or wellness or mental well-being. So therefore with the peace, I find it as an all encompassing, you know, having many faces, as the first presenter put it, and it's a matter of how we see these faces. If the way we see them is faulted, then we will not be at peace with ourselves. And if we're not at peace with ourselves at individual levels, then we will not be at peace at interpersonal levels. So it's at different levels that, you know, we have to struggle to make peace. And it is a continuous, it's not static. We don't say that now I'm peaceful, then tomorrow everything will be okay. We have to continue working hard. And there are different approaches to really dealing with such situations, especially, you know, trying to understand ourselves, you know, at personal level, and knowing where, you know, the problem is. And so that, you know, once you know yourself, you understand yourself through that self-awareness, then it is easier to see outside, on the outside, what is fault on the outside and how well you should approach it, you know, so that now you are interacting at the social beat, you know, you in a way inspire others or make peace with others, or even help others to come to terms with themselves. So we can also be agents of peace in a way, you know. That's why, as you know, as they say, peace begins with oneself, before we ever imagine of it happening elsewhere. Even in the state of conflict, we may be born in the state of conflict. I'm afraid to say that in Africa here, conflict is a way of life in many regions, even where it is relatively peaceful. The structure, the structure of economy, the cultures, and they are themselves conflictual in a way. They cause conflict, they cause disharmony, they cause poor mental states, and strives. War is always imminent, much as it's not physical, but the society is vulnerable. It can easily, it's on a time bomb. It can easily, turn into war. So this is the situation, but doesn't mean that for you as an individual, you cannot for peace, even in such an environment. You can cultivate this peace within yourself, so that in the end, you become the agent of peace in the environment, the poor environment you live in. I'm always interacting with brothers and sisters in other countries like Nigeria, where it is like normal to kill. It's kind of normal. People just and to show fanatism over one's religion, that my religion is superior, and it's like normal to castigate others, like others as if it is not, they're not in the same country, not nationals.
Lovely. I think, Jacob, these are brilliant reflections as well as reflexive questions. I think I totally am, hearing all these and hearing you. And I think these are questions that we are going to reflect on, talk about throughout the next 6 days. So I'm going to say thank you to you. Welcome to the course. And we will take up all these issues in the next 6 days. So now I'm going to hand over to Bak Jasmine to lead us on to the next part of the session.
Very well. We still have 2 participants raising their hands. And
okay, should we?
However, we already passed our time here. Right. Should we continue when we come back from our break?
I think so.
Can I just interrupt? I don't think we'll be able to do that after the break, Mark Jasmine.
Okay.
So can I suggest that we have 3 hands up, that we just go on and finish that?
Yeah, for sure.
Session? Yeah, sorry. I mean, because we have Sophia, who is coming on at 2 o'clock.
All right. Okay. Then we will have the last 3 folks speaking about their ideas, and then we will continue to the break.
And we may have some time after Alexander and Bu Saroja. So. Yeah, so
sure.
So those who have not haven't had a chance to speak, don't despair. We'll give you plenty of chance to do so.
Sure.
Very well. All right. I'll let.
Thank you, Mark Jasmine.
For sure. Yeah. I'll let Mary to speak.
Yes, Mary.
Okay. Are you able to hear me clearly now?
Very clearly.
Very clear. Okay, sorry about that just now. I think it was my phone that I turned it on just now. But anyway, my name is Mary. I'm from Sabah, east of Malaysia. It's also called the land below the wind. And I am with University Malaysia Sabah. I'm a full-time academician. Okay, I teach strategic management and communication. Now, I can totally relate to our previous speaker, Bu Zobia Raja, right? The name, she says that peace starts from within ourselves, and it is true. I think peace is both personal as well, something that is within ourselves very much, while also being something huge out there, in this world. So peace is the complete understanding and acceptance of human, I think, not only within others, but also with themselves. Yeah, myself, others, themselves. So peace cannot exist with, cannot exist either, without what's happening within us, internal, or what's outside, okay, external, when these two are disturbed, okay. And I think these, to be in total peace, right, my understanding is that we need to connect these two elements well. Yeah, so yeah, that's my take for peace. And also I can totally relate to what you say, Bu Saroja, that I have not experienced violence in the whole of my life. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, Bumoni, Mary. Beautiful philosophy. I'm looking forward to more sharing later. Thank you. We have another two people. Mbak Savitri, who are they?
Okay, it will be Fatmia Shatu and Mohammed Ashraf Sayed.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. My name is Pedmia Shitsu. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, perfect. Perfect.
My name is Pedmia Shitsu from Cameroon. I come from a journalism background, and particularly peace journalism. I am Secretary General for the Cameroon Community Media Network. It is focused on peace journalism and conflict transformation. I've led a few initiatives surrounding the Anglophone crisis, which we have in Cameroon. In the Northwest and Southwest regions of Cameroon, I've been able to do hate-free Abakwa, which simply means the area where I come from is Abakwa, so it's a hate-free campaign for that particular area. And we've trained journalists, civil society organizations, bloggers, and particularly those I call the provocative peace builders, who are women living with disability. To me, peace is not an act of a single person, it's a collective effort of each and every one. And peace will not only be the absence of war, it will mean that we understand our differences and see how we can live with those differences and understand how we could survive in those differences and understand how we can also solve some of the challenges that come up amidst those differences. I'll be here for these 6 days and also willing to understand how we could use international tools to help solve the crisis back home. Because every day, like just last night, we had gunshots all around the place. We have kidnappings going on. 2 days ago, I left going down the road. My friend was there who had been kidnapped by the non-state armed groups, and his car was destroyed and money was collected from him. So we are living in a state of fear. We are living in a state of insecurity. This is just a good opportunity for me, who resides in one of those conflict-hit areas, to be able to come out with more and more knowledge, to be able to see how we can tackle this back home. I am so much grateful for the experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Padmia, and welcome. What an honor and privilege to have you here. Oh my God, thank you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for joining us. Look forward to, interacting more. Thank you. The final person for now is...
Yes. Yes. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hi, Mohammed.
Hello. Good morning, or good afternoon, good evening, according to everyone timing participating with us. I am Mohammed Ashraf from Egypt. The peace for me is a goal, a necessity, and also is a dilemma. A goal because I have been participated with United Nations peace missions. Every mission has a different criteria for achieving the goal of peace according to the mandate which was issued from the Security Council. For example, I was in Darfur, it was a peacekeeping mission, so I was a peacekeeper. Then it was another mission in Mali, it's multi-dimensional mission. It has all activities of peace, peacekeeping, peace building, peace making, and also peace enforcement. That's why I have experience about the all activities in the ground, practically in the conflicted areas. The dilemma, because I see that, I witnessed that how can you purify all conflicted parties? How can you purify their intentions to be indulged in peace dialogue? Second, how can you implement the peace criteria and the peace goals in the areas which doesn't have development, doesn't have basic needs, doesn't have justice, doesn't have the rule of law. It's a big experience. That's why I'm very motivated to attend this course and to take knowledge from you, especially concerning the conflict transformation and peace building. And thank you for all. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam. Thank you, Muhammad. This is, just like everybody who's just spoken, you also bring to us a wide, background of experience, which we look forward to, engaging with you. So I want to end this session with what Muhammad said to us, right? To him, peace is a goal, a necessity, and a dilemma. So beautifully put. Let's feast on that for the next hour while we feast on food as well, and then come back at 2.
Exactly.
Thank you,
Thank
Muhammad. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. On to you, Jasmine.
All right. So we have almost an hour to 2 p.m. until our break ends. We will keep the meeting here, the Zoom meeting on. Anyone can stay in the room, but at 2 p.m. we'll be back with the next session. All right.
See you.
Excuse me?
Yes.
Can you please tell me what's the time there right now?
I'm sorry, I cannot hear. Can you repeat that, please?
I'm asking for the time there right now.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry. So it's now 1 p.m., 1:06 p.m. Indonesia time, Jakarta time.
Okay,
so
okay, got it.
In 54 minutes, we'll be back with the next session.
Thank you so much.
For sure.
Jiwa raga
Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. The land where we were born. The nation where we grew up. So many colors that live together in peace. With a million timeless treasures. With an abundance of natural wealth. Indonesia is not just wonderful. Indonesia is a wonderland.
Kota baru gunungnya bermega, bermanapun di sana, bermanapun di sana. Bertemu lawan anak yang manis, anak manis, janganlah dicium, sayang kalau dicium merah pipinya. Kampung nan jauh di Mato, kunwangsan sebaku hilian, takkan ajo kawan-kawan nan lamo, sangke basur yang surya.
Kami, bangsa Indonesia, dengan ini menyatakan kemerdekaan Indonesia. Hal-hal yang mengenai pemindahan kekuasaan dan lain-lain diselenggarakan dengan cara bersama dan dalam tempo yang sesingkat-singkatnya. Jakarta, 17 Agustus 1945, atas nama bangsa Indonesia, Soekarno-Hatta.
Unity for Health 2021. Warisan budaya. Yogyakarta termasyhur dengan keindahan ragam seni budayanya. Seni dan budaya yang diwariskan turun-temurun membuat kagum tiap wisatawan yang menginjakan kaki di kota yang dijuluki kota budaya ini. Mulai dari wayang kulit, tari klasik, gamelan, lagu atau tembang Jawa, semua mempunyai filosofi dan pesona tersendiri. Pertama, kita akan melihat pertunjukan wayang kulit. Istilah wayang berasal dari kata mahyang, yang berarti menuju spiritualitas sang kuasa. Tapi ada juga yang mengatakan wayang berarti bayangan, karena penonton dapat menyaksikan wayang dari belakang layar dan melihat bayangannya saja. Wayang kulit terbuat dari kulit kerbau dan dimainkan oleh seorang dalang. Diri musik gamelan yang dimainkan sekelompok nayaga dan tembang yang dinyanyikan para sinden. Wayang kulit banyak menampilkan cerita dari naskah Mahabharata dan Ramayana. Kali ini kita akan menyaksikan wayang kulit episode Ramayana. Berkisah tentang perjalanan cinta Rama dan Sinta. Sepasang suami istri yang terpisah karena sang istri Sinta diculik oleh Rahwana hendak direbut untuk dijadikan istri. Dibantu oleh Laksmana dan Hanuman kawan kera, Rama pergi mencari dan menjemput Sinta kembali ke pelukannya. Bagaimana nasib Sinta? Apakah ia bisa lepas dari cengkraman Rahwana? Ingin tahu bagaimana kelanjutan kisahnya? Yuk datang ke Yogyakarta dan saksikan kisah-kisahnya. Selanjutnya, kita akan menyaksikan wayang topeng Panji gaya Yogyakarta. Berbeda dengan wayang kulit, cerita dalam wayang topeng dibagikan oleh para penari tradisional yang menggunakan topeng dari kayu. Bentuk dan warna topeng berbeda-beda, tergantung dari karakter dan sifat dari peran yang dimainkan. Wayang topeng Panji ditampilkan pada episode ini berjudul Ande Lumut. Alkisah ada seorang janda yang mempunyai 3 anak kandung perempuan, kelenting abang, kelenting biru, kelenting ungu, dan 1 anak perempuan, kelenting kuning. Kelenting abang, biru, dan ungu akan diserahkan oleh sang istri untuk menjadi istri Ande Lumut. Sementara kelenting kuning tidak. Berangkatlah mereka menemui Ande Lumut. Namun justru Ande Lumut menolak ketiganya dan meminta kelenting kuning menjadi istrinya. Mengapa demikian? Apakah Ande Lumut telah mengenal kelenting kuning sebelumnya? Siapakah sebenarnya kelenting kuning? Penasaran? Ayo ke Yogyakarta dan saksikan selengkapnya. Masih banyak kesenian yang bisa kita saksikan. Kesenian rakyat lainnya seperti jatilan, tayub, badui, reok, ketek ogleng, dan angguk. Kali ini kita disuguhkan dengan penampilan kesenian angguk. Angguk adalah kesenian rakyat khas Kulon Progo. Kesenian angguk yang dimainkan oleh Raja Putri ini menggambarkan para pemuda yang sedang bergembira menyambut musim panen tiba. Mereka bersama-sama mengucap syukur pada Tuhan Yang Maha Kuasa sambil memainkan alat musik, menabung kendang, beduk, rebana, kecer, dan menyanyi. Gerakan penari yang banyak menganggukkan kepala sebagai tanda hormat membuat tarian ini diberi nama angguk. Yang tidak kalah asik adalah tari klasik. Kali ini kita menari di dalam Pujo Kusuman yang terletak di Jalan Brigjen Katamso. Dalam Pujo Kusuman ini didirikan oleh Sultan Hamengkubuwono II. Saat ini, dalam pujo-pujo merupakan pusat seni tari gaya Yogyakarta di bawah pengelolaan Yayasan Pamulangan Peksa Sasminta Mardawa. Disinilah para penari tari klasik tradisional berlatih menari, mengadakan pementasan tari, dan berkreasi membuat tarian baru. Seru sekali, bukan? Itulah Yogyakarta. Tiap ragam budaya dan seninya selalu istimewa. Membuat jatuh hati tiap jiwa yang singgah padanya.
Can you hear it? The song of the universe. The voice is calling me. It's echoes of our past in a place before this time. They hold answers to who we are. They know where we come from. But why are they calling and asking me to feel this sacred land? Java. This land has many secrets and stories to tell us. It's everlasting beauty connecting us with our past and future. Oh, Mother Earth and Father of the universe, can you hear us? These are offerings from our heart. Our love shines in every creature, Now I want to meet my true self. Can you feel me? Mother, hold my hand. Father, breathe with me. I am discovering myself.
Gusti Tunggal Manunggal Ananku Jagat Keswaswandoro Eling Karo sejatine pangangsa Sejatine iki ono ing ati Mamai Hai True lights within us, they're shining in every being. Our love flames for an infinite time. This absolute love, it is always within all of us.
Candi Borobudur yang merupakan salah satu warisan budaya dunia yang terdaftar di UNESCO berlokasi di dekat kota Yogyakarta, kota yang dijuluki kota pelajar di Indonesia. Disitulah Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta didirikan tahun 1981. Program studi hubungan internasional adalah salah satu program unggulan di lingkungan Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta yang telah terakreditasi A sejak tahun 1999 dan masih dipertahankan hingga saat ini. Saat ini, program studi hubungan internasional senantiasa terus melakukan pengembangan untuk semakin mendapatkan pengakuan internasional khususnya di bidang akademik. Sejak tahun 2004, program studi hubungan internasional membuka program kelas internasional atau International Program of International Relations atau IPIRAL. Program ini diperuntukkan bagi mahasiswa dari berbagai bangsa di dunia dengan menggunakan bahasa pengantarnya adalah bahasa Inggris.
International Program for International Relations sebagai salah satu program yang telah dijalankan sejak tahun 2004 memberikan fasilitas International Teaching Learning Environment yang memungkinkan mahasiswa untuk belajar dan berinteraksi langsung dengan masyarakat internasional melalui kegiatan kelas, magang, KKN maupun program-program student exchange. IPIRAL Prodi HIUNJ siap mengantarkan generasi muda untuk berkiprah secara global.
Untuk proses pembelajaran, IPIRAL juga mengundang visiting lecturer dari Singapura, Malaysia, Australia, Korea Selatan, maupun Filipina. Dalam menapak tradisi akademik, IPIRAL menawarkan 3 klaster konsentrasi studi dan diplomasi, bisnis internasional, masyarakat transnasional. Mereka yang mengambil konsentrasi diplomasi diharapkan memiliki kemampuan yang cukup untuk mengembangkan diri di sektor penentu kebijakan di berbagai bagian pemerintahan maupun swasta. Mereka yang ingin mendalamnya korporasi dan perdagangan bisa mengambil klaster bisnis internasional. Sementara mereka yang ingin mendalami gerakan sosial dan aktivisme lintas negara bisa mengambil konsentrasi masyarakat transnasional. IPIRAL menyediakan banyak kesempatan bagi mahasiswa untuk memperoleh pengalaman akademis internasional seperti program double degree, program pertukaran mahasiswa atau student exchange, program magang, program summer school, atau juga program pemberdayaan masyarakat melalui kuliah kerja nyata pada tingkat internasional.
The quality and standard of any educational institution is program is a function of a number of characteristics. The history associated with the institution, the quality of the institution itself, and the standard and recognition of staff, students, and particular program curricula, as well as the role and perception public at home and abroad of this particular program. This is the key reason why the Department of Relations in University Muhammadiyah is one of the best in this country, and that momentum has kept going because they have continued to fuel the best and the brightest as far as the program is concerned.
Untuk itulah, IPIRAL mempunyai beberapa universitas mitra di banyak negara seperti Malaysia, Thailand, Filipina, Taiwan, Australia, dan Spanyol. Atau juga partner dari kalangan pemerintah, misalnya kantor-kantor kedutaan besar Republik Indonesia maupun kantor-kantor konsulat yang lain. Universitas mitra tersebut antara lain Thammasat University, Konkan University di Thailand, University Utara Malaysia, University Science Malaysia, University Islam Antarbangsa di Malaysia, Sun Moon University di Korea Selatan, Tamkang University, Asia University, Sute University, National Cheng Kung University di Taiwan, Flinders University di Australia, serta Autonoma dan Jaume University di Spanyol.
Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta dan program studi hubungan internasional merupakan salah satu program studi yang terbaik yang ada di Indonesia. Perkembangannya sangat luar biasa dan hasil dari mahasiswa lulusannya juga. Ada beberapa diplomat yang merupakan lulusan dari Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta.
I would like to remind everyone that in 2 minutes, our next session will start.
Hello, everybody.
Good morning.
Did you have a good rest?
Good morning, Mas Albert.
Hi, Alexander. How are you?
Very good.
You are. It's good morning for you. It's good evening for me.
That's right.
Okay. Mas Ari, Sophia has sent a presentation and a video to the secretariat. So, can you please send me? What's the link?
Hello.
Yeah, I'll talk to you to just a minute. Sorry about the
yeah.
delay. Let me. Okay, once again, my apologies. I think there was a bit of confusion. Sophia is in the process of sending her material, so I've just asked her to log on. So my apologies for that. Oh, Mas Ari, can you please send Sophia? Mas Ari, can you please send Sophia?
Yes.
The email, the link, because she's got problems connecting.
Okay.
The
Zoom link.
Yeah.
Okay, wait, Prof.
Okay, in the meantime, while we're waiting for Dr. Sophia to join us, we can probably continue with questions and any questions that you might have. And I should also point out to you that I've just uploaded the piece for the projects for peace groups. So it's available now on, if you go on to my class, and you'll be able to access it. Any questions? Comments? Yeah? Anyone? Yeah, any comments, any questions? Yes, anyone? So while we're waiting, I want to introduce you to my other very good friend from Germany, Dr. Professor Alexander Hausmann. And
hello.
And he's very keen to do his presentation, and that's why he has woken up so early in Germany to get on and log on. Are you?
Oh yeah, I had some very delicious strawberries, fresh from the field already.
And being a German, are you having your beer now, or is it coffee?
Green tea.
Okay, good on you. So anyone want to say anything? Comments? I've got someone who posted on chat. Mary Monica, Boo Mary has said that it's been great so far. Pa Alberto learned a lot from peace from different individuals. Yes, indeed, you have. We have. I was just complimenting the group, the participants. We've got a fantastic group of participants. So, my good friend Jenny Murphy from San Francisco just sent me a message and asked me how is it going, and she wanted to join us, but she's busy with her teaching in San Francisco. So I said to her that we've got a fantastic group of participants. So anyway, but they're somewhat quiet now. They must have had a fabulous lunch or meal, and I feel as if I'm about to lose my voice because I've been talking too much. Yes, anyone else? Yes, indeed, it happens after lunch. I just had my afternoon tea because it's 5:10 in the evening here in Melbourne. So anyone else would like to say anything? Yes, MA, I can't see your name. Al-Babash, is it?
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
Alaikum salam. Hi, Doctor. My name, I'd like to focus on the obstacles that face people around the world to live in peacefully. The obstacles and what are the solutions that we should discuss with each other to find a peaceful way for all nations. So we should discuss with the obstacles and how what make people go far away from peace nowadays. Now the world becomes in a strange and dangerous situation. So we should discuss with each other to put in lines or headlines, reasons, causes, and solutions. I think it's a workshop, and to make it workshop and discussion, to get critical ideas, how to deal with this dangerous word nowadays.
Yeah, indeed. I think that's a very good question. Perhaps one of the ways, I mean, that's my personal opinion. I believe I've lost complete confidence in any of the national leaders, any part of the world. Okay, so let's begin with that premise, that there are problems where you have various leaders in different parts of the world. They are unable to imagine a world where we can live in peace, because for them, it is a mindset. And I think the next day, tomorrow, you will hear several of my colleagues talk about this in a much more eloquent way.
Yeah.
So the thing is that we always begin with the premise that if the way we think is focused on violence, aggression, and also the assumptions that we make about the world, that the world as if like is an aggressive world, the humans are innately violent and aggressive. Once we begin with that sort of premises, then we're not going to to succeed. So what we are hoping to promote from tomorrow onwards, and I think my good colleague here, Sophia, will in fact be able to present to you. What we want to try to do is to promote people's movements, in the sense of small groups of people working. And every part of the world that you go to today, you are actually going to find small groups of people who are working collectively on peace. Yeah. So it's just a question of bringing all these different groups of people together.
Yeah.
And sometimes when people ask me this question, and I say that the issue really is from us, the older males who in fact have created this world in this manner. So when you look at the younger generation, they are changing. They've got a different mindset, and we have to shift away from that sort of mindset. And if we begin to think in a sort of violent, aggressive way, then we can rethink, and we can in fact stop thinking that way. So this is where we are trying to work in terms of changing the ideas, changing the way we look at the world, changing a range of different kinds of how we relate to one another. And in the next few days, you are going to find that we also focus on not just how we relate to one another, but the most important thing is how we relate with nature. And indigenous peoples, in fact, provide a lot of lessons that we can gain from. And it's just a matter of learning from them. So the next few days, I hope that this very important question that you've asked is something that we can perhaps look at ways of how we can form groups of people in different parts of the world. And when I use the word, I'm going to say educate, but it's not just education, right? It is actually to do with changing people's thinking mindset and move away from what we call the colonial mindset, and shift to a much more decolonial way of approaching. Yeah. So all these things that we talked about, the way we think, our philosophies, the way we act, in terms of our values and ideologies, the way we define ourselves, which is what we call ontologies, and the way we know, the different ways of knowing things, which is our epistemologies. So these are the 4 things that we're going to deal with tomorrow.
Yep.
And once we begin to deal with address this very important question that you raised, from not just a psychological perspective, but also how we can use these different ways of thinking, acting, behaving, relating to one another, and especially with Mother Nature. And I think, once we begin to transmit this kind of knowledges, I use plural knowledges, to a much wider world of people then change will happen.
Excuse me, Prof.
Yeah, change is
Sophia
happening.
is here. Ibu
Sorry?
Sophia is here already.
Oh, good. Okay. Terima kasih. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's supposed to be we finish at 3:30 for this session, but we passed already 18 minutes. Maybe we can talk about this later. About the schedule.
If we have time, yes. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, where is Sophia?
Dear Alberto,
Hello.
can you see me?
Not yet. But
no.
Yeah.
You need to on your video, Sophia. Okay.
Okay, Sophia. ¿Cómo estás, Sophia?
Oh, I'm very happy to be here, but I was a little bit nervous because I had some troubles to connect to the link, and I was a little bit nervous. But now I'm happy because I see you.
Yeah, there's nothing to be nervous. You're among friends. So I won't take any more time, but just to say to everyone that Dr. Sophia, or we shall call her by the Indonesian way as Bu Sophia. And I've known Bu Sophia for many, many years, and together with Gloria, we shared many lunches and dinners and had fantastic time in Spain. So I won't take any time except to say that just as you have enjoyed Gloria's presentation, I'm really sure once Sophia overcomes her nervousness, you're going to have a fantastic learning experience or unlearning experience.
Of course, I'm very ready to deal, to interact, and to learn from all the participants as well.
Great. Okay.
I have sent a presentation to share to the ICCTP email.
Yeah. Mas Ari?
I have sent maybe before 9 the presentation to share and one video.
Yeah. Anyway, we are looking through those technical issues.
Okay.
The unfortunate thing, Sophia, is that several of the members of the Secretariat just the last few days have been ill. So we have fallen behind, and even Mas Ari was very sick until this morning.
Oh my God.
So there are lots of this kind of problems going on at the moment. So
don't worry, I can start presenting myself, and I have a group dynamic. Do you know that I always like to start with some warming up?
Yeah.
Because maybe now in Indonesia is a time after lunch, and I don't want nobody get slept.
I don't think that will happen. But anyway, would you like to start with maybe the group dynamic first? So would that be possible?
Yes. Yeah. First of all, I would like to present myself, to introduce myself, and then the dynamic. And meanwhile, I can try to share the screen, but last year the organization did it for me and it went very well. That's why sometimes I'm not very good on Zoom, because I used to be more used to use Google Meet. So, okay. First of all, thank you for inviting me the second year to participate in this international course. I'm very happy. I have different friends participating here, and I feel very, very proud to go on with these activities on peace and on these small contributions to the cultures of peace. That really, in fact, there are not small contributions. There are the contributions we can make from our human experiences, from our daily task. So I'm very happy. My name is Sofia Herrero. I'm coming from the Universitat Jaume I of Castellón. It's a small city in the Mediterranean Sea, in the east coast of Spain. And here in the university, we run an international master and a PhD on peace, conflict, and development studies. and it's an international program, and some of the organizers of this course has been studied the Peace Master program. Ari, Ida, and Alberto has been teaching here for 13 years or more. No?
14.
14, my God. And then my research line is peace education. I studied the Peace Master many years ago, and then later the PhD. And I'm teaching the course of peace education together with Gloria, the professor who participated this morning. So we are a good team of peace educators, and I would like to share my ideas, my proposals for you, and to do like a dynamic session. So I would like also to make you questions and to do like a dialogic participatory methodology. Because if you like the theory, you can ask me later and I can send you by email more articles or more authors to reach out. But today I want to do something more active and more dynamic, no? And to take the theoretical ideas, but in a experience well, like learning by doing is my proposal. First of all, I'm going to start with a group dynamic to warming up, and also later we can relate this dynamic with some ideas and some bases of key concepts of peace education. So the dynamic is like this. I have in this box a lot of objects. I'm going to show you one by one, and then I will remove one, and you will have to guess which one is the one is missing. You will have to guess which object is missing. Okay, I will start. Can you see me well? Sunglasses, lemon, hair comb, pine fruit, a piece of wood, marker, my perfume, beach stone, obsidian is like a volcanic glass. I bought it in Mexico. And a clip. A clip. Are you ready? Are you ready for the first round? Piece of wood, lemon, perfume, hair comb, glasses, beach stone, obsidian, marker, and a clip. What is missing? Come on. Very good. The first one. Very good. Very good. Is missing the pine tree. Let's do it again. So put attention, care. Okay. Again, lemon, hair comb, glasses, beach stone, obsidian, perfume, marker, and a clip. What is missing now? Ta-da.
Yes.
No. Glass, no.
Pen and the paper?
Yes. The boot piece, yes. Okay, now I will remove 2. Okay? Ready? Pay attention. Here come lemon, sunglasses, my perfume, obsidian, the marker. What is missing now? 2 things. 1, okay. Yes, oh, very good and very fast. Is missing the clip, is missing the stone. 2 more. Perfume, hair comb, sunglasses, and the marker. What is missing now? Yes, lemon and obsidian. So the 2 last. Now I have glasses and my perfume. What is missing? Hair comb. No, sunglasses here, perfume. Ta-ta! Yes, it's missing the marker and the hair comb. So there is only just 2. This is my dynamic I present for you, just to warming up a little bit and make you feel attentive, to make you put attention. But what do you think with this dynamic we have been working related to peace education? Have you found any concept that we can relate to peace education? What do you think? Is just to make fun, or can we relate? Diversity, very important. The objects were very diverse. Is to make you focus. Peace education needs also focus. Very good. Patient, because we have to be patient. What is participatory? Very good. What else? Everyone has a place, has voice, has something to say. Coexistent, being alert. Very good. Something else? I don't know what happened, but it sounds like a... Okay, I'm here. Yes, to be alert, to be attentive. Do you have something more to say? All the voices are very important, all the opinions. We are sharing a common goal. And something else? Okay, so very good. All those things you have said are very important on peace education. And also I wanted to to work the concept of recognition. Later, I will explain you cohabiting. Yes, sometimes we see one thing and the other see others. Yes. Sometimes are things that are more easily to recognize because of the shape of the color, and some others maybe are more difficult. And this seem, yes. And sometimes this happen in education, that some people are more easily to connect with the standardized education, and others are difficult to follow this standardized education because of the diversity. And this is what I wanted to work, the concept of recognition. It's very important to recognize the other objects, the situations in the way they are, in these three different ways to recognize people. Physical, the physical conditions, the physics, also the rights everybody has, and also the different lifestyles or different culture, different ways to live. And this is what education also has to take care of, this recognition of the diversity. And usually the education we learn, we reproduce, we live, the education is only one for all, for everybody. And is like standardized, so not everybody can fit in this standardized education. That's why some people fail or cannot follow the education because it doesn't attend to this diversity and to this inclusion of different people. And this is one point I would like to focus later on my proposal of peace education. Now we can share the presentation, and I will start by saying that my proposal of peace education starts from recognizing the violence. Even if it's peace education, we have to be aware of the different type of violence which the educational systems reproduce. Sometimes we don't are aware about this violence. So when I study the Peace Master program and I learn about Galtung, the three types of violence, direct, structural, and cultural, I start to think in my educational system. So I realized that these three kind of violence or type of violence are reproduced in the educational system as well, because it's a social subsystem which reproduces the same violence. So I try to focus first on the violence in order to deconstruct those violence and to propose alternative, to propose more peaceful ways of educating, of doing education. Can we pass the slide? Okay. So, reflection on the education we receive. Do you think that the education that we have inherited and institutionalized promote peace education? Do you think that? Or on the contrary, there are violence in the educational systems? Can you tell me some examples? Do you think we have peace education at the school? From your experiences, or on the contrary, you think educational systems reproduce violence? If so, can you tell me some examples, please? Come on. We are on a dialogic participatory methodology. You have to participate as well.
What I understand from the education that we inherit or the education system that
in which we studied the mainstream kind of education system, it certainly doesn't promote peace education, because peace education again is a very new kind of a subject. It has not been introduced as far as South Asia mostly is concerned. It's only taught in universities, and that too as a specialized course. Regarding the second question, that does our education promote violence? I think it doesn't promote violence as such, but again, it also doesn't promote peace. So we have that kind of binary. If it doesn't promote violence, but on the other hand, it also doesn't promote peace. Yes.
No, thank you very much. No promote, but if there are violence in the educational systems, do you think so?
No, I don't think there are examples of violence being promoted for education system. But yes, in certain cases, there may be, suppose, history books, particularly as far as India is concerned. History books are written in such a manner in which the Muslims or some other communities are depicted as invaders. So that kind of rewriting of the textbooks or presenting history in such a manner where a certain community appears as proponents of violence or oppressors, that certainly does help in reinforcing the perceptions about the other community as being violent. So
Very
that
good.
kind of violence, yes.
Very good, because this is one kind of violence. The school materials sometimes show supremacy of knowledge and others are excluded. So this is going to be one kind of violence that we have to take care of. Okay, more ideas? You can even talk or you can write in the chat. To me, is perfect.
All right. My name is Pedmia. Now, the first question, do you think the education that we have inherited is to promote peace education? I don't think, because like he said, it's kind of getting in very new. Now we have the concept of peace education meets religion. It's now that we have it. Now you go to the university settings in our country, they tell you that 2 advanced level papers, excluding religion. But if religion came into it, I think that it would have brought some sense of peace among these children. You have children now in our schools who go to school with knives, who go to school with weapons, ready to stab their fellow mates. Some have killed their teachers. So there is a lot of violence in the educational milieu that we have in our setting back home here.
Yes, very good point. We have maybe to learn interreligions, a lot of religions, to understand the religious perspective of every different culture. But we don't study religion, or if we study maybe one as the truly one. So this makes us to be against another beliefs and other religions. Okay, more ideas? Who has raised their hands? You can.
Oh yeah. Maybe also related to violence education. I think also the relation with gender and sexual education. Because sometimes especially in my age, I see from my nephew age, when they go to the school, there is really a lack in educational things to teach what was gender. And maybe also the teacher have this kind of information on gender. It also about speak about normal stuff like menstruation, like this. It was like really taboo. This also can be like a evaluation education, I think.
Yes, there are still a lot of gender issues which the education doesn't take care of, and there are many topics that are taboos, or there are many prejudices, and so the peace education is taking care of that, but we have to deal with. Thank you. What else?
Hello.
Yes.
Yes, I would like to talk about the case of Cameroon, where I believe that there is violence in the educational systems. Because in the case of Cameroon, we have 2 distinct educational systems, the English system and the French system. and the actual violence here in Cameroon, I think this educational system is actually one of the root causes, because there is the perceived impression that one of the educational systems dominates the other educational systems. So this has been a cause of social frustration, and it has actually been one of the root causes of the conflict, which I think has not yet been addressed. And on this premise, I would like to believe that the educational system is a cause of violence in the case of Cameroon. Thank you.
Very good point. There is a domination of knowledge, domination, adoctrination, and so this is also one of the violence which are included in many educational systems. What else? Focus on competition. This is very important. Competition is the main concept of violence. It's based on competition. And this has to change, because we cannot compete one against to other. We have to cooperate, we have to collaborate, we have to make another kind of learning, not competition. Competition is violence. So this is very good too. What else?
Yes, good morning, Dr. Sofia.
Hola, Mohamed.
Yes, I think that it depends on the environment of every region or every country, or even the according to the universal epic of every historic era. For example, it means I'm talking about the thoughts war between communism and capitalism. And also we can talk about the doctrine, historical doctrine for every country to the indicated enemy. That's why we cannot combine or abbreviate it with religion. To indicate it with religion itself. No, I think it's more general.
Yes, this is very important. Also, education promotes politics, ideologies. So this is also a kind of violence, because it's like imposition of ideologies. And so peace education has to also to take care of. So as we don't have too much time, I cannot let you all talk. You can send the ideas by chat, but this is the starting point on peace education. Be aware of the violence that the educational systems reproduce in order to deconstruct. This is the methodology, deconstruction and reconstruction of new ways of doing education. As far as I know, as I'm concerned, peace education is not a specific course. It's not a punctual subject. Peace education is a way of doing education. It's a way of doing education that we have to have this on the basis. Is doing education, peace education, because education and peace have to be by hand, have to be together. And these are videos that I like too much to use videos to work on these ideas of the violence that the educational systems reproduce. Sometimes are very small, micro-violence, and we even don't realize that there is violence. But it's good to see, because the micro-violence are also important to deconstruct. So this is a video of 1979 about, from Pink Floyd. It's a band, a music band. It's called The Wall, and it's a very good video to show this violence. Also, Ken Robinson from 2011 is the paradigm of the educational system is called, and this is a very good video to show all these ideas. And another video of Prince Ed, that it was a singer who made this video, and it's also very, very good to work on these ideas. Can we pass to the other slide? Okay, this is, we are working on these images, but very fast. Last year, we also worked on these images that also show the violence of the educational system. If you want to send some ideas on the chat, But you see, this is images of the educational system made by a pedagogue from Italy. Is called Tonucci, Francesco Tonucci. Frato also as a nickname. And Frato is a pedagogue, is an educator, now he's retired, and he's giving chats around the world and conferences and workshops, but he also is a illustrator. So he made this draw, is from the 70s, but you can still see many of this system, of this idea in the schools nowadays, and we are in 2022. So 50 years later, still happen the same. We can see here the students are very different, and when they finish the school are all equal. For example, no ideas, because the education is equal for everybody. Even if they are different, they have different talents, different capabilities, different ways of learning, different moments, different personalities. They receive the same equal education. As you see here, there is hierarchies. Here is the top boss. Here maybe is the professors, and in the base, the students, no? That there are like power. Also, the school material is the same for all and standardized. You have to learn this, and in this way, no? By books. And it's like an injection of the brain, like thought control, indoctrination. And at the end, those who cannot follow the system, they are garbage. Here, they don't finish. They are excluded from the system. So this also is an image that I like to use a lot to work on these ideas that you can see the violence of the educational system. Okay, we can go on because the same ideas will come later. So, as we have seen many of the ideas already that you said, there is indoctrination, individualism, passivity, demotivation, homogenization, competition, exclusion, ideological interest, consumerism. Students are like products. They are not real protagonists of the system. There are repression, neutrality, objectivity, and in the end, this is all kinds of violence. Let's go to the other. So just the three ideas of the conclusion of this starting point. As a social subsystem, reproduce the three types of violence proposed by Galton: direct, structural, and cultural. This education is understood, the traditional education is understood under the narrative passive paradigm. I took this idea by Martín Gordillo. What this means, narrative passive? The faculty, the professors, the teachers are the ones who knows, who has the knowledge, and they have this narrative perspective. And the student is the one who receives, and is a passive role. And Freire called this paradigm banking education. And he said that this traditional education thinks that students are like empty balls that we have to fill out with knowledge. And the peace education breaks these ideas. The students are not empty, and we have to fill out knowledge. So, but they have a lot of knowledge already. They have their own backgrounds. They know their opinions, their ideas, their experiences, and they have to bring into the school, and they have to share with the others. So by dialogue and interaction and sharing, we make the knowledge. The knowledge don't have to be put in the brains. No, the knowledge comes from all the voices, all the opinions, these interactions, taking the ideas and the personalities and the backgrounds of the students. And the paradigm is dialogic participatory, no narrative passive. Okay, let's go to the next one. So to sum the three types of violence, we can see different examples that I'm going to complete with your ideas too. For example, direct violence, we can see labels, disparagements, sometimes I don't know how to pronounce very well, insult, punishments, threats, cries, exclusions, use of power and force. This happen in the classrooms. Also, we can see structural violence, hierarchies, verticality, power abuse, unequal relations, meritorious, competition, ethnocentric, classification. These are the ones who are good, those who take good notes, good grades, and those are the shit, no, let's say. So this classification is not good for people and for education. Education has not to classify people. Everybody has their own talents, their own opportunities, and their own strengths, no? And also there are also cultural violence. For example, reproduction of gender roles. Still, we see many different gender roles in education, prejudices, xenophobia, racism, maintenance of the hegemonic power of the status quo, supremacy of the rational technological paradigm. The important is mathematics and languages, maybe. And the rest is like, no. So this supremacy is also violence. And also the having versus being. Being is not important. For example, my child is a very good boy. He's not very good on grades, but he's a very good person, very sentimental, very emotional, always giving hugs and nice words to his classmates. But this is not really important because this is not has not grade in the school, no? So these also are kind of violence. Being intelligent is, oh my God, is supremacy of the intelligence. And to be a good person is like, doesn't care, you know? And maybe we need more good persons than intelligent, super clever people, no? If later doesn't know how to coexist, how to be empathic with the others, how to respect. So this kind of ideas we have to take care of on peace education. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Okay, so the last theoretical ideas on the inherited education which we reproduce is based on the neoliberal capitalist system. In the law market, the educational system is based on these ideas of the capitalism. Education is understood as merchandising, not as a right. Educational centers are more related to enterprises and students as customers. And it follows a scientific technological approach, narrative passive paradigm, and this banking education that doesn't refer to be, but to have, to compete, to get good grades, even if you are not having values, no? Okay, so let's go to the next one. Okay, so now after making the paradigm of the violence we reproduce on the educational system, we would like to focus more on peace education. In my research, I proposed like an approach, no? I call REM approach of peace education. REM is reconstructive empowering, and it's because this proposal of peace education based on the reconstruction on alternative to this violence, no? That the educational system reproduce. So it's a reconstruction of human competencies to make a peace education and also empower ourselves from our daily situation, our daily experiences to make peace at the school, to make peace in our formal context, in informal, in non-formal situation, to make peace in our daily lives. So if we make little pieces every day, we can, in the whole, make a culture of peace, because it depends from our behaviors, from our attitudes. Peace education is not from the elite, from the illuminated people, from God, from the church, from priests. No, peace education comes from everybody, from ourselves. It's a very personal way of doing peace education. And education in the school have to teach how to do it, no? And also at home, in our institutions, in our mass media. So we have to work all together with this step-by-step piece, no? Focus, the proposal of peace education, as we have repeated many times, focus on the deconstruction of these three types of violence: direct, structural, and cultural, in formal, informal, and non-formal education. And now, as I've been talking a little bit, now I would like to put a video. It's called the Lorenzo case, El caso de Lorenzo, and we'll put the English subtitles. And we'll see this video, and later I will ask some questions. Can we put the video, please? Yes. You can put the questions if you want. Subtitles in English. Here, very good. Yes, it's good.
El caso de Lorenzo. Lorenzo siempre camina arrastrando un cacito. Un día le cayó encima. No se sabe muy bien por qué. Por culpa de ese cazo, Lorenzo ya no es exactamente como los demás. Necesita mucho cariño. A veces incluso llega a ser molesto. Es muy sensible. Y tiene una gran sensibilidad artística. Tiene muchas cualidades. Pero a menudo la gente no ve más allá del cazo que arrastra por todas partes. Les parece extraño, incluso inquietante.
Además, este cazo le complica la vida. Muy pocos se dan cuenta de que Lorenzo se tiene que esforzar el doble para hacer lo mismo que los demás. A Lorenzo le gustaría mucho deshacerse del cazo, pero es imposible. El cazo siempre está ahí y no se puede hacer nada. Un día no puede más y decide esconderse. Y se queda en su escondite mucho tiempo. Poco a poco la gente se olvida de él y ya no le piden nada. Pero afortunadamente, las cosas no son tan simples. Hay personas extraordinarias. Con que haya una es suficiente. Le enseña a espabilarse con su cazo. Le cose un zurrón para su cazo. Ahora le ven muchas cualidades. Aunque Lorenzo siga siendo el mismo de antes.
Okay, let's go to the presentation. I have been told that I have to finish in 5 minutes. We can make a little discussion. I have prepared a lot of theory and ideas on my presentation, but because I start 15 minutes later, we don't have too much time but I can share the presentation with you if you would like to go on this peace education proposal. So we can go to the next slide to reflect about this video, because to me, to my interpretation, it contains a lot of ideas of peace education. Let's go to the next slide, please. Okay, so I would like you to reflect and to make these questions. What the case or the pot or the saucepan means, no, in the video means. Why people think Lorenzo is strange. Why Lorenzo does not feel included. Can we relate this with education, what we see in the video? What means the lady who helps Lorenzo, and what the back the lady give Lorenzo means. So if somebody wants to participate.
Yeah, can I share my opinion on the case?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, I think the case of Lorenzo is a good metaphor. Sorry, I don't open my camera because the connection is not good here. But it's a good metaphor for explain how it's very complicated to put someone is have a different behavior, a different kind of share emotion with other people. This makes people think that he or she is strange. this is also an impact of education, because without a really good education, the people can, the kids can be stuck in a hole. Okay, so like they don't. She or he don't know how to grow, how to improve the skill. So this a good education with good teacher, a good professor can maybe help the guy with different kind of knowledge or skill. But because we live in a world that all people need to be the same, this can be like a violent against kids can have this kind of emotion. Also, people like, for example, people that have like how it's calling autism spectrum. Sometimes they need more attention, different kind of relation with people. And this is complicated if the society don't know how to help this kind of kids. I mean, from this, I think this is the meaning of them. Lorenzo, guys. Thank you.
Very good interpretation, and also in the chat has been also very important things that maybe the case or the pot is the baggage we carry, but everyone we have our own baggage that we are carrying, but this baggage can be converted in talents or in gifts, not in obstacles. But as the education is very standardized and homogenized, those who are in the margins or those who are different from the normality, we see as obstacles, no? And this video is reflecting about how, for example, this lady that can be peace education to me, this lady, no, can peace education can see the different personalities, the different ways of learning, the different backgrounds, the different baggage that we carry, and convert it into strengths, into talents, into different ways of learning and of educating. And the bag also means the tools, the instruments we have to do peace education. With the bag, she helped Lorenzo, and later everybody could see his talents, but not before, no? Even he was the same, Lorenzo. So this is a kind of reflection and yes, also one opinion is that maybe Lorenzo has learning disorder, that there are many also, has diversity, and also peace education has to take care of. Yes, he has other talents, is sensitive, he has emotion, has good feelings, he has art talent. So education has to also focus on the talents of the people, of the children, and education must develop those talents, not to focus on the weakness, on the, you know, he has to focus on the talents, on the gifts, on the strengths, not on the weakness. So this is a kind of reflection on what we need to look in the education systems. Another opinion is every child is special, and the education has to focus on this diversity and on these rhythms. Everybody has different ways of learning and different rhythms, and need different treatments. And that's why if we just have a unique education, standardized, homogeneous, we cannot make peace. We will exclude somebody always. So as we don't, yes, so we need to focus on the ones who maybe need more and slowly way of learning and a special way of learning, and to make them develop the strengths, the talents, the gifts. This is the main idea. And I can talk for hours to you, but the time is limited, and Alberto Gomez has sent me a say, you have finish. So you have to finish your time. So I can share the presentation, and we can also go on talking by email or in another future occasions. I hope you like the proposal, even if it was short, but I think it was also emotional and interactive, and I have enjoyed and learned from your opinions and from your voices. So thank you so much, and we'll keep collaborating.
Thank you so much, Sophia, and my sincere apologies for. I should clap for you.
Muchas gracias.
I have to apologize for interrupting, your very interesting and presentation, but unfortunately.
No, I understand, and at least I put on the table some ideas to reflect, and I hope we can. I hope we can go on working on peace education and on cultures of peace among our daily experiences.
And I want to also encourage all the participants who have not been to the Castellón Peace Masters. I want to, say what a wonderful, Peace Masters. And I feel as if I'm falling ill as well, because I'm beginning to lose my voice. So I hope I don't get sick.
So, take care, my dear.
Yes, I shall. And now, Alexander, are you there? Okay. So thank you.
Hi, hola, I'm here.
Okay,
hello,
thank you
Alexander.
so much.
Sophia.
Thank you so much, Sophia, once again.
Alexander is a professor of the Peace Master program and a friend also.
Yeah,
and I also, before saying bye-bye, I also wanted to say you that if somebody is interested in the Peace Master program, you can take a look of. So, we used to have scholarships from people from impoverished countries for developing countries. And for example, India is one of them. I see somebody from India, and so maybe you can apply and you can come to study here.
And Africa, we have quite a number of participants.
Yes, Africa and
Middle East, from Palestine.
Middle East, yes. So let's keep in touch, and thank you for sharing with me this session.
Yes. Muchas gracias, and we are in touch.
Muchas gracias.
Okay, now to the participants, my apologies because of all the technical glitches that we experienced. And do you want to take a 5-minute break and then we get on to Alexander, or shall we just continue? Would you like to have a quick break?
Can we continue? Because I mean, like,
Continue is fine for me.
No. Okay, is that all right? So we'll continue with Alex because Alexander he has an appointment. Actually, he's way past his appointment. So he will present, and then we can probably take a short break after Pa Alexander's presentation before we go on to Bu Saroja. Okay, is that all right with all of you? And once again, my sincere apologies for the delay, and sometimes when we have technical glitches as this, it's beyond our control, unfortunately. And the other thing too is that I'm not seeking sympathy, but the other thing too, unfortunately, is that we have had a number of our volunteers who have been unwell, and so we'll get there. But I'm starting to feel as if I'm getting unwell as too. So even though I'm so far away from Yogyakarta, but anyway, we'll be fine. Okay, Pa Alexander, silakan.
Yeah, can you just make me a co-host so I can share my screen?
Okay.
You're now the co-host, Pa Alexander.
Yeah, you are co-host now.
Yeah. Great, thank you. Okay. Wonderful. It's so nice to see my very good friend, Pac Alberto, and mentor, I should say, and also Sofia, of course. And again, you're all invited to Castellón. It's a very beautiful place and a unique masters in peace studies. And today I want to talk about my work at the university, at the academia. I'm a guest professor in a program, master's program called Standards of Decision Making Across Culture at the University of Erlangen-Nuremberg in Germany. And I'm also a proud member of the peace network Deep Global that Alberto, of course, is the director. And I like to talk I like to take up the questions the concepts that Alberto already presented in peace studies, namely ontologies and epistemologies. And I like to talk about peace culture and cultures of peace. And I'm very concerned with decolonizing education, vote anthropology. And I cannot agree more with Alberto. He was saying that it's so important, our relationships with each other are very crucial, as well as our partner. I mean, we should have partnerships, ideally. And the most important relationship is, of course, with Mother Earth. And I start with the text that has been distributed before. I hope maybe you had some time to study also. So very important, Ribeiro, but also Escobar, Restrepo, here are scholars from South America, from the Americas, who criticized actually the dominant approach in anthropology and say in academia as a whole, but also in feminism or in peace studies, that these disciplines or these fields have been largely monopolized by a white, actually American white political discourse, and other anthropology otherwise suggests that the space in which anthropology is practiced is fractured, perhaps even more so today than in the past, and despite increasing normalizing tendencies worldwide, making it into a plural space. So rather than assuming that there is a privileged position from which a real anthropology in the singular can be produced, and in relation to which all other anthropologies would define themselves, vote anthropologies, and this is a concept I like to introduce today to you, seeks to take seriously the multiple and contradictory historical, social, cultural, and political locatedness of the different communities of anthropologies and of anthropologists and their anthropologies. Yeah, and so just to summarize everything in very short, it would be very important to include, let's say, the voices of migrant and refugee communities in their experience and their expertise, yeah, their community knowledge, local knowledge, their expertise, for example, in dealing with crisis situation. And in my work, I've been very interested how people say in Myanmar, in Burma, in Myanmar, have responded actually to humanitarian crisis situations, to include these voices into our teaching textbooks. Yeah? So not to silence these voices, but make these voices visible. So my talk is very much about this, and this is my project. So the Savage Slot Trouillot, actually critical contextualization. In his, he's a Black Haitian scholar. Anthropology emerged within a larger field structured after the Renaissance. So it's really going back 500 years, a very long time, around the features of order, the West as it is, utopia, the West as it could be, and the savage, the non-West. Yeah. So there's this kind of division into the order, utopia, and the savage. So anthropology ended up being entrusted with the savage slot. So we are studying the other, the cultural other, so to speak, the primitive. Yeah. So today the direction of the discipline depends upon an explicit attack on that slot itself. Yeah. So this kind of savage slot we have to overcome. Yeah? It's not acceptable, and the symbolic order upon which this premise, of course. And this is the coloniality and the continuity of coloniality and colonialism today. So dominant anthropologies operate like normalizing machines that preclude the enablement of different anthropological practices and knowledge worldwide, to the extent that dominant anthropologies operate from a paradigmatic and privileged epistemological position. They constitute apparatuses of erasure, of difference, and effect a given inscription of difference in the name of anthropological canons. For example, European authors working on Myanmar cite other European authors, but ignore Burmese authors because Burmese authors do not publish in American ethnologists and not in English. So why anthropology matters? Anthropology matters. Anthropology's real contribution lies not in its literature, but in its capacity to transform lives. Yeah. For what drives anthropologists in the final resort is not the demand for knowledge, but an ethic of care. We don't care for others by treating them as objects of investigation, by assigning them to categories and contexts, or by explaining them away. We care by bringing them into presence so that they can converse with us and we can learn from them. That's the way to build a world with room for everyone. We can only build it together. This is the voice of Professor Timothy Ingold. And I very much like the concept of Ubuntu, yeah, from South Africa. Celebrate life, I am because you are. Living anthropologically means documenting history, interconnection, and power in a time of transformation and crisis. We need to care for others as we attempt to build a world together. This means especially overcoming the rifts that have tended to divide generations. Generation Z, from 16 to 25, has been important in the democracy movement in Myanmar, Thailand, and the military alliance with Hong Kong, but also, say, in the Middle East, yeah, the Arab Spring. So Ubuntu means to celebrate humanity, to stress mutuality and conviviality. Ubuntu was revitalized in a very critical time in South Africa for redress, restorative justice, forgiveness, reconciliation, and healing. And I want to present to you our global deep circle and peace houses that I direct in the that I had in the global deep network. So building on existing structures of self-organization for empowerment of local communities that provide safe spaces in which the spirit of dialogue, peaceful coexistence, inclusiveness, experimentation, and cooperation flourish. This circle is a network of flexible and multi-sided peace houses. It provides a hub for face-to-face talks, lectures with dialogues in a spirit of sharing and commensality, webinars, workshops, and public fora. These peace houses are in Sinjar, in Shingal, northern Iraq, Mandalay, in Myanmar, Patani, the Patani Art Space in Thailand, and in Bielefeld in Germany, where I reside with my family. They constitute an inclusive and safe environment in which the voices of subaltern communities can be heard. The peace houses stand for creative solutions to problems of displacement, discrimination, and marginalization. And they commit to a positive definition of peace, which includes grassroots democratic participation, basic well-being, and the spirit of creativity, joy, and future crafting. Yeah, and it's really exciting. I can say that the peace house in Shingal has just been constructed, yeah, and it will be a very important place of positive encounters and positive energy. And the circle will promote peace culture, peace education, learn from the experiences of non-killing, peaceful societies, explore alternative models of peace and development from a public applied perspective, and will showcase our solidarity with local and marginalized, with refugee communities and indigenous people, and will help to make their voices heard by constructive intervention for social justice. It will contribute to and support local and non-mainstream projects of education, the promotion of cultural rights and regeneration, mobilization of global knowledge, civil courage, and anti-racism, as well as global learning. All these are very important. So again, projects of education, the promotion of cultural rights, and mobilization of global knowledge, civil courage, and anti-racism, as well as global learning. The goal is to create connections and synergies between the peace houses, and I think this is unique. So to share their experiences with each other, add new ones, work for the community and raise funds and create leadership and strong teams and develop strategies for social change. And here you have a solidarity with the democracy movement in Myanmar and Germany. So we set up a really big and meaningful solidarity movement with Myanmar. And this democracy movement in Shan State, Myanmar. And I introduced a participatory action research so that we are not a burden to the community we work with, but instead we forge partnerships, as I said before, and we share our resources with the communities. And here is I will send you the slides also, yeah? You can see the project in Shan State for a very important peace project in my mind, for building actually 88 to 90 schools, primary schools, in vernacular Shan language, yeah, for the poor, very poor, impoverished Shan children. And the children really are poor, not because of the resources, because resources are plenty, watersheds, rice fields, yeah, rivers, that's not lacking, but they are poor because of the violence, yeah. And I think Alberto and Sofia already discussed different types of violence, yeah. So I don't need to repeat this here. And we need to be polyphonic and not dialogical, yeah. So we need to hear many voices. We need to overcome the Western bias, yeah. So the research, our research needs to be embedded in community concerns, community experience, and community design. And I have done research, ethnographic research, in the Karen Hills of Eastern Burma. And I'm about to start the same participatory action research in Shingal, in northern Iraq, yeah. And I hope to see many of the participants today in this course. I hope to see again. And community-centered approaches. And so Evolved Anthropology is interested in developing non-Western, community-centered and gender-sensitive concepts, yeah? So, and also this concept has been developed with communities on the move, yeah? And it likes to contribute to eco-peace systems. And yeah, I've worked on the Karen here, you can see, and here are some pictures from my fieldwork, my engagement, the Yazidi people. I just go through the slides quickly now, but again, I will send you the slides, their experiences. And I also work very strongly with diasporas. And again, Evolved Anthropology differs from global anthropology in that the global anthropology only studies transnational or global networks, while Evolved Anthropology encompasses people in various places, including the diaspora. In the one vote, Evolved Anthropology hence integrates both anthropological fieldwork and the application in peace-building education and training. The inclusion of the communities we work with starts with a research design and becomes meaningful by creating the togetherness, and the commitment using participatory action research. Thank you so much. That would be my contribution.
Dankeschön.
Dankeschön. Merci. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Now, thank you so much once again. And I know you have to rush for your meeting. And
good morning, Saroja.
And we will also share your slides to the participants. And will they be able to contact you if they've got any questions?
Of course. And I'm so sorry that I can't stay for Saroja's talk. Yeah, my apologies.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Maybe I can come back very soon. So let's see.
Okay. All right. I'll see you then. And you take care. And, terima kasih banyak.
Terima kasih.
Okay. Bye for now. Okay. Now, do you want to have a break? Because it must have been a very long session for all of you. No? I'm just going to check to see whether there's no one has posted on chat. So shall we go on? Is that okay with all of you?
I guess most wants to finish as soon as possible.
Get it over with, is it?
Well, I'll let you decide, Prof.
Okay. I think if there are no objections, we'll just go on. And yes, let's ride on. I like that. Okay, so we'll ride on and we'll try to finish on time. And if failing that, if you don't mind, we'll just go like a few minutes beyond 5. Is that okay with you? Okay, remember, one of the C words is conciliatory. So we want to make sure that there is a consensus, that all of you are agreeable before we proceed. Is that okay with everyone? Excellent. Okay, I should ask Mas Ari, Pa Ari, because he's my boss. Is that okay with you?
Perfecto.
Now I should also mention this to all of you. We work like a team. Okay, so we work very closely with one another. We have a joking relationship. We tease each other, and so that's how we maintain a very close-knit team in ICCTP. So if you hear us teasing each other and joking, this is take that as an illustration of how well we get along with one another. Okay, so my good friend Bu Saroja, who I've known for a very long time and who has very kindly agreed to be part of this coordinating team, and she didn't know what she was in for when I asked her whether she would be willing to join us. And she probably regrets now, but it's a bit too late. So, Bu Saroja, please, go on with your presentation. And thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Albert. And I will start my presentation now without further ado. So I just want to say before I start my presentation proper that, I want to accord my sincere thanks to Pa Albert, Pa Ari, Pa Idam, Mas Ifa, Mas Savitri, and everybody on this team. The work that went behind, creating this was amazing. And I was so, since this is my first time doing this, I really participate. I really was involved with every step of it, or at least was present in all the meetings. And I must tell you that what you are seeing today is the result of a lot of really, really hard work and teamwork, and that accounts for why several of the people on the team have fallen sick. So I really thank our team here for doing such hard work and for coming up with this course, which I hope will benefit all our participants today. Okay, without further ado, let me go through my topic. As you may know, or you may not know, I'm not a peace scholar, but I have known Alberto Gomez for a very long time, and he is also, I must say, my mentor. My introduction to peace actually comes from him, because like him, I also went to do research on the amongst the Orang Asli, who are the Aboriginal peoples of Malaysia, and Professor Alberto Gomez was at that time one of the leading scholars on these people. And he had worked on the Samai people, an Orang Asli group who are known as the peaceful people in the anthropological literature. So, the name Albert is actually synonymous with peace because of his work amongst the Samai. So that was my introduction to Albert Gomez through his work on the peaceful people. So when we reconnected, many years later, I learned that Albert had now started this network called DEEP, which focused on dialogue and promoting peace through dialogue. So again, I wasn't surprised and very impressed with what he was doing. So in a sense, what I present today is actually a result of kind of indirectly his influence too. I have always been a scholar of food, but today I am sharing with you my work on food and peace, and that comes from actually Albert, Albert's influence. So here is my short piece today. Sorry, I'm not, okay. Let's see if I can get this work going. Just a moment. Okay, here we go. Oops, I'm sorry, here it is. So let me pull out my slides here. Okay. So, as I mentioned, I do not explicitly work on the topic of peace, and I'm not a peace scholar, but rather I come to today's discussion as a scholar of peace, looking at the various aspects of living that are unavoidably intertwined with the concept and practice of peace. And one such aspect is that of food. So the pertinent question I ask is, how does food then relate with peace? Now, I look at peace from the perspective of food and ecological regeneration. My research on food focuses on my interest in food and Islam, actually, where I look at Islamic principles that support food safety, regenerative food production and consumption, and the rehabilitation of food futures. So all this interest comes from my own research over the past 20 years, My interest in food actually began about 25 years ago when I conducted research as a doctoral candidate in anthropology amongst the Malay-speaking Muslim fishermen in southern Thailand. Later on, I went on to research specifically on food and Islam, where I studied how laws with respect to permissible and forbidden seafood created distinctions between the different schools of jurisprudence as well as the different sects of Islam. So that was my research in Thailand, which was intimately associated with food, but specifically with the laws of Islam and food, Then later in 2014, I got an invitation to the autonomous Muslim province of Ningxia in northern China. This was an invitation from a former student of mine who had gone home to Ningxia to assume the post of a professor at the university. So at his invitation, visiting Ningxia led to research on Islam and food safety, a new topic for me, on regenerative food production and consumption and rehabilitation of food futures. This is a topic that I pursue till today. So what is the connection between food and conflict, you might wonder? Yeah. So we may often overlook the fact of the connection between food and conflict, but the fact remains that food is so much connected to war and peace. The world is currently experiencing much crisis, all of which actually are connected to food. We have hardly recovered from the rising food prices and inflation caused by the global COVID-19 pandemic, only to be confronted by yet another food crisis caused by war. Since the start of the Russia-Ukraine war in February of this year, commodity prices, especially that of wheat and corn, and natural gas prices have registered the highest increase since 1970. Why? Because Russia and Ukraine account for about 30% of the global wheat supply and 1/6 of the global corn supply before they went to war. And Russia is a leading global supplier of oil, gas, metals, and grains. In May of this year, India joined the fray by banning wheat exports as a result of a massive heat wave which singed crops and threatened output. Indonesia banned palm oil exports for 4 weeks in April and May as prices soared, pushed up by a shortage of sunflower oil from Ukraine. If you don't know, sunflower oil happens to be the largest used cooking oil around the world, yeah? Palm oil is the cheapest and most widely used cooking oil, and Indonesia is its largest producer. So Indonesia had to protect its own local supply of palm oil. In Singapore, my own country, we are confronted with Malaysia not exporting live chicken from June 1st of this year. What happened was in May of this year, the Malaysian government announced that the country would halt the export of 3.6 million fresh chicken per month starting from June 1st of this year. The ban came following the shortage in supply as well as rising chicken prices following the increase in the price of feed as well as disease infection and weather conditions. Now, Malaysia is the second largest supplier of chicken to Singapore, supplying 34% of the country's chicken needs. Malaysian farmers became upset. Why? Because export prices of Singapore to chicken are higher compared to if these chickens were sold domestically in Malaysia, where the government has imposed a local ceiling price for chickens sold in Malaysia. This ban of exporting chicken to Singapore cut into chicken breeders' profits. And now with higher production costs, especially of corn and soybean feed, whose prices have been partly affected by the Ukraine-Russia war, chicken breeders are faced with losses. So you can see how that's creates a lot of contention in Malaysia. Now, in Singapore itself, the ban led to panic chicken buying as well as threats from well-known chicken rice vendors to close shop and eat grass, as one vendor put it. Chicken rice is Singapore's unofficial national dish, and this dish requires fresh, not frozen chicken. So Singapore's national identity was at stake, yeah, because our national dish was at stake. Besides chicken, other animal proteins are also affected. Corn, wheat, and rice are important components of pig and cattle feed, causing beef and pork prices to start rising. Soybean is also used in some types of fish food. Argentina, Turkey, and Kyrgyzstan have already placed partial bans on beef exports as a way to control prices. Elsewhere, things register a more serious note. The Sri Lankan government of Rajapaksa has been brought down following rising fuel and food prices. Now, while the Prime Minister Rajapaksa had been enriching his coffers, and that is his family, through misuse of the privileges of his office, it was the inability to provide for the basic necessities of his people that led to his violent ouster on May 9 of this year. One can therefore see the importance that food and basic essentials play in ensuring societal peace and stability. With the global population set to reach 9 billion by 2050, food production needs to increase by 50% from the current rate to feed this huge population. Now, last month, the United Nations Chief Antonio Guterres warned that the consequences for the world of Russia's invasion of Ukraine could negatively impact about 1.6 billion people. Pleading for an end to the war, he stressed that while this year's crisis is about the lack of access, next year's crisis could be about the lack of food. As usual, the most vulnerable in the Middle East, North Africa, and South Africa would bear the most brunt of the food and energy crisis. An example would be plum peanut, a peanut-based paste developed by French scientists in the 1990s as a therapeutic food for malnourished children. However, the cost of plum peanut has increased by 23%, but partly as a result of the war in Ukraine due to rising prices of commodities and shipping. As donor countries have diverted state aid to help Ukrainian refugees, Africa faces the risk of famine and malnourishment. Now, while all these seems rather gloomy, I want to highlight the salience of food in maintaining peace as well as creating war. Now, let me focus on food and peace then. I have provided some reading materials that portray the importance of food and to maintaining peace, and you can look at that in your reading package that we've provided. Let me now go on to talk about food security and peace. A society that has no access to food has no hope of peace, so says the Secretary of Slow Food International, a global movement that promotes local food cultures and traditions, tries to counteract the fast food life poster boy by fast food, and encourage people to focus on their food choices and its impact around the world. The strong equation here is with food and harmony. Without food, there is no harmony. While starvation is not a huge threat in today's world, what is more important is access to good quality food and safe food. When such access is not forthcoming, people are forced to migrate, leaving broken and divided communities. In China, where I do research, the number one concern of the Chinese people is food safety. In fact, my research in China began as a result of a question put to me at the dinner table, at a dinner hosted by folks eager to meet the foreign professor in their midst. My host, a young Chinese businessman, asked me, Lao Shi, meaning teacher, how do I migrate to Singapore? When I asked him why he wanted to migrate to my already densely populated and crowded country, his reply was that he was very concerned with the low level of food safety in China and wanted to migrate to a place where he did not have to worry about the food, about the safety of the food that he and his family were consuming. It is indeed an irony that the world's second largest economy is not able to guarantee the safety of its food for its people. A tragic situation indeed. But my research focused on how Chinese people then try to deal with the problem of food safety on an everyday basis, especially since not everyone could migrate out to safe food zones. My findings revealed how in China, people were looking for safe dining spaces, that is, places that they trusted to serve safe foods. In Muslim-dominant Ningxia province, where I did my research, I found that non-Muslim Chinese revealed a preference for eating in Muslim restaurants because of their belief that religio-ethical values made it necessary for Muslims to not knowingly contaminate the food they sold. This research then helped me perceive how commensality, or eating together, was an important aspect of harmony. While we often see reports of conflict in parts of China amongst Muslims and non-Muslims, my own on-the-ground research data revealed that Muslim restaurants where Muslims and non-Muslims ate together were important sites of peace and harmony. Commensality was an important path to peace. Of course, the whole idea of commensality is a human phenomenon. In many cultures, food is what brings people together. People convene in friendship. People bond over food. Just like peace, food and eating can be both solitary and relational. While we nourish our individual bodies, the act of eating may be individual, but also social. When we want to meet somebody, we always say, hey, let's go for a coffee or a meal. Our common humanity is that we all eat. And food, while creating boundaries, also has the ability to bring together, to bring people together. However, what I am presenting here may seem like a simplistic thesis. As I already showed at the beginning of my presentation, lack of food, safe food, good quality food is the cause of much contention. So in the current world rocked by so many problems because of food, how can food create peace? As I mentioned earlier, food has the ability to create boundaries, but it can also transgress boundaries. If we can come together as a people to focus on ensuring good, safe, and healthy food, surely peace is not out of reach. Provision of such good quality foods, not just any food, can play an important part in conflict transformation. How can we do this? We are at a moment in time when we need to rethink the way we produce and consume food. Do we need new paradigms? I do not think so. We just need to shift focus and realign priorities. Now, the average Singaporean in a first world context spends about 20% of his income on food. The average American spends about 11% of his income on food. The average Pakistani spends about 41.4%, and the average Cameroonian spends about 45.6% of his income on food. High spending on food and malnutrition go hand in hand. Data from the World Food Programme shows that people in the developing world can pay 100 times more than their rich country counterparts for a plate of food. In conflict-ridden places, the cost can go up to 300%, 300 times more. If the world can correct this situation, many of which are the effect of the Green Revolution and, ironically, America's so-called Food for Peace program, we would all be able to create sufficient, self-sufficient populations in so-called third world countries, which are currently on the brink of food disaster. The consequences of this disaster will be displacement, forced migration, influx of refugees, and more instability and conflict. Earlier, I mentioned that we need to have access not just to food, but also to good quality, safe food. However, such a requirement has also caused problems. Let's look, I'll give you one example, the avocado, yeah? It's my favorite fruit and vegetable. I just had it for lunch together with my nasi goreng and fried rice. I had an avocado salad. So today, avocado has been named as a superfood because of its high nutrients and healthy fats content. With research on this mostly coming out of the US, the demand for avocados has soared. And in 2020, the global avocado market was valued at US $9 billion. And this is slated to increase to US $18 billion by 2025. While the demand for avocados comes mostly from the richer so-called first world nations of the world, the producers of avocado are largely from the poorer nations in Central America and South America and the Caribbean, such as Mexico, Chile, and the Dominican Republic. In Mexico, for example, the value of avocados exported yearly comes up to almost $3 billion US dollars. This highly lucrative trade has led to the rise of avocado cartels in Mexico, akin to drug cartels. And these cartels enter the trade, threaten farmers and suppliers, and appropriate the huge profits arising from this trade. Hence, you have the rise of what I call avo violence, akin to narco violence, narcotics violence, that Professor Gloria mentioned in her talk this morning. Hence, the problem is that the demand for such so-called good quality foods comes from the richer nations, while the supply comes from the poorer nations, which leads to the rise of violence. With 11 billion pounds of avocado consumed globally, avocado is now seen as one of the biggest threats to the environment, as it requires huge amounts of land and sunlight, leading to the deforestation of the land. Hence, the problem is not really the need for good quality foods, but also sound production, distribution, and consumption patterns. We have destroyed diversity by narrowing the number of foods that we consume, leading to an intensification in production and consumption of a few environmentally destructive foods. And this needs to change. So what is the solution? Since we had the ingenuity to create the current world's problems associated with food, we surely have the genius to create solutions. But it is not about genius. It is about the will to create equity, to shift focus away from profit maximization, and to focus instead on creating regenerative economies that will redeem our future and, more importantly, redeem the future of our descendants. Okay, I thank you.
Thank you so much, Bu Saroja. Lots of, as they say, food for thought. Okay, we have some time for questions. Is that okay for you, Bu Saroja, and comments? And then we will proceed with a few housekeeping and continuation of some of the participants earlier did not have a chance to introduce themselves, so we'll have some time for that, as I mentioned earlier in the day. Okay, so yes. So, yeah, we have a few hands up. Yes.
Okay, I go first. Okay, thank you for the lesson, Professor Suraya. First, I will say one comment. I was really indeed to hear about your lesson, because I also remember that when I start to do my research in Indonesia about the genocide to the Suharto conflict, I watching one movie, the propaganda movie, and about against the communists. There was this kind of rhetoric that the rise of food was raised because the communists would got this connection into the movie instead of the rhetoric. So it was really, I mean, the food and also the controlling the people is really linked. I think. This was just like one comment, and the question I want to ask you is about also the quality of food. Now we are living in an era of climate change, and probably in Europe, for example, and also in the developed country, the people, the government start to think we need to change the system production, make more green, more sustainable, and so on. Whatever in developed country, this can be really complicated because they don't have the technology for change. Therefore, from normal production to new production. This will be then for European people will be the food will be more healthy, and for poor will be less healthy, more the years a year. So what do you think about this? What is the solution? How can, for example, European help to transfer technology to the other country for not make conflict in the other country? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Is it Aniello?
Yeah.
Thank you, Aniello. Great questions and great comments too. Yes, it's easy to control people through controlling food, right? As you mentioned about the communist era in not just Indonesia, I believe it was also the case in Malaysia, right? A lot of the communists would actually form ties with the orang asli in the jungles in Malaysia because they would, they would have access to food easily because they were cut off. The orang asli grew their own food. So, communing with the orang asli meant that they had access to food. So unfortunately, the orang asli came under the purview of the government because of this as well. So seen as potential national security threats. So you have that aspect there. The second aspect is the idea of the green economy, and you're talking about how, food production technology and methods have changed in Europe and in the US, and how this could be transported to other parts of the world. That I think I mentioned the Green Revolution, right, earlier in my talk. As you know, the Green Revolution was something that was created in the West and then transported to the rest of the world. So while it was seen as helping to create, to intensify agriculture, right? Intensification of agriculture through the production of pesticides and chemical fertilizers, it also created huge problems as a result of the emission of greenhouse gases, which contributed to global warming and created its own kind of problems as well. So does the technology of the West, does it need to be transferred to the rest of the world, becomes a question, right? There's a lot of technology, I think, local technology, which is already being created in different parts of the world. I mean, if you look at Africa, if you look at Europe, if you look at countries in Africa, you look at countries in Europe, there are already a lot of indigenous technology which is being created at the local level, which is suitable for the local context, which is not, not costly and, which works in those contexts. That's already being created there. I think a lot of it is how do we actually encourage the widespread use of such technology, right? If we can invest in this local technology, because these, these seem to work. And, these people are intimately connected to the environment. They are intimately connected to the methods of production, right? So they know what they are doing. If we can find ways to support this, I think that would be a great thing. I'm not saying that, technology from the West does not work, but what I'm saying is that there's a lot of indigenous technology in both Africa and Asia, which, has created a lot of positive impacts, on the agricultural system. But unfortunately, this still remains small scale, right? This still remain limited to certain areas. And if these could be supported, I think that could be an important solution. Thank you, Anielo.
Thank you, Professor. Yeah.
I would actually recommend this book. The Violence of the Green Revolution by Vandana Shiva.
Thank you, Professor.
Unfortunately, we're still suffering from the after effects of the violence of the Green Revolution. And, when I was in Indonesia 2 years ago, I was still seeing it. And it was really sad because a lot of the agricultural projects that were being supported and for which the professors were receiving funding was actually being funded by these chemical fertilizer companies that was paying these professors, giving funds to these professors to work with the villagers to actually buy these chemical fertilizers and pesticides and repeating the entire cycle, which was very sad for us to see. So you can see the connection between academia itself and the perpetuation of violence.
I have a question. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Mr.
What about the genetically modified foods that are being produced and manufactured on a very large scale? And as Professor Alberto showed the book of Vandana Shiva, she has been quite vocal in India against the genetically modified foods. So how can we develop a strategy to resist? Is it just education or activism or something more? And then another issue is that in many places in India, particularly in Kashmir and other such places, the food producing lands, the fertile lands are being converted whether for the residential purposes because you have a huge growing population. So that leads to the conversion of the agricultural fertile lands for construction purposes, for housing society, as well as then for commercial kind of things also, for establishing factories, maybe cement factories and other such factories. So how to resist these issues? Because I feel that both of these issues are quite interrelated. The one that these genetically modified foods, and on the other hand, we have the population kind of a concern where common people themselves convert or sell their agricultural lands to construction societies or individual buyers. So how to basically resist or overcome? Thank you.
Thank you, Mustaq. Excellent point and points and excellent questions. I think these are very serious issues that we need to consider. Now, when we talk about GMO, I'm not for or against GMO, genetically modified, food sources, but it's important to recognize that, we have been genetically modifying foods and, including crops and animals for a long time, right? In Singapore, I also talk about genetic modification, genetic engineering in the form of humans, right? Because we have a population policy where we try to get highly educated people to marry and highly educated people so that they will produce genetically modified, highly intelligent children, yeah? So we've been doing it, in all aspects, human, animals, plants. So what is the consequence? I think a lot of what Vandana Shiva says and a lot of what people who are against genetically modified GMO say is that, like in the case of Monsanto, right, this big company which does genetically modified, which actually controls the seeds, and it sells people these seeds, it forces the farmers to buy seeds so that they would be forced to buy the pesticides, which go in tandem with the preventing these crops from being destroyed. So you can see it's a kind of, hegemonic control of agriculture here in these countries, which has through the use of GMO seeds, which has caused a lot of misery, which has brought a lot of misery to the farmers. So this is something that we really, really, really need to look at. And Monsanto is hugely powerful, right? It has a lot of power, and and that is something, that kind of domination, which is highly problematic, is something that we need to fight against, I think. So that comes there. And your second question about land being used, agricultural land being taken over and used for so-called development purposes, right? We want to build houses, we want to build factories, we want to build roads, we want to build railways. It's all for the betterment of humanity kind of idea. Now, this again goes back to what Professor Alberto Gomez was talking about this morning, right? A specific model of economy, the correct economy, the right economy, the perfect economy for humanity, then justifies violence against humans, against land, against property. So that is what we are looking at, you see. What are we talking about when we say, I'm going to take over this land, for development purposes? We do that in Singapore. In Singapore, there's very little agricultural land, right? We said this land is needed for development purposes. So Singapore happens to be, one of the richest countries, or in fact, the richest country in Southeast Asia, and one of the richest countries in the world, because we proudly say that we've taken over the land and used it for development purposes. And now with the pandemic, and now with the war in Ukraine, we suddenly realize, oh my God, we don't have much food sources, We only produce 10% of our food sources. 90% comes from elsewhere. So food security becomes a big problem. What do we do? What do we do? Then suddenly we say, we need to create more, we need to produce more of our foods, 30%, By 2030, we have the 30-30 vision. By 2030, 30%, we will, produce 30% of our own food sources. So we are now confronted with the reality of, a specific model of societal progress and development. And that has led to, huge problems with regard to, food, with regard to use of food for land purposes. But at the same time, I also want to make this point, right? The population is going to become 9 billion, right, by 2030. So we by 2050. So we need 50% more food than we currently have to feed that huge population. So where is how are we going to grow this food, We do not, there are many ways, right? We are not just looking at ways to grow food on the land, right? We are now growing food in the lab. We are growing food in, in Singapore, we grow food in the air, as we call it, vertical farming, right? So there are diverse ways to now produce food, you see? So land itself is a very scarce resource in many places. So those are issues that we have to look at very carefully as well. Thank you, Mustafa. I have a question. I have some questions on the chat. Can I answer them first before I go to Shan Muhammad? Brother Shan, would you give me the time to, take a little bit of time to answer the questions on the chat as well, so that they don't feel that I'm ignoring them. My friends here don't feel that. So give me a little bit of time, yeah? Let me look at Jezebel's question. What about GMO seedless fruits? Is that normal? Jezebel, when you say GMO seedless fruits, I'm not quite sure what you're referring to. Could you help me to clarify? Jezebel, hi.
Hi, are you hearing me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, in the market, actually it started I think few years ago, 2-3 years back I think. We found, I personally found so many lemon without seed, grapes without seed, although everybody likes it without seed, but I think it's not normal. It tastes nice, but where's the seed?
Exactly. As I mentioned, is it normal? Then it is not normal as to what we know about, getting these fruits, growing these fruits from seeds, right? So what has happened is that there are now different ways of actually harvesting harvesting fruits and crops. And these, new ways, what are the effects of eating, such seedless fruits? I think the biggest example I can think of is grapes and watermelons, right? I think our children's generation do not know that grapes are supposed to contain seeds, because seedless grapes have taken over the market, right? So I think, at least in Singapore, the generation of our kids do not know that grapes were supposed to contain seeds, right? So, and that's been going on for the last 20 years, 25 years. People have gotten used to it. Watermelons is another example. When I was a child, almost 60 years ago, I used to eat seeds, watermelons with seeds. So, you have to keep spitting. So it was a chore eating watermelons, right? You chew, then you have to spit it out. You chew, you spit it out. So it was really a chore. But now you have, you can enjoy a watermelon without seeds at all. So people seem to enjoy that, you see, because it's made life easier. It's made eating easier. It's made consumption easier for them. So what is the ill effect of that? We do not know. Like I said, I'm not a supporter of GMO, no, because the literature out there, the jury out there is still open, you see. So the effects of genetically modified food, what are going to be the effects of that, we really do not know. Now we have, of course, the new thing in meat is cultured meat, as you know. So we do not need to kill animals anymore to eat meat, right? We just take a cell from the animal, we culture it in the laboratory, and we can produce meat already. And in Singapore, we are already selling cultured meat. I think Singapore is the first country in Asia to be selling cultured meat in the restaurants. So we can eat, steak next time. We can eat satay. We can eat, just meat without actually killing an animal. The same thing with, I think another company in Singapore has started to produce shrimp. So you don't need to go to the sea to catch shrimp anymore. You can actually culture shrimp in a lab by just using the cells. So all this is seen as solutions to feed the huge growing population that we are encountering, as well as to find solutions to the kind of destructive practices of food farming. So effects of the green revolution, especially in terms of animal farming, right? Animal farming has contributed to a huge increase in the emission of greenhouse gases, and connected with leading to global warming also. So how do we solve that? Let's not kill animals anymore. Let's not destroy the environment anymore. Let's actually grow animals, grow meat in a laboratory. So all this new technology, all these new methods have come up, you see. What is the impact of this? It's going to be a wait and see situation. Yeah. Thank you, Jezebel, for that question. There's so much of things going on, and we live in exciting times, but also scary times, right? Thank you. I have a question from Dr. Vijay Kumar. His question is, during the pandemic, we came to know that Chinese eat anything and everything on earth. That is not true, of course. As you teach here, is that correct? Of course not. And yes, if yes, it is it right to eat anything and everything by human beings, some of which are on the extinction list? Your views, please. Okay. Now, I think you are talking about, how they've connected the pandemic, the COVID-19 virus, as coming from wildlife, right? So it came from a wild animal, and then it was transmitted to humans. So COVID-19, the virus is a zoonotic virus. What do I mean by zoonotic virus? It began in an animal species. So in the past, when, we gave animals, the sanctity of their homes, okay? The viruses that was affecting animals affected the animals. It stayed in the animal community. The viruses that were affecting humans stayed in the human community. This cross-jumping, interspecies viral, transmission did not happen. But as we humans started impinging on the land of these animals, we started going, clearing the forest, as Mustaq was talking about in Kashmir, right? Clearing the land, for opening up the land for agricultural purposes. We kept decreasing the land available for these animals. Where did these poor animals go to? Unfortunately, they came to share space with us, right? Because actually it was their land, but we were encroaching on their land. So when they came into contact with us, that led to the transmission of, virus from the animals to humans. And the COVID-19 virus is one such virus. So that was what happened. So to blame the Chinese for eating anything and everything, and as a result causing the virus, is a very, very unfair statement, right? It is not true. So it is because of what we have done. We have opened up woodland, we have opened up animal land and made it human land, so that the poor animals, who kept to themselves and who were transmitting viruses amongst themselves, started transmitting virus back to us. So whose fault it is really our fault, right? For doing that. For not respecting the sacrality of the land of this, of these animals, wild species, and then, opening up in the name of development. So we've really, have we progressed or digressed is a question that we want to ask ourselves, right? Okay, and let me take Shan's question now. Mr. Shan?
Hello, are you hearing me?
Yes, now I hear you well, thank you.
Thank you for giving me time and a chance. You were talking about food conflict in the world. As it starts from China, I'm talking about COVID-19. COVID-19 starts from China. And the high inflation of food prices, as you talked about high inflation and the food conflict. But actually, it's not happening in the world. It's the problem of food conflict, but oil prices on its high level. So,
Shan, I'm not hearing you clearly. You seem to.
As we can see in Afghanistan. Okay. I was, as you were talking about food conflict in the world, as it starts from COVID-19, the high inflation of food prices, but not only food prices, but oil too. As we can see in Afghanistan or in Sri Lanka, the collapse of Sri Lankan government just because of high inflation. As we talked about, Pakistan is also facing high inflation regarding food and oil. After the main two reasons were behind this inflation. One was COVID-19, because COVID-19 stopped everywhere, all the business, all the industries. Then food prices rise to the high level. And then Russian-Ukraine war recently, which are started. That's too became a reason of high inflation. How you can see how we can overcome to this food inflation as compared to the developed country. I am talking about the USA, China, as compared to the progressive country like Pakistan and some others. Please let me know how we can overcome to this inflation, food inflation. Thank you.
Thank you. Big question. Yeah. I'm going to answer it generally because I'm not familiar with Pakistan as much. But generally, what you see is that, as I mentioned, countries where there is a lot of food insecurity, countries where much of the income that people earn goes to food, are the countries that face huge, huge insecurity, right? There is because if so much of your income is going to go to pay for food, and when food prices go up as a result of war, as a result of inflation, you are going to, even more of your income is going to pay for food, and that is where the crisis happens, right? So how do you actually try to, these are big issues that you're going to talk about. How do you ensure that your food prices, the prices that you pay for food, do not take up that huge amount of your income, right? Either income has to increase or food prices have to go down in these developing countries where you had a lot of importation of food from overseas, like, for example, the Food for Aid program, right? By America in the 1960s, what they did was, Food for Peace, sorry. What they did was they first sent grain to the developing countries as a way of saying, we want to help you, because the world has been ravaged by communist takeovers and stuff like that. We want to help you build your country by sending you food for aid. And later, what they did was, once they kind of got the people hooked on to these food sources, they made them buy these foods back from these, countries at high prices. My God. So you can see why you are paying a lot of money for food that you could have grown yourself and would have been much more nutritious for you. And the US, unfortunately, reduced the diversity of food sources. So you began to consume only 2 or 3 types of grain. So the biggest grain that you consume today in the world is wheat, oat, and barley. These are the 3 biggest grains. But we used to consume so many kinds of grains, right? In the world, we used to consume sorghum, we used to consume horse gram, we used to consume millet, we used to consume so many different types of grain. But all that has been, that diversity has been reduced, and you are forced to consume only a small number of grain, which is then priced expensively. So you can see what has happened to the world, yeah? That is a situation that we need to change. That is something that we need to, come together and realize that this is not working, This is an order that has been imposed on us, and it's not working for our people. It has created a lot of misery. It's created, non-peace. It's created not just non-peace, but violence. It's, so this is something that we have to address. That is my opinion. Thank you. Wow, I have so many questions. Where do I begin to, where do I start? Okay. Let me see if I can scroll down. I can't scroll.
I have another question regarding. May I ask?
Okay.
Are you hearing me? Yes.
Okay. Yes. Yes. I have two
thank you.
hands up. Can I address them first before I come back to you, Mr. Shan? Or is your question a follow-up question on what you asked? If it's a follow-up question, I'm happy to take it now.
Thank you. My question is regarding the US sanction who imposed to the other countries while having they want to buy anything from Russia as recently in this war conflict. Why European and USA think European problems and USA problems are the world problems, but world problems are not European or USA problems. As someone buy something from Russia or other countries on cheap prices, then why USA impose some sanctions on that country? Please elaborate it if you get to know that.
Okay, I didn't quite catch your question. I'm sorry. If you
My
could
question
speak
is
closer to the mic, I hear you better when you speak closer to the mic.
Thank you. My question is this: why USA imposed a sanction on the countries who buy something on cheap prices to the Russia or other countries who are recently in a conflict, and why USA and European countries think their problems are world problems, but world problems are not USA or European problems.
Is that a rhetorical question, Mr. Shah?
Yeah.
Well, it's all about, who's in charge, right? World power, right? Who is who decides which problems are global problems, right? And which problems are not global problems. So
yeah.
We're talking about world, global politics. We're
It
talking
was a
about
question right from Indian Foreign Minister Jaishankar.
Yes, sir. Sorry, it's me, Keba. I watched his interview saying that the America and then Europe is blaming India for buying Russian oil, and then for Europe also is buying Russian oil not long ago, 3 months or 4 months ago.
Yeah,
He said in his comment why Europe and American problems is the entire world problem, but why the other nation problem is not too much concern about them.
एक्टिविटीज जो हैं स्पेसिफिक एक्टिविटीज वो टाइम बाउंड हो, स्पेसिफिक गोल्स हो, नंबर्स में
इन्होंने ये बोला सर सबसे पहला फर्स्ट पॉइंट था तो इम्प्लीमेंटेशन ऑफ स्ट्रेटेजिक प्लान दैट मस्ट बी टाइम बाउंडेड.
Okay. I acknowledge Keba's and Shan's points. I think you all, there's a lot to learn, right, about what is happening in the world today. And that's something that we all need to really, really reflect on and get our governments, get our politicians, get our activists, get, all of us. It has to start from us to start working on this and trying to change the current world order. I believe you all are young people. So, you have the ability to change what is happening currently. Thank you, Shan. Thank you, Keba.
Thank you, your kindness. Thank you so much.
I have a question from the Pak Al-Habash.
Yes,
Al-Habash has raised his hand.
Yes, ma'am. According to what you have mentioned about food, and the food is a way for peace, but nowadays I think it's the opposite. Food now is a way for conflict, because seedless, as mentioned for some of our colleagues about seedless, which is really, according to my point of view, is really harmful for a human being. genetic modified food, genetic modified meat. So all these new things, which is out of our nature, sure, it will one day affect our nations severely. I think the alternative, we have another alternative. Why we don't, for example, some countries, they have banks for seedless to export these seedless to other poor countries, to be these poor countries under exploits all the time. Why? So the other way, if you want peace and to spread peace, especially with and to choose food to create a peace in between nations, why to exploit or invest in disused lands? For example, disused land in India, we have great or big huge lands. It needs to be invested or used again, or to be planted in Asia, in Africa. So who said that the word there is a crisis, food crisis in the world? I think it's a big lie. There are food enough for all human beings, and there are water enough for human beings, but just we want to work and invest these sources and the resources again to try to distribute these sources for all human being fairly way. This is my point of view.
Thank you, Al-Habash, right? Thank you so much. Excellent points, right? Exactly. As I mentioned, food is both an, an instigator of violence as well as an initiator of peace. Food has that ability to both transgress boundaries as well as maintain boundaries. So you see food as playing its role in both war and peace. And yes, exactly, right? Is it really a crisis that we have? It's a crisis we have because, people who need access to food most do not get access, you see? But that crisis is created because we have a lot of food which is not being distributed properly, right? Which is not going to where you need it to go to. So the current inequality, the current disorder in the world is actually what is the problem behind all this. So when we talk about food, food actually is an excellent medium, excellent lens into all the problems that you have already highlighted, right? The inequality, the inequity, the kind of stratifications, the kind of discrimination that we see going on in the world. So studying food actually allows you to see all these things. And this is what we need to address, right? So food is actually providing you that lens into understanding and trying to correct all that, is going on today in the world. This, domination of who dominates in the world, right? Who decides, that this is a problem, this is a world problem? Who decides that, who you buy from? Who decides if you belong to the axis of evil or the coalition of the willing, like to use George Bush's words, right? So these are all issues that we need to address, and food allows us to see into all these problems. Excellent points, Mr. Al-Habash. Thank you.
Thank you.
I see, I know there are more questions, but I have a problem scrolling my chat box, so I can't see this. Okay. Okay, I think it's Kelly Chua question, right? How food redistribution is really the key, but how do we do this in a world driven by profit? How do we promote food security? Exactly. That's what we need to discourse, right? So how do we, deal with redistribution? How do we deal with change in a world driven by profit? As I mentioned, profit maximization. Profit maximization means that you're just taking care of yourself, but you forget that you are connected with everybody else, If you maximize profit, you're maximizing it by impoverishing somebody else. And that impoverishment is not going to impoverish that person alone. It's going to come back and hit you also. So people, profit maximization is very, very short term. If you look at it in the long term, things need to change. That's why I look at it through my research on Islam, food and Islam, right? Because for me, Islam provides certain principles, not just Islam, but a lot of religions provide principles that provide a long-term perspective to, human security, human safety, human prosperity. So it's nice to go back to this, ancient wisdom. Even if it's not religion, there's so much out there. Professor Gomez works on indigenous knowledge, right? There's people, so much of, wisdom and knowledge, which we have lost because we've lost our connection to the earth. We can go back, we can look at this, we can reclaim this knowledge. We can, ask how it helps us to create the kind of change that we need to create because it's not looking good for us. Sorry if it all sounds so gloomy. Okay. Okay, I don't have any questions here.
Can I ask a question
Okay.
at your
Sure,
topics about Islam and food? From your discussion with you and Jezabel, I think the name is correct, sorry for mispronunciation. You say about meat from laboratorium, the farm production will in one way be by the laboratorium, but this kind of food is ethical good for people then practice religion like Islam or Yahudi or like this. Can they will be accept the kind of food or insect? For example, a lot of theory think that we need to start to eat insect. This means make pasta from insect, roti from insect. This means then this kind of food. It will be okay for Muslim people, for Yahudi people, for Hindu people can have their law in the eating food. What do you think about these approaches? Thank you.
Thank you, Aniello. The question about insects, because in Judaism, in Islam, we have specific laws, right, in Judaism about not consuming insects in Islam. So these are not things that we would, that people of this faith, if they practice the faith, they would not consume. Now, insects are also introduced as an alternative source of protein. In fact, insect is today the cleanest source of animal protein. Animal protein, because of the fact that it doesn't have blood. Blood is the biggest carrier of diseases and viruses. So insects are seen as the cleanest source of animal protein today. So it's introduced as an alternative to food sources. I don't think it's just people of certain faiths who would reject insects, but there are people who just feel repelled about eating insects, right? That they would not consume it, okay? So again, insects are being introduced as another source of food, as another source of protein. The other one is, as you mentioned, Aniello, is cultured meat, right? Cultured meat, where I mentioned meat which is grown in a laboratory using cells from animals, so you don't have to slaughter animals. So when we look at it in Islam, for example, we are in Singapore, we've asked our Muslim ustaz, right, religious teachers, does this mean that because we, in Islam, we need to slaughter the animal in order to declare the meat as halal, in order to declare the meat as permitted to be consumed? So what they have said is that as long as, the cell comes from an animal which is not forbidden, such as a pig, for example, then it is halal. Singapore is a very interesting case because religion that's my argument. Religion is under the umbrella of the state. So the state is the big religion in Singapore, and then all other religions exist under this, under the state. So in Singapore, the state is very supportive of cultured meat. So the Muslim council, religious councils in Singapore has come up to say that cultured meat is halal, is acceptable for Muslim consumption, because it is seen as a food of the future. It's seen as, solving a lot of problems, right? Solving the problem of greenhouse gas emission that is, degradation of the environment, climate change as a result of animal farming. So, the lab-grown meat is solving these problems, they say. So Islam then comes in to support what the government says, you see. And so Islam in Singapore is seen as progressive in that sense. So it's very interesting, how religions make sense of these new foods, right? So far, there is no verdict on insects, because insects have not been introduced into Singapore, for example. But if the government stipulates that insects are, a new source of food, I wonder what the what the Muslim, teachers would say. Would they make it halal? That would be quite an interesting kind of thing to find out, you see. But now they've actually said that cultured meat is halal. It's not the case in all Islamic countries, right? Certain Islamic countries do not think of cultured meat as halal, but in Singapore, we do. Yes.
Okay.
Well,
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Saroja,
Aniela, for those questions.
I have to
Yes.
intervene here, Saroja,
Yes.
because your talk is so interesting that I don't think we'll end anytime soon with the number of
Yes.
questions and the interest in
Yes.
food, which is fantastic. We have a bit of housekeeping to keep. Yep. So thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. And I'm sorry, Muhammad Ashraf, is it possible that we postpone your questions some other time?
Ashraf, you can also write to me. I'm happy to answer your question. We have the WhatsApp chat group. You have my number there. You can also, text me, and I'm happy to chat with you.
Yeah, thank you for that. Okay, Mas Ari, you have an announcement to make.
Yes. Thank you, Bu Saroja.
Yeah, thank you so much.
For the very
Saroja.
interesting.
Terima kasih banyak.
Okay, I've got an announcement for the participant. So we have checked and noticed from the whole participant who committed to join this ICCTP program, there are 6 participants that haven't yet sent their bio to Secretariat. So for the 6 participants, we encourage you to send as soon as you can, because we need to design the memento, the booklets, so that we can share after this program, so that we can know each other, all the participants after this after this ICCTP finishes, and also the commitment letter. We also encourage you to complete, because it's part of the requirement of the university to fulfill this. Thank you. I think this all from me.
Okay, I should also say that there is no compulsion as far as the bio is concerned. So if you don't want to be listed in the special booklet that we'll be coming out with at the end of the course, then please let the ICCPT Secretariat know if you don't wish to be included. Okay, so it's a choice. It's not compulsory for you to do so.
Yeah, and we really apologize as well, because there were some errors, in the emails, conversation, to all the participants and then also the presenters. So last year we didn't have this problem, but this year unfortunately we got an issue about this. But hopefully you are all fine. Just contact us through email or just send us WhatsApp messages. we are all fine. Just to ensure that you all set up to join the program. Yeah.
I think there's possibility that the problems that we are facing this year with the email and those various things, I think there is some power somewhere that has finally worked out that we are, being subversive, and we are going to, build peace in this world. So they're trying to stop us. What do you think?
I think.
No, I'm just kidding. That's my paranoia. But anyway, the other thing I want to say too is that we did not give everyone a chance to introduce yourself, and I apologize for this. But what we can do is, what we can do is we'll look for some time in the next tomorrow, if we can try to fit you in. So my sincere apologies that today everything was going on fine, but then we did not get a chance to, to keep up to the schedule as we had planned to. So my sincere apologies for that. Are there any questions before we end today's session? Any queries? Yes, did you have a question? Anyone?
Yeah, I have a question.
Sure, please go ahead.
My name is Keba.
Who is this? Can't hear you, sorry. Oh, yes.
I'm here, yeah. I'm a
Good.
student at UIN Sharif Hidayatullah, Jakarta.
Mhm.
So after the course, I think the credit hours, is it allowed to transfer to my university or what?
Yeah. For those sorts of questions, please send an email to the ICCTP Secretariat. So that will be handled internally. So if you've got any question to do with your credit, please send them an email, and they will send you the details. Because the thing is that as far as the credit is concerned, not all the participants, in the sense, it does not relate to everyone in the course. So some would want the credit, some don't. So that's why the issue. So any questions that you raise to the whole group, if possible, for the sake of the other participants, if possible, make sure that it applies to everyone. So this even for the WhatsApp group. So if you've got any statements you want to make in the WhatsApp group, please keep it to the subject matter of the course. And even the questions that you ask, and try as much as possible. I mean, there are lots of very interesting things happening in the world today, and even issues to do with what's happening in Russia and Ukraine and the geopolitical issues. And while we are certainly interested in them, but we have to also keep in mind that the world is much larger than just two countries in the West battling against each other. So there are geopolitical implications for the rest of the world. And that's why I posted that very interesting mission by the president of Indonesia in trying to broker peace between Ukraine and Russia. So while a number of countries, including my country, Australia, that tends to fan the fuel or the fire of war, I think, and aggression, I think it's important to explore dialogical possibilities. So towards the end of the course, I will introduce you to some various sites that you can rely on, where you have a number of intellectuals that will contribute to those kinds of discussions. So if you've got questions that deal with the broader geopolitical, I will be most happy to share with you some of the philosophers and political scientists that can address those kinds of questions. So seek your patience on this. Not that we don't want to answer those questions, but it is just that we want to try as much as possible to keep to the themes that we are trying to cover here, which as it is quite broad. The other thing I want to say is that today it has been absolutely fantastic. I have been complimenting to my various friends and colleagues who are involved in this course when they ask me, so how is the course going? And one of the things that I've complimented all of you is that we have such a marvelous group of participants. So I'm really very pleased towards the end of the day that this is the case with all of you. Now, I would also want to make a comment that it would be good to have the participants who have not been active or haven't had the space or the time or the opportunity to present or to talk. We'd like to encourage you to do so in the next few days, and we want to make it in such a way. So if you have been like me, so I'm trying to keep quiet. I don't want to talk anymore. But then, unfortunately, there are lots of other presentations that I have to make in the next few days. So we want to try as much as possible to have diversity of voices here, and those who have not had the opportunity to speak. So I really encourage you to do so. There is also the tendency, and I can say this because I'm a male, there is often the tendency that males tend to speak more than females. And I'm not making a gender bias statement here, but this has been very much the situation in the world that we live in. So we want to challenge that and address that. So if you look at the course that we have designed, you would find that as far as the participants are concerned, we tried as much as possible to make sure that there was an equality in terms of gender. If you look at the presenters, you will also find that one of the key criterion, in fact, was to ensure that there was diversity of participants. Or presenters. So when you look at the presenters and look at the list, you will find that the presenters come from different parts of the world. They have got, we have a fairly good, division between males and females of presenters, ages. So we invited some young, and so that you don't have to listen to just old men like me. But, we want to make sure that you actually have that kind of diversity of voices. So with that, having said that, it's also important that it is not just the presenters talk, because I like to see this course as an exchange of ideas. As I mentioned earlier on, it's a festival of ideas. So we all come here with, like Saroja is talking about food. So we come here as if like we're sitting around and feasting on these various ideas that are being presented, not just by the presenters, but these fantastic ideas that are presented by the participants. So at the end of the course, we'll end up not just as presenters or participants as a kind of a binary, but we want to end up with the course as that all of us are participants, and that we are all basically trying as much as possible to be equal. And we're all also going to try to be as much as possible friends. So as you notice, all the presenters, we know each other, we have established a friendship, and we hope that this also becomes, it sort of spills over into the participants. So that's all I have to say, and now, and fingers crossed that I don't lose my voice tomorrow. Otherwise, So I wish to thank all of you for this wonderful first day. We still have got several more days to go, and take care, have a good rest, and I'll see you tomorrow. Mas Ari, did you have anything else to say?
No, I think it's enough. So see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Jakarta time.
Okay, 9 a.m. So take care, and as they say in Indonesia, selamat malam. Good night.
Selamat malam.
Okay.
Assalamualaikum. Selamat sore.
Selamat sore, yes.
Yafi, breakout room.
Okay, take care all of you. Have a good day, rest of the day.